They say there are two kinds of people in this world: those who find themselves and those who create themselves. Are you looking for purpose or deciding it for yourself? Will you plunge waiting for someone to catch you, or will you jump and build your wings on the way down? Seek a path or carve a path. Wait for the future or build it. What is a school but a set of walls waiting for greatness? And who are you but someone destined to achieve it? Here, between the street and the jungle, against time and tide, we push and pull just like the currents. Our ocean of dreams will meet the odds ahead and rise above it all.
My name is Mary Kate Saliva, and my bestie, colleague, fellow University of Guam graduate, Erica Anderson, down here to my left. We are the co-founders of the Guam Human Rights Initiative. Welcome today to the Human Rights Conference series, Human Trafficking on Guam and in the Pacific. Thank you to everyone that is tuning in virtually with us today. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. In line with the University of Guam protocol, we'd like to acknowledge the president of the Honorable Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Thank you for joining us, Governor. And University of Guam's SVPP, Dr. Anita Enriquez. And the 10th President, University of Guam, Dr. Robert Underwood, seated over there. Thank you. Dean EMSS, Dr. Lawrence Camacho. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Camacho. And UOG Vice Provost, Dr. Charlene Santos Bamba. Thank you so much for joining us. This is something very near and dear to Erica and I, as we're both daughters of Guam. Even though some of you may not recognize us, we actually graduated from the University of Guam about 10 years ago now. And below us here, you'll see the signs of it's happening. And it actually all started, we have Dr. Ron McNinch in the back here, but he was actually the one that introduced Eric and I about 10 years ago in a class with the Masters of Public Administration. And at that time, we rounded up about 40 University of Guam students to stand at the intersections of Marine Corps Drive with signs saying it's happening. And this was about the time that the first known human trafficking case hit Guam. And it was something that was really important to us as young students. It's still happening today and important for us to raise this issue and get this conversation going. So I also wanted to raise attention and awareness to the red chair that you see seated up here on the stage. At the center of the table, you'll see a survivor and artist and anti-human trafficking activist Kendall Alamos taking a stand to fight for freedom with her iconic red seat. To Kendall, continuing to send these red seats around the world is performative, and gifting them to the institutions and individuals encourages valuable dialogue on these human rights violations. They do not merely represent seats in classrooms, seats at corporations for survivors to obtain career paths, to aid in societal reintegration, opportunity, economic equity, and sustainable freedom. It's a way home, a voice, a seat at the table in regards to development of policy that drives prevention, but symbolic of the anti-trafficking movement overall. These seats symbolize the fundamental human rights of freedom that every human being is entitled to at birth, and a symbol of our collective commitment to ensuring these very freedoms. And as a territory of the United States, when we are fighting to defend freedom for all, it should be fighting to end modern day slavery. Today's conference is presented by the Guam Human Rights Initiative, a collaborative research nonprofit seeking to advance human rights on Guam and throughout the Pacific through meaningful and impactful research efforts. I would be remiss without mentioning Dr. John Rivera with the Regional Center for Public Policy. Thank you. And Dr. Annette Santos, who's tuned in today, for helping Eric and I get off the ground running with the Guam Human Rights Initiative. Thank you. And the goal of this conference is to bring together our island and regional community to address a critical issue that is often under-researched and considered invisible: human trafficking. And today we hope to foster collaboration and communication among experts, academics, and stakeholders on the topic in an effort to protect those within our community who are most vulnerable. And we are honored to be supporting this work. Today's event would not be possible without the generous support of our sponsors, the Project Management Institute, the University of Guam and Office of the Senior Vice President and Provost, the Regional Center for Public Policy, the Hoover Institution, the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence, Security Title, the University of Guam, Guam Green Growth, the University of Nottingham Rights Lab, the Rotary E-Club of Pago Bay, Guam, the Rotary Club of Tumon Bay, and the Rotary Club of Guam Sunrise Pacific Basin Group District 2750. Thank you for making today's inaugural event possible. And to open our conference, it is my pleasure to introduce one of my dearest mentors, Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez, the Senior Vice President and Provost of the University of Guam, who was also Dean when Eric and I were students on Marine Corps Drive holding up our signs. As a creative strategist and staunch supporter of transforming lives and advancing communities in the small island of Guam communities, it is our honor to have her to deliver today's welcoming remarks. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Anita Enriquez.
Sejus Masi, Mary Kate. Manana Sejus and half a day, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here in person as well as online. The University of Guam is always trying to get ahead of major issues that affect our community, affect our island, our region, as well as other parts of the globe. Modern slavery, human trafficking, whether labor, sex, child sex, or dead bondage, is a nonpartisan issue that has damaged lives and plagued communities around the globe, and especially right here in Guam, as well as our sister islands in Micronesia and nearby countries in the Asia Pacific region. In the United States, human trafficking has been described as a nationwide pandemic. It is indeed a world pandemic when you think about how much impact and how much exploitation has taken place as a result of it. Aside from the horrors of losing personal freedom during the Japanese military occupation on Guam during World War II, families face fears of daughters and wives taken against their will to serve as either comfort women or raped, the illegitimate spoils of war. Some, like Maria Perez Howard, a mother and wife, dared to defy her captors and eventually paid the greatest price of her life, as narrated by her son, Chris Perez Howard, in his recent book, Mariquita Revisited. And I think about the fears of mothers and fathers during that time, like my Nana and my Tata, who would desperately hide my teenage mother or smear her with chicken manure to shield her from the Japanese military captors who prompted sex enslavement of other unfortunate young Familauan Chamorros. The Blue House case caused a rude awakening of modern slavery in Guam and elevated awareness of its victims, the perpetrators and the enablers, and particularly violators of the ultimate public trust from our police officers. Since then, the Guam Human Trafficking Task Force ensued, and we've seen a myriad of activities. In January last year, as it was presented in the news, the Human Trafficking Task Force launched a series of information videos in Chamorro, Chuukese, Chinese, English, Korean, and Tagalog to be dispersed to news outlets, agencies, and on social media, encouraging our community to stop the evil and to file a report if they suspect human trafficking. And so that was the latest effort in the Task Force Stop the Evil campaign to educate our community about the different types of human trafficking that plague the island. And I know some of you are part of this very important initiative. And Sejus Masi, thank you so much for joining us today. Now, yesterday's webinar, if any of you have seen it, and you will have an opportunity to watch the recording, that was part of today's conference, reviewed relevant facts and data from research about the vulnerabilities and prevalent cases, not just in our region, but around the globe. And so it heartens us to know that there are informational resources, open sources, educational materials that we can access to continue to shed light to this awful, awful pandemic. Like you, I look forward to hearing from our keynote speakers and panel members as the conference day unfolds. Sejus Masi for our founders of the Guam Human Rights Initiative, Mary Kate Saliva and Erica Anderson. Thank you so much for your commitment, your passion to keep this research agenda flowing. And also thank you to Dr. Rivera, Dr. Santos, for the mentorship in helping them to get the Guam Human Rights Initiative off the ground. Especially to our key sponsors who are here today, Ms. Cynthia Rapadas and others already mentioned by Mary Kate. Thank you for making this educational conference one that will be a rich experience of awareness and all hopefully prompt stronger calls to action, albeit through strengthened statutes, sufficient funding, stronger enforcements, and law enforcement training to curtail and ultimately rid us of this human trafficking pandemic that plagues our societies at large. Sejus Ma'asi, and enjoy the rest of today's conference.
Sejus Masi, Dr. Anita Enriquez, thank you so much for your wonderful, warm remarks. And thank you to, it is now my honor to introduce the governor of Guam, the Honorable Lou Leon Guerrero, to say a few words. Thank you so much, Governor.
Sejus Masi, Mary Huffaday, and welcome to this inaugural Human Rights Conference series. And it's an honor that we will be watching former Secretary of State, Dr. Condoleezza Rice speak. And also as leaders, we wish we did not have to address the issues of human beings selling other human beings for sex or forcing them to work for little or no wages. Unfortunately, that is the sad reality of our world today. And we must not only address these issues, we must do all that we can to put a stop to them. I want to thank Mary Soliva and Erica Anderson from the Guam Human Rights Initiative. I know that you two ladies were instrumental in bringing together UOG's Regional Center for Public Policy and the Hoover Institution for this important conference series. Human trafficking on our island and in our region is something we occasionally hear whispers about. Every so often, a case breaks wide open, as in the infamous Blue House Lounge case, where women and some minors were held prisoner and forced into prostitution, or the case involving pregnant Marshallese women lured to the mainland United States and paid to give up their babies, which were then adopted out to U.S. couples willing to pay 4 times the price for a baby. You will hear the story later on this morning from our Women's Affairs Director about a young Chuukese woman who was labor trafficked from Guam to Washington State and how we helped her to get back home. But what does the crime of human trafficking look like to the average person? Would we know a woman or man or a child being trafficked if we saw one? We know the factors, though, that make people vulnerable to human trafficking exist here. Poverty, drugs, being abused or neglected, being in the foster care system, or even identifying as LGBT. And our administration is addressing these problems, helping the homeless, expanding substance abuse recovery programs. We've established a separate child welfare division of public health. We are putting more police officers on our streets, and we are strengthening and expanding our drug interdiction efforts. We are educating our workforce, and we are creating jobs for our people. But we also know that money is involved, that the lure of money or drugs is often what reels people into this crime as victims as well as perpetrators. And we know that those who are making the money will do whatever they can to protect that profit. And while we may know nothing, we may know everything about how a human traffic ring operates, what we are familiar with are the ways in which human trafficking breaks people. Suicidal tendencies, trying to erase what has happened to your body with drugs or alcohol, difficulties with relationships, neglected children. The crime's toll on society is very widespread. We are working to address these issues as a government. But as I have said many times, a government cannot do everything. We need the eyes and ears of our people out on the streets, and we need people to speak up about this terrible crime so that we can root out the perpetrators and stop the evil. And that is where efforts like this conference can excel. Your goal to connect the community, to make people aware of the signs of human trafficking, and to let them know how they can help someone who may feel trapped is vital and essential to putting an end to this horrific crime. I commend your efforts and the efforts of every person here, whether you help victims to heal and become productive, whether you are in law enforcement and helping to catch the criminals, or whether you work for the government prosecuting these crimes, or even if you are in private business and notice something happening next door that doesn't seem quite right. If we all work together, if all of these components that this conference addresses work together, we can eliminate the crime of human trafficking from our island and our region. That is my goal. And I know that is the goal of every person here today. Sidus Maasi, and I wish you a very productive conference. And let's continue on with this in future years. Sidus Maasi.
Thank you so much, Governor, for joining us today. And a former member of U.S. Congress, a distinguished scholar, and recently retired as the longest serving president of the University of Guam, it is my distinct honor to introduce Dr. Robert Underwood to speak some powerful words. Thank you so much, Dr. Underwood.
Half a day. I used to be a lot of things. So people ask me, what are you now? So, well, now I'm invited to talk and share some of the experiences I've had. So, a discussion, and I thank the, I'm the only male on this part of the program, and that's fine with me. I'm okay. And of course, I was preceded by Dr. Enriquez and Governor Leon Guerrero. And it's a wonderful feeling to see how many items have changed in the course of our lives and how we present public discourse. And of course, we're even accompanied by a female speaker. Speaker Terlahi is here as well. So all of that adds up to a lot of things. But when you start talking about human rights, it gets pretty difficult right away. Because really, in the context of this conference, we're really talking about human wrongs. We're not talking about human rights. And so there's always a kind of a fulcrum in any kind of conversation about public policy between something that looks like more aspirational and something that looks like more prevention. And so what is that relationship between the aspiration of the fulfillment of human rights, and then what is that relationship to the prevention of human wrongs? And so we are keen on dealing with the human wrongs, because anyone here speaking on behalf of slavery? No, see, so we're all on the same side of that. But when you flip the script and you start talking about, well, what are human rights that we aspire to? Well, things can get a little bit difficult there as well. So, the origin of this, and people kind of need to contemplate this. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and they're endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, and amongst these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Not happiness, just the chance to pursue it. A lot of people kind of forget that part. But this is an amazing statement. It's the first one in human history. First statement that tried to make that a part of a governing principle. But at the same time that we recognize the inspirational value of that statement in the Declaration of Independence for the United States of America, we recognize that more than half of you in this room weren't included in that statement. That the way they understood human rights and what was inalienable. How can you say that these rights are unalienable? You just get them by being human. You get them by being born, and then subsequently you institute a policy that commits genocide on Native Americans, enslaves Africans, subjects women to a whole series of denial of rights. So American history itself becomes a part of a process of moving towards the fulfillment of human rights, towards the fulfillment of that agenda. So it wasn't done in the beginning. It took some time. It took a civil war 600,000 Americans died on that. It took movements, it took mass movements, it took a regeneration of how people saw the world and what was the meaning of that human right. And in that context, that's why I always say critical race theory is so damn important. It's not that it's an accusatory curriculum. It's a curriculum that explains to us the beauty, the promise, the struggles of American society. And that's what that is. But of course, all of that was revised and made international by the 1948 Declaration of Human Rights in the United Nations. That statement was just a declaration, was the first time in human history where they tried to make it like apply to the whole world, okay? I'm 6 months older than that statement. So there's a lot of work, a lot of work ahead of us. So that statement, and it seems pretty obvious now, was put together by a committee headed by Eleanor Roosevelt. And it had all kinds of things in there, like freedom to work, freedom to do this, freedom to do that. And it expanded the view of what those human rights were. And there were still 8 nations that voted against that or abstained. They didn't vote against it, they just abstained. Of course, there was the Soviet Union and a few other republics under the Soviet Union, Belarus and others. But Saudi Arabia and the Union of South Africa at the time, they voted to kind of shy away from the concept of human rights. But now human rights has blossomed out, 25 international organizations for this, against that, for this, promotion of this. And so human rights as a concept, as a driving principle, is really critical to how we see ourselves as human beings. That's the magnificence of this. But you can't all be on the same agenda all at the same time. So I was asked to speak here primarily because of my involvement with indigenous rights, because that was a kind of a human rights effort here. And so did that. Well, if I say that, guaranteed 20% or maybe 30 or maybe half or maybe most of you would be against that. I don't know. But to me, that's a human right. It speaks to my humanity. It speaks to the humanity of the experience of the people that made me possible and made this land possible that we call Guam. So human rights and that context continues to expand. And then, of course, we have all the examples of trafficking of women. And seems pretty obvious. You just look around you, but you never really know, because the constraints and the management of this, they've gone high tech. This is not your average ordinary garden variety kind of oppression. They've gone high tech. They go somewhere, they got phone numbers to call, they got this, they got that, they got everything. They're ready to go. And there's a whole network that puts this into practice. So that calls in for law enforcement, So that part of it is really clear. But I'm not so sure sometimes that the whole agenda is really understood by the society at large. They see it and they say, oh yeah, I know that's going on, but it doesn't involve me. I'm not doing it, or, that's a law enforcement issue. It's a social service issue. It's not really my issue. So my one brainstorm idea that I had, which we'll see, maybe it's already in the works, is how every company, and that's the other thing, human rights has gone corporate. That's the other thing. You look at a list of corporations and they have human rights departments now. Used to be just human resources. And then they went to civil rights. Then they went to, inclusion. And then now some corporations are now having offices and bureaus of human rights. One day the United States will have a Department of Human Rights. But it seems incongruous for a country that was founded on the very principle of human rights to all of a sudden have a need to enforce human rights. So it's called Office of Civil Rights or something else. But I was in a briefing this morning on one of the organizations I belong to, and they had a briefing on Office of Resettlement and Refugees. And there it is, the Bureau of, it had a Bureau of Human Rights, but you know, it's in the State Department, as if to say human rights issues are foreign issues, are international issues. They're not domestic issues within the context of the United States. So that's another barrier. But here's my one idea. We all take the half-a-day pledge. Everybody, anybody against the half-a-day pledge? We all take it. Then we should have a similar pledge against human trafficking, and that companies will certify that they're taking this pledge, and they'll do everything they can not to have and to enforce the laws, but more importantly, that they enforce a culture of human rights, that they accept the point of view that it's wrong and that we're guarding against it, and we're doing so voluntarily. And so that pledge, I hope will take off as much as a half-a-day pledge, because as always, the fulcrum between human rights as something that is a process through which you prevent human wrongs has to be offset by the fact that we are aspiring to something better and something greater. So I appreciate my opportunity to be with you. Have a good conference, and I congratulate Mary Kay and Erica. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Underwood. And I love that you mentioned Eleanor Roosevelt, because she said you gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience in which you stop to look fear in the face. You're able to say to yourself that I have lived through this horror. I can take the next best thing that comes along. You must do the thing you think you cannot do. And that's why I urge for those that even if you're not every day handling these cases, that you can still take part in the fight against human trafficking. And so it is with my great honor to introduce our next speaker. We're honored to have such transformational leaders be a part of today's conference, and among them is former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, the Diane Taub Director of the Hoover Institution, and the Thomas and Barbara Stevenson Senior Fellow in Public Policy. From January 2005 to January 2009, Dr. Rice served as the sixth woman to hold the post. Rice also served as President George W. Bush's assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, National Security Advisor from January 2001 to January 2005, and the first woman to hold this position. In addition, she's founding partner of Rice, Hadley Gates, and Manuel LLC, an international strategic consulting firm. Guam Human Rights Initiative, and my distinct honor to present this video message from Dr. Condoleezza Rice.
I am honored to bring greetings to your conference on human trafficking. I'm delighted that Hoover Veterans Affairs Fellow Mary Kate Silva has put together this very important initiative with the Guam Human Rights Center and also Guam's Regional Center for Public Policy. I can tell you that I think there is no sadder issue, and in some ways more important issue, than the issue of human trafficking. I was National Security Advisor when the United States issued its first human trafficking report, a report that calls names about countries, about their practices, about their policies, and tries to hold people accountable to deal with this terrible circumstance, which really can only be called modern slavery. And then as Secretary of State, I had the opportunity to present that report every year. And I can tell you that it got people's attention because it is really important that every country, every leadership, every citizenry be completely devoted to the idea that we have to end modern slavery. And so thank you to Mary Kate. Thank you again to the participants. Thank you again to the sponsors of this important seminar and conference. I wish you the very best for a successful gathering and for an opportunity to again spotlight this extremely important issue of our times. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know, so we have some of my colleagues tuned in from the Hoover Institution right now at Stanford University. So thank you for tuning in virtually. I did want to draw attention to the painting in the back called We've Met. It was painted by Chamorro artist Sarah Donnell. And the depiction, she just really wanted to capture just really speaking to the fact that victims come from all walks of life, and you never know who's standing in line at the grocery store behind you. They could be invisible chains and not always obvious to the human eye. So just really taking this opportunity to learn from our speakers today. And it is quite an honor for me because I've looked up to her for many, many years. Today's keynote speaker. And actually 10 years ago, when Eric and I were University of Guam graduate students with School of Business Public Administration, it was actually her drive and passion that really sparked something in me to stay up till the crack of dawn reading as much as I could about human trafficking. Today's keynote speaker has 30 years of legal experience and has worked with government, civil society, and the private sector. Alicia A.G. Liptiaco Esquire currently serves as Regulation Counsel and the Supreme Court of Guam. She was previously the Director of Policy, Planning, and Community Relations and lead litigation counsel and acting administrator of court programs for the Judiciary of Guam. Ms. Liptiaco served as the U.S. Attorney for Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands and as the Attorney General of Guam, Acting Chief Prosecutor and Criminal Sexual Conduct and Family Violence Lead, Supervising Attorney with the Office of the Attorney General. She established and chaired multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral task forces and coalitions and spearheaded initiatives addressing human trafficking, family violence, sexual assault, and child sexual exploitation, amongst others. Ms. Liptiaco has collaborated with stakeholders and served as Pacific Region focal point trainer, speaker, fellow, and consultant on human rights and social and economic justice issues impacting the Pacific region in educational, political, and community forums and outreaches at the local, national, regional, and international levels. These collaborations include the Institute on Violence, Abuse, and Trauma, Feed the Hunger Foundation, Conservation International, and Pacific Readiness for Investment in Social Enterprise, Pacific Rise, the Human Rights Measurement Initiative Co-Design Workshop, the Beijing +25 Regional Civil Society Organizations Forum, the International Indigenous Women's Forum, MADRE, and the Pacific Indigenous Women's Network, PIWN, the World Conference on Indigenous Women, the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the UN Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, local communities, Indigenous Peoples Platform, Facilitative Working Group, and the Pacific Women Indigenous Network and Pacific Regional Migration Consultation. She continues to participate in collaborative projects focusing on the Pacific region and human rights issues. And it is because of Alicia Liptiaco that I was able to meet former Congresswoman Linda Smith, who is the founder of Shared Hope International, which you see at your table settings here today. So for Eric and I, it really comes full circle, as she was our keynote speaker at a forum we held with University of Guam over a decade ago, and here she is coming before us today. So join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, former U.S. Attorney General Alicia Liptiaco. Thank you so much.
Half a day.
Thank you to the Guam Human Rights Initiative and co-founders Mary Kate Saliva and Erica Anderson, and to the University of Guam's Regional Center for Public Policy and the Global Learning and Engagement Office for the opportunity to participate in the Human Rights Conference series, Human Trafficking on Guam and in the Pacific. Traffickers violate the basic human rights of all people to freedom, autonomy, and human dignity, and to be free of exploitation, abuse, and slavery. In the United States, human trafficking has been reported in all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and U.S. territories, including American Samoa, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, and U.S. Virgin Islands. As profoundly expressed in the July 2022 Trafficking in Persons report, quote, human trafficking patterns in the United States continued to reflect the living legacy of the systemic racism and colonization globalized during the transatlantic slave trade through chattel slavery and regional practices of indigenous dispossession. Traffickers target those who experience compounding forms of discrimination, such as discrimination because of one's racial or ethnic group, gender identity, disability, or sexual orientation. Experience violence, such as intimate partner or domestic violence, or interact with government programs such as the criminal justice system, runaway and homeless youth services, foster care, and immigration enforcement. Traffickers compel victims to engage in commercial sex and to work in legal and in illicit industries and sectors, including hospitality, restaurants, construction, landscaping, agriculture, factories, salon services, massage parlors, retail, drug smuggling and distribution, religious institutions, child care, care for persons with disabilities, domestic work, janitorial services, and begging and peddling. Traffickers continue to increasingly use social media platforms to recruit and advertise victims. NGOs reported seeing more cases of human trafficking by a family member, guardian, or intimate partner. The UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol was adopted by the United Nations in November 2000 as part of the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. It is the first legally binding instrument with an internationally recognized definition of human trafficking. Countries that ratify this treaty must criminalize human trafficking and develop anti-trafficking laws in line with the protocol's legal provisions. They must provide protection and assistance to victims of human trafficking and ensure that their rights are fully respected. More than 175 nations have ratified or acceded to the UN Trafficking in Persons Protocol. Next slide, please. Under this protocol, the crime of trafficking in persons involves three elements: an action such as recruiting, transporting, transferring, harboring, or receiving persons, a coercive means that ranges from abduction to abuse of power, and a purpose that is exploitative, such as sexual exploitation or forced labor. Trafficking in persons, human trafficking, and modern slavery are used interchangeably, as we know, to refer to a crime whereby traffickers exploit and profit at the expense of children and adults by compelling them to perform labor or engage in commercial sex. When a person is under 18 years of age and is used to perform a commercial sex act, it is a crime regardless of whether there is any force, fraud, or coercion involved. As we know, in the United States recognizes two primary forms of trafficking in persons: forced labor and sex trafficking. The protocol supplements the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, as trafficking in persons can be associated with transnational and/or organized criminal activity. Next slide, please. According to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime 2020 Global Report on Trafficking in Persons, traffickers target victims who are marginalized or in difficult circumstances. So undocumented migrants and people who are in desperate need of employment are also vulnerable, particularly to trafficking for forced labor. Criminals that traffic children target victims from extremely poor household, dysfunctional families, or those who are abandoned with no parental care. In low-income countries, children make up half of the victims detected and are mainly trafficked for forced labor at 46%. In higher income countries, children are trafficked mainly for sexual exploitation, forced criminality, or begging. Traffickers exploit victims in a variety of forms and infiltrate the globalized legal economy by exploiting victims in many economic sectors. Overall, 50% of detected victims were trafficked for sexual exploitation and 38% for forced labor, while 6% were subjected to forced criminal activity and more than 1% to begging. Smaller numbers were seen as being trafficked for forced marriages, organ removals, and other purposes. Victims of trafficking for forced labor are exploited across a range of economic sectors, as we talked about earlier, including agriculture, construction, the fishing industry, mining, street trading, and domestic servitude. Organized criminal groups traffic more victims and tend to use more violence than small-scale traffickers. Actors engaged in trafficking range from organized criminal groups, as you can see here. They are well-structured groups operating as business enterprises, seeking territorial control, to individuals operating on their own or in small groups or an opportunistic basis. When organized criminal groups are involved, many more victims are trafficked, often for longer periods across wider distances and with much more violence. However, a higher number of court cases that were analyzed by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime reported seeing more single traffickers than those involving organized crime groups. Next slide. These well-organized groups are typically involved in other crimes. For example, drug trafficking, money laundering, financial fraud, and other transnational crimes. Now, while many traffickers have criminal backgrounds and use trafficking as a direct source of income, there are also business owners who are traffickers, intimate partners who are traffickers, and other family members involved in human trafficking activity. Court cases reveal instances of parents facilitating the sexual exploitation of their children or forcing them into street begging. Other cases involve business owners exploiting victims into forced labor. Next slide. Now, although we have studies that have been conducted in the Pacific region, there's still extremely limited research and data on human trafficking regarding the Pacific region. According to one 2011 study by the Australian Institute of Criminology on the vulnerabilities to trafficking in persons in the Pacific Islands over a 6-year period from 2003 to 2009, and this is where we see the emerging evidence of human trafficking. 10 Pacific Island nations, Fiji, Guam, the Marshall Islands, New Caledonia, Northern Mariana Islands, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Tonga, and Vanuatu, reported that they had reason to believe people were trafficked into their country, that the facilitators of trafficking are often not based in the region, and the most publicized cases have involved the transnational element, that the Pacific Islands are being used as a temporary transit points, which was not surprising at the time, since the region has been used as a transit point for people smuggling and a range of other organized transnational criminal activities, such as drug trafficking and drug smuggling, and exploitation of resources through illegal fishing and logging. And for those of you that continue to do this work, I believe that we can say that Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands is more than a transit point, that we see it as a source and destination point as well. Next slide. In terms of transnational crime, it can involve trafficking in persons for otherwise legal purposes, such as labor in legal industries. Alternatively, they can be used to facilitate other illegal activities, including organized crime, which has been found to be present in the Pacific region. Gambling and prostitution have been highlighted as forming part of what has been considered a larger, more organized syndicate of criminal activity in the Pacific region. However, the cottage industry may in fact be more common in the Pacific than centrally organized crime, in that small-time operators commonly work in isolation, contributing directly to small aspects of a larger transnational criminal operation. These small-scale criminals may be involved with larger criminal syndicates based outside of the Pacific, where they are used to facilitate activities within the Pacific region. Cottage industry organized crime is still very serious, and when chains of small local operators are connected or interlinked with international facilitators, then this type of crime can be very significant in terms of the challenges it poses in detection and prosecution. Next slide. In terms of people movements, mobility, and migration, we know that in the Pacific Islands, in the Pacific region, we have a history of labor mobility. We have people movements into, within, and out of the region, which are linked to regional changes. These movements may be unregulated, and coupled with increasing migration, increase the risk of trafficking in persons and similar crimes. Increased movement within or out of the region by nationals is in part due to population drivers. Growth rates in the majority of the Pacific Islands, particularly in Melanesia, generally exceed average economic growth rates, increasing the pressure to migrate in order to find work. Natural disasters, poverty, or disparities in economic and security conditions, together with other factors, have led to substantial people movement in the Pacific region. While outward migration may be economically attractive, it can leave the outgoing migrants vulnerable at their destinations. Movement of Pacific Islanders out of the region also potentially increases the risk of trafficking of inward migrants or relocation of migrants already in the region to supplement a diminishing local workforce. Movement into the region is already increasing due to substantial maritime activity, such as fishing, cruise and cargo shipping, resource and agricultural industries, such as logging, mining, non-traditional agriculture, and tourism involving high levels of visa-free entry. Demand for workers in these industries is high, and exploitative work environments are common, which then presents risks for labor trafficking. Children often don't have birth registration documents, particularly those born in times of crisis, such as community disputes, political unrest, and natural disasters, which increases the risk of child exploitation and trafficking. A compounding issue for trafficking risks is that the Pacific Islands law enforcement and border control mechanisms may often be inadequate. People movements occurring in more remote areas of the region may not be regulated at all, increasing opportunities for trafficking in persons and other crimes. Allegations of child exploitation that may in some cases involve trafficking in persons are complicated by a limited law enforcement presence in outlying remote islands due to a lack of capacity and limited respect for appropriate laws by international workers. Next slide. States with governance and a rule of law that are found to be weak, failing, or failed may also reduce the capacity to enforce and protect against human trafficking and corruption. Some islands have responded to this by instituting or implementing frameworks to improve accountability. Anti-corruption initiatives that are connected to what are considered to be the whole of government, such as our finance and health aspects, are being implemented by some Pacific Island nations, and they've been identified as good practice. However, we know that much more can be done in terms of these incentives and initiatives, and official corruption remains common in the Pacific Island region, thereby placing much more pressure on our regulatory networks. Corruption, as we know, hinders attempts to deliver services, strategies that may prevent trafficking. Specifically, and for example, official corruption, such as with immigration officials, aids the process of supplying documents used in identity and immigration fraud, which is very relevant to human trafficking, when it attempts to prevent organized transnational trafficking in persons, because it is this corruption that allows traffickers to move across borders inconspicuously or secretly. Next slide. Cultural knowledge and practices we know can offer protections from trafficking in persons. We have small cohesive communities that can contribute to improve policing and reporting of any criminal activity, especially again in outlying areas, in remote areas. For example, where there are marine vessels that are arriving into a Pacific community and are docking, we can have small communities that then, based on their vigilance and policing, will police the area for potential development to improve prevention and detection of trafficking in persons. We have at times these marine vessels that go unchecked by state agencies, and so these small cohesive communities then become that much more critical. However, we also know that cultural practices can also present risks. While there is diversity in our cultures in the Pacific region, there are some Pacific Island cultures that have patriarchal social systems where the attitudes and the beliefs and the role of men dominate social institutions, decision-making, ideas, and practices in both the private and public spheres. The consequences then that we face is the disempowerment of women, and that violence against women and girls can go unchecked, increasing their vulnerability to other harm like trafficking. Poverty, when combined with patriarchal social system, also impacts the education and future employment opportunities for girls and women in the Pacific. All of this contributes to an observed increase that has been found in studies of women working in the sex industry with the inherent risk that the work involves trafficking. All of these factors also may be contributing to the reported exposure of young women to a system where sex is traded for fish and fresh produce. And this system has been identified as widespread in the Pacific among local and international fishing trawlers. Next slide. In terms of natural disasters and climate change and climate crisis, these present opportunities for traffickers to prey on vulnerable people, children and adults who may have lost their homes, their families, their livelihoods. They also exacerbate any pre-existing corrupt systems that can support or facilitate trafficking due to further breakdowns in governance and the rule of law following natural disasters. Increases in the frequency and intensity of climate-induced weather events are also likely to result in further displacement, with communities being displaced by climate change, climate crisis. They also face the vulnerability of being in competition for land, which then also increases conflict between existing and relocated communities alike. Women are likely to be particularly vulnerable as customs around land rights often limit their access to the land and or may place pressure on them to find ways to access land, including being compelled to marry. Next slide.
Now, the different aspects and trends that we just reviewed were trends that we saw happening some years back, including up and through 2011, but some of those trends we continue to see today. If we refer then to the more recent United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime 2020 Global Report and look at the profile of victims, we see that in East Asia and the Pacific, because we were combined, women represent the largest share of detected victims. Children account for about 1/3 of the victims detected in 2018, while 1 in 5 detected victims is an adult man. It has been reported that in terms of the East Asian countries, women or girls are more frequently than victims. The information received from the countries in the Pacific refers to large shares of or percentages of girl victims of trafficking in the Solomon Islands, men detected in New Zealand, and women, girls, and men detected in Australia. Next slide. Countries in East Asia and the Pacific detect large numbers of victims who were trafficked for the purpose of sexual exploitation. Less than 1/3 of the victims are trafficked for the purpose of forced labor. Among the other forms of exploitation, victims trafficked to produce sexual abuse material, such as pornography, and trafficking for forced marriage have also been reported. Countries in East Asia and the Pacific report a higher share of girls that are trafficked for the purpose of sexual exploitation. Adult men are mainly reported to be trafficked into forced labor. East Asia and the Pacific, however, records a relatively high and equal share of males, that's inclusive of men and boys, trafficked for sexual exploitation, and females, women, and girls for forced labor at 28%. So if you add up those percentages that you see, we see that between the trafficking for sexual exploitation for men and boys at 28% and for females for forced labor at 28%. So in summary, next slide. So this is a summary of some of the data points that we just saw, including, again, that half of the detected victims in the East Asia Pacific region are adult women. We look at the majority of detected victims in East Asia and Pacific continuing to be trafficked for sexual exploitation. As we move on, and interestingly, in the region, women account for the majority of persons investigated and prosecuted, and about a half of the convicted for trafficking in persons. And then we do see and continue to see that the region is characterized by significant levels of both domestic and intra-regional trafficking. Now, one of the other trends or aspects when we talk about human trafficking relates to security interests. And so human trafficking, as we know, is not only an affront to human rights and dignity, it is also criminal activity, and it also is a security concern. Research on the security implications of human trafficking indicate that it can fuel conflict by enabling armed and extremist groups to raise revenue and expand their power and military capabilities. Human trafficking can also drive displacement and destabilize communities, exacerbating conflict and undermining development. When committed by security forces, by peacekeepers, by police, by military personnel, human trafficking undercuts the ability of international institutions to carry out the very mission of promoting peace and stability. Now, research has shown that an increased presence of military personnel can fuel the demand for sexually exploitative services. We see as examples in South Korea between the 1960s and 1980s, South Korean women were trafficked to brothels visited by US military personnel. They were tricked by job placement agencies and held in debt. by traffickers who then managed a network of prostitution camps. The trafficking of women around U.S. bases in South Korea has remained a problem in more recent years. It has been found that the women from China, the Philippines, and Russia are increasingly replacing South Korean women as victims of trafficking and prostitution. Commercial sex zones have emerged close to several U.S. military bases around the world. We also know that human trafficking is an affront to core human rights, including the right to freedom and dignity, and a commitment to justice and the rule of law. Next slide. These are other examples of where security interests and human trafficking interlink. We see that in the 1980s, U.S. Subic Bay Naval Base in the Philippines, which was the largest U.S. military base outside of the U.S. at the time, was said to have estimated to have an estimated 500 million generated in revenue by brothels surrounding the base. Although there was the closure in the 1990s, the commercial sex industry continues to persist. In 2012, the Korea Times reported that more than 1 million Korean women had been used in prostitution by U.S. troops. We see that the Guam Naval Fleet and Family Services Unit also observed dramatic increases of sexual assault and possible trafficking violations that correlated to the submarines and naval ships that were arriving in port. The military response at the time was harsher violation articles and required human trafficking trainings. In 2009, we saw the International Network of Women Against Militarism from Guam, Japan, Okinawa, South Korea, Hawaii, the Philippines, Australia, Palau, the Marshall Islands, the Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, and the United States, holding meetings and public forums on human trafficking and prostitution, and on other political, social, economic, and environmental issues relating to militarization and buildup. As we know, the U.S. military presence in Okinawa and the realignment to Guam continues to be met with political opposition, political resistance, political debate. There may be disagreement and activism that continues today. And so there are also the arguments and the references to the criminal, social, health, and other human rights related issues that come, including human trafficking, that come with this realignment that has been put forward. Next slide. Now, the next 3 slides are examples of cases that have been held here, prosecuted in Guam and in the Northern Mariana Islands. And so it's being shown to you for the purpose of just reminding ourselves that these do exist and that it is very real. And so we have here Kwan Soon Oh, and this involved the luring of 10 women from China of Korean heritage who were then forced into prostitution. Next slide. We have Song Ja Cha, and everyone has referred to that as the Blue House case in 2011, where there was the conviction of the bar owner who induced 10 victims from Truk in the Federated States of Micronesia to come to Guam, and then they were forced into prostitution. Next slide. This is U.S. v. Annette and Basa, where we have in 2013, homeless girls under 18 years of age. They were minors at the time. They were coaxed to live with the defendant. She gave them drugs and had them perform sex acts for money. Now, on a more personal context, the next slide, which is a photo, represents 7 women from China who were trafficked to Saipan and forced into prostitution. And this is how they wish to be photographed. And then the next two slides are powerful and profound quotes from two victims of human trafficking in our region, specifically from the Northern Mariana Islands. The stage is very bright. They told us that we are going to have something to cover our body while dancing, but now even our soul can be seen. I was unlucky. Now the lady has been found guilty on 3 counts. Everyone has come to congratulate me as if it is all over and done with. However, to me, my life and my family are still badly affected by this case. My family is still burdened by many debts. I'm still full of fear for their safety. My reputation is hurt by this case. The local newspapers, both English and Chinese, reported my case in detail. My name was in the newspaper as well. Next slide. And so in closing, we have summarized and discussed an overview of the critical international instruments and reports on human trafficking, including the United Nations Trafficking in Persons Protocol, supplementing the United Nations Convention on Transnational Crime, and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes Global Report on Human Trafficking. We also discussed related global data on traffickers and victims. We then reviewed Pacific reports and studies on human trafficking and related data and their trends, which also included Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. And I'd like to then close with recommendations for effective action aimed at preventing and combating trafficking in crime and in persons. And because of our limited time, I'm just going to highlight that these recommendations really focus on having a human rights-centered approach, ensuring that we establish and continue to have a Pacific regional response to human trafficking, because we cannot operate in silos. Human trafficking crosses borders. Human trafficking involves our sister islands and communities. And so it is critical that we have representatives from all of our regions, Micronesia, Melanesia, and Polynesia, come together to share information and to find effective ways to address and prevent and enforce human trafficking. Lastly, quantitative and qualitative data collection and analysis. It is very critical that we have disaggregated data so that we can analyze and be that much more better informed in terms of the development of policies, in terms of the development of processes, in terms of the establishment of treatment and other support services for victims and survivors of human trafficking, and also ways to address offenders, businesses, workers, protect labor rights, and others. And without this data, it becomes very, very difficult for us to ensure that we are in fact effectively responding to human trafficking. And so again, thank you very much for your time. Sizus Masi.
Thank you so much, Attorney Alicia Limtiaco. As I said before, about 10 years ago is what it started for me. So it's quite an honor for Eric and I to be able to present this plaque of appreciation to you. And it is actually a latte stone. So for those off island to also see, but really an honor to have you again with us today, as you were our keynote 10 years ago. So we could step in front for I hope that was very informative for everybody. As I loved what I love about that presentation is Alicia Lipniako also addressed a lot of the myths that surround human trafficking. As she mentioned, the traffickers were also women, which I think a lot of times we think that it would be male traffickers, but the buyers can be men and women, the traffickers can be men and women, as well as the victims. So it's really important to note that the information that we are sharing with our communities is the truth and not misinformation. So I really appreciate you clarifying a lot of those points today, Attorney Lipniako. Now, I'm sure you're all ready for a break. Please take about 10 minutes or so. We do have coffee available for those who need a pick-me-up, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. And please know that the pamphlets, flyers that are at the center of the table, you're welcome to take those home with you and share the wealth of knowledge that you learned from our speakers today. Very excited for our next panel, which is the law enforcement panel, but don't be fooled, not everybody on the panel is law enforcement. Just wanted to call, except for Captain Scott Wade at the end here. But we are wanting to really take in the Human Rights Conference series, talk about human trafficking on Guam and the Pacific. And we were very specific with the speakers that we selected. On introducing today's panelists, we have Assistant Special Agent in Charge, John Duenas, who is tuning in virtually this morning. And John, Special Agent Duenas is currently the Assistant Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations, Honolulu, and oversees Hawaii, Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Micronesian and Polynesian Islands. And HISI is responsible for investigating and targeting cross-border criminal organizations that exploit to disrupt trade, travel, financial, and immigration systems for illicit purposes. ASAC Duenas began his law enforcement career with the Guam Police Department in 1988 and was assigned to various assignments to include the FBI and U.S. Customs Task Force. ASAC Duenas became a special agent with the U.S. Customs Service in November of 2000. He was promoted to a group supervisor for the Honolulu Airport Group and was responsible for creating the Honolulu Border Enforcement Security Task Force, known as BEST. And the BEST comprised of personnel from state, local, and federal law enforcement partners who targeted criminal organizations and sophisticated smugglers and traffickers who utilize the air and seaports of Hawaii to facilitate their illegal activities. He oversees a team of special agents, criminal analysts, task force officers, and mission support. Mr. Duenas also oversees 2 high-intensity drug trafficking area task force initiatives and certified undercover operations for HSI Honolulu. Thank you for tuning in today, Special Agent Duenas. See him on the screen there. And then we also have Attorney Joshua Walsh, who was born on Guam with a family history that spans from upstate New York to the Caroline Islands in Micronesia. He received his BA from Georgetown University in 2001 and JD from the William S. Richardson School of Law at the University of Hawaii, Manoa in 2008. He is admitted to practice law in the local and federal courts of Guam, as well as the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. He's been admitted pro hac vice to several matters before the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia and the Pohnpei State Court, and has been accepted as class action counsel in matters before the District Court of Guam and the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia. He serves on both the Appellate Rules Review Committee of the Supreme Court of Guam and the Continuing Legal Education Committee of the Guam Bar Association. Among his community interests, Mr. Walsh is an active member of the governing body for rugby on Guam. Hey, watch out, everybody. And a board director of the Micronesian Legal Services Corporation serving the indigenous community of Guam. He's also a lecturer at the University of Guam, whose classes have included studies in intergovernmental relations, administrative thought, and legal writing. Mr. Walsh has a general litigation practice, and his work involves assisting clients, navigates all stages of complex civil litigation and dispute resolutions, as well as assembling legal teams and instructing other counsels in foreign jurisdictions as may be required to meet those client needs. Mr. Walsh provides counsel in business disputes, contractual breaches, federal and local procurement protests, and maritime claims. He also provides general business and corporate advice and represents clients in criminal matters involving DUI defense, felony defense, and appeals. Thank you so much. And Miss Esther Sablon, right here, as we see. Thank you. Miss Esther Sablon is the Executive Director, 36th Wing Anderson Air Force Base, Guam. In this role, she serves as the principal assistant to the wing commander and the senior civilian executive responsible for the management and oversight of 36th Wing strategic plans, programs, and readiness. The 36th Wing is host to 8,000 joint military and civilian personnel at the most forward sovereign United States Air Force base in the Indo-Pacific region. As one of 3 major military installations within the Joint Region Marianas, Anderson Air Force Base supports a wide range of advanced systems and critical missions of strategic importance, including contingency response, space operations, logistics readiness, missile defense, fuel and munition storage, and airfield sustainment and support. Ms. Sablon is a distinguished graduate of Detachment 365 of the Air Force Reserve Officer Training Corps at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the infamous MIT. She served in several operational and leadership positions in the Air National Guard, including Aircraft Maintenance Officer, HH-60G, Pave Hawk helicopter pilot, wing commander, and Joint Task Force commander after working as an aerospace systems engineer in the defense industry. She began her civil service in 2012 as dual status technician for the California Air National Guard, and she retired from the Air Guard as colonel in 2021. Thank you for joining us. And Captain Scott Wade, Hafaday. Captain Scott Wade is currently assigned as the Division Chief of the Guam Police Department, Criminal Investigations Division. He's a graduate of the Guam Community College, the University of Hawaii at Hilo, the Drug Enforcement Administration Drug Unit Commander Academy Class number 45, and was the overall outstanding scholar recipient from the University of Guam's Master's Program through the School of Business and Public Administration. Since joining Guam Police Department in 1992, he's held various assignments within patrol support, special operations, legal internal affairs, community affairs, and criminal investigation units. He was awarded Police Officer of the Year in 1996 and the Police Manager of the Year in 2014, and serves as an instructor of ethics and social values at Guam Police Department's Police Academy. Thank you so much for joining us today. And before we start our panel, we are going to welcome a brief presentation by Captain Wade on human trafficking in Guam. Please join me in welcoming Captain Scott Wade.
Morning, Hafaday. I'm kind of new to the public speaking thing, so I'll try to extend my voice like they told me. What I want to do this morning is kind of give just a real brief overview on 3 of the significant cases we had on Guam involving human trafficking, which the Guam Police Department was involved in. The 3 cases we'll talk about are the Blue House case, which I'm pretty sure everybody knows about. And there's more to talk about on that because there's more known about it, open source information. We'll talk about the Club Mishu, also called the Club Music, which was ironically right across from the Tamuni precinct on the 2nd floor of a building. And the last one we'll talk about is the case in 2018, which is the Wild Orchid Karaoke Lounge. So the Blue House case, there's been a lot written about it. There's a lot of open source information, so we're not giving away too many secret law enforcement stuff. Essentially what happened in that is from 2004 to 2008, the club owner, Sung Ja Cha, Korean lady, she opened a lounge, a karaoke lounge, Blue House. And what she did is she brought in women, mainly from Chuk, the FSM. And sadly, one of the persons that she conspired with to bring females from the island was the father of 2 of the workers. One of them was told that she would come to Guam and she would work in a restaurant or a store. And when she got on island, her dad, her father, told her that she was going to work in Blue House. And they took her passport away, took her clothes away, restricted her access to the outside world, and pretty much put her up working in the bar. There was a VIP room in which the women would go in and men would come in and buy drinks for the purpose of committing a sexual act. Some of the women that worked there, for a lack of better words, were more involved or more cooperative, conspirators, and some of them, like I don't want to mention her name, were forced to do it. Intimidation, coercion was used to make that person comply. So one of the sad things about this case, at least with our department and our image, is that there were police officers involved. So what Ms. Cha did is she had befriended some police officers and they would frequent the Blue House. And what Cha would do is tell the girls, hey, these are my good friends. And if you do anything wrong, they're going to arrest you. And if you try to escape, they're going to find you and they're going to bring you back here. Personally, I don't know because I was not at criminal investigation at the time, if the officers were co-conspirators involved totally, complicitly, or if Cha was telling the girls that in a way to intimidate them or make them believe that she had the backing of the officers. So the outcome of the investigation is that Cha was given a life sentence and ordered to pay restitution. The way the Guam Police Department got involved, and I want to mention this, is one of the girls there was able to reach out to a Chuki's wife of a police officer in Guam and told the wife about what was going on. So that police officer went, he was a patrol officer at the time, and he looked into the matter and realized that some of the things were valid, some of the things that she was alleging were true. At the time on Guam, there was no statute for human trafficking. There was a human trafficking statute enacted in 2009, prior to this occurring. So the Guam Police Department got a hold of, I believe it was HSI at the time, and they conducted the investigation. The charging went federal, and subsequently the charging of the police officers went back to the local court. They weren't charged federally. Sadly, the father of one of the victims was not charged federally. And like I said, there was no local statute at the time, so he was not charged locally. And the statute of limitation, I believe, expired on that. Ironically, Cha died at DOC in 2010. So poetic justice, maybe. Like I said, 2 of the 3 police officers were charged and are actually currently still incarcerated at DOC. Club Mushu, or Club Music. Between 2006 and 2008, the manager at the place, Hui Dong Kenneth, ran a karaoke club. What he did was he had deceived and violated the visa waiver laws, and he brought women in from Korea, and they would work at the karaoke club. But what Mr. Kong did is he took passports of some of the workers that didn't really want to work anymore or didn't want to stay, and he held the passports from them, minimized some of their exposure to the outside world, and holding their passports kept the women in servitude, in the servitude of the business. This case, we got involved when a patrol officer was going around and checking after our clubs that were still open. He had located 2 of the females that were outside because usually what happens is when a patrol officer shows up to an after-hour place, the people lock the door, turn down the music, tell everybody be quiet. You know, we can't get in without a warrant. That patrol officer just happened to find 2 of them outside, brought them to the precinct. They had no identification. We had to get an interpreter because there is always usually a language barrier. We found out that they had their passports taken, and that's why they had no ID. Then we talked to them some more, and we found out well, we don't have passports because Mr. Kong was holding them to make us work there. HSI got involved in that. I believe the case went federal. There were 2 other people mentioned in the Wild Orchid that weren't charged. One actually was also a former police officer. Chan-Ho Park. Subsequently, in federal court, Mr. Kong was indicted. They were trying to get 6 months incarceration, but through the legal process, I believe he was 6 months home monitoring and had to pay a $3,000 fine. The last case happened in 2018. It says 8 up there. I got it wrong. So Peter Wang. Peter Wang was the owner of Wild Orchid Lounge in Oka, Tamuni. And what Mr. Wang did is he had a co-conspirator in Taiwan. And that co-conspirator would find young Taiwanese women and bring them to Guam. And they would also deceive or conceal their purpose. They allegedly came here as tourists under the Waiver Act, Visa Waiver Act, but they then started working at the club. And they would get $20 for a drink, of which Mr. Wang took $10. But the women lived at an apartment that was owned by Mr. Wang and Jigo, and he would take another $5 of that. So in essence, the girls got $5 for every drink that they were able to have somebody buy. HSI got involved. The 4 women that were there at the time of the execution of the warrant were all sent back to Taiwan, and Mr. Wang was subsequently indicted in federal court. He did 1 day incarceration and had paid a fine. I believe this case, not to talk too much about John's shop, but I believe this case stemmed from another individual that was part of an investigation in 2010. Ms. Sun, who was doing the same thing at a club called Joy Luck. And I guess that investigation left to Mr. Wang. So those are like the 3 main cases that we've been involved in on Guam. I just want to mention from a law enforcement perspective that one of the difficulties we have in these kind of investigations, and they're all kind of illustrated in the 2 cases that I first mentioned, where the victims of the human trafficking in some essence, or could be considered like co-conspirators. So when law enforcement, the police, the uniformed police officer shows up, it becomes difficult to identify human trafficking cases because the victims, the women there, whether they were told this by whoever owns the club or what they probably think we're there to arrest them. Because if you think about it, in some contexts, they violated the Visa Waiver Act. So they think that if we find out they lied on their immigration or visa status, that we're there to arrest them. The other thing is some of them that do come here, like the Wild Orchid case, they know why they're coming here. They know that they're going to come here and work in a karaoke club or some form of prostitution. And when a uniformed police officer shows up for however or whatever reason we came there to encounter them on, there's a little level of deception by them when they talk to us, because they're worried that perhaps we're going to arrest them or we're there because we think they're working in prostitution kind of occupations. So that becomes really difficult on the law enforcement perspective. And the 3 cases, if you kind of look at them, demonstrate that that's one of the difficulties that we have, especially on the uniform presence side when we first meet them. The other difficulty we have, of course, is the language barriers that we have and the cultural barriers that we have when we encounter these people. So it becomes a little difficult to identify sometimes when we meet victims of human trafficking. And the best way for the department is dealing with that is through training and awareness, trying to let our officers become aware that sometimes the victims are not the co-conspirators and they're not involved in this prostitution ring, and they're actually, you know, being held or first coerced or intimidated to work there. And if we can increase the training and awareness with our guys, perhaps we can help save a little bit, save some more of these women and deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain Wade, for that presentation. Extremely informative, especially for our folks that are tuning in virtually. Thank you for staying with us. Now we're going to move on to our law enforcement panel with our panel of speakers here, and noting that we also have Special Agent Duenas tuning in virtually. So I wanted to start off with the first question for Special Agent Duenas, and wanted to ask about what types of human trafficking cases do you find most prevalent in the region, and could you explain further?
Hey, Hafide, and thank you so much for having me participate in this conference, which I think is very important. Before I answer that question, I'd like to just kind of touch base on what Captain Scott Wade concluded his presentation on regarding the victim-centered approach on these women. That is one of the most important things that has changed within the last 10 years. Mary Kate, that you and I have spoken about, is that we've now went from prosecution focus to victim-centered or victim-centric approach to these human trafficking cases. And one of the things that we're going out and promoting to all the organizations and to the community and to all law enforcement, which is a very difficult thing, is that without these victims, we don't have a case. We do not have a human trafficking case. And all those cases that, with the exception of the Blue House case, all those cases that Captain Scott Wade had briefed us on or presented on, they were actually just straight up visa fraud. They had implications, they had the telltale of trafficking, but because of the lack of, not the way we treated the women or the victims, but because of the lack of the sensitivity to that and not knowing what we've known now back then, I think we would have been more productive and more successful in prosecuting trafficking cases. So I just wanted to get that out there before I forget. But going to your question, ma'am, regarding what are the prevalent trafficking cases that we see here in the region, is labor trafficking and sex trafficking. And I know that there is I know there's some people say there's more sex trafficking in this region and there's more labor trafficking. And I'm here to submit to you that they both go hand in hand. Because you go out there, the criminal organization goes out, they recruit for labor trafficking, they recruit for construction workers, they recruit for hostesses. But when they come in here, they're actually doing something else. They're doing prostitution, they're doing sex crimes, they're doing sex acts. So labor trafficking and sex trafficking is the most prevalent here in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Special Agent Duenas. And moving on to the I really want to hear from Esther. Don't worry, Esther, it won't be a hard question. Even though under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, there isn't a law on human trafficking, I do know that U.S. military personnel are provided training. So could you explain the office that exists to provide that training and what sort of training the U.S. military goes through? Mic's on. You are a retired colonel, so I know you can speak loud. I have this mic too.
Good morning. Thank you, Mary Kate. So yes, the DoD stood up the office Combating Trafficking in Persons Program Management Office. It's at the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense, and they provide training to all DoD uniform members, civilian members, and also even targeted training in the DoDEA schools. They actually cover and focus on 3 areas of trafficking in persons, and 2 you've already heard a lot about. One is sex trafficking, and also labor trafficking or forced labor. But the DoD also provides training on child soldiering, which is another aspect of human trafficking that military personnel are likely to encounter. And yes, that training has evolved through the years. So it started off in 2005 was when they first started offering it to uniformed members, and civilians have been getting it since 2010. And that targeted training for the school personnel started in 2018. So right now it is a one-time requirement, but commanders always have the option, and they do exercise it, to do more touch point training. In other words, they can offer the training at any time, and you often see it happening at new duty stations, newcomers, to young service members that are new to the military. And that's how the DoD aims to comply and also be part of the solution with the U.S.'s zero tolerance policy on human trafficking.
Thank you so much. And moving on with the legal, or sticking on with the legal conversation as well, Attorney Walsh, with regards to the prosecutions, I know with Special Agent Duenas had mentioned that we don't have a case without the victim's testimony. Could you elaborate on sort of the legal components of human trafficking, and what are those components if minors are involved?
So thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm Josh. I wanted to offer just a few perspectives.
Yes.
From my involvement first in human trafficking issues on Guam started with our law office was had a part of the role of the defense of Song Cha. Okay. Now we were appointed to that matter. I wanted to raise that because I think your question about legal processes and how do you move forward in the prosecution, I think as Captain Wade pointed out in this discussion on needing language translators, for instance, I think the physical infrastructure required to do these cases right is daunting if you're going to do it right, especially in a case like the Blue House matter. Just on the defense side of things, if you remember from the news stories, they were trying to find lawyers for these people because you had various possible defendants or actors involved, or in that case, is a Chuki's woman who sort of is helping mom, Miss Cha, is she a victim or is she a defendant? Should be a defendant as well. So finding all of these unconflicted lawyers on an island like ours to step up to be involved in a case like that requires some work.
Yes.
And it's one of the things that keep thinking about if you're going to have these prosecutions move forward, right? You can't just prosecute it. You need to figure out the defense side of things, right? Who's going to do that? And then the interpreter aspects of things. And then in the great difficulty of the Blue House case, the internal affairs aspect of what had to go on at GPD to sort out, the good guys in the blue uniforms from perhaps not the good guys in the blue uniforms, or perhaps not everybody in a blue uniform who showed up for a drink was the same kind of bad guy. And then I think the other interesting aspect of the human trafficking cases is that interplay between local law, police officers violating local law, and then federal human trafficking laws where you've got to get the U.S. Attorney's Office involved, which is why having sort of the skill set of General Imtiako or somebody involved where you've got people who can sort of do that intelligent discussion between the local Attorney General's office and the U.S. Attorney's Office and move those sort of aspects forward. So I think it's worth thinking about. Yes, these prosecutions are important, but nothing goes anywhere unless you've got the translators, the prosecutors talking to each other, internal affairs of police departments, if heaven forbid you need that, and then defense lawyers who are competent enough to be stood up to do some of these things. And just on the translator point, translators on this island are especially difficult because if you're looking at our Micronesian community or our Filipino brothers and sisters, not everybody speaks the same language, right? You can't bring a Yapese translator in to talk to a Yapese person if you don't know where in Yap the person's from. Are they from the main island? Or are they, from Europic or something like that? So just even having the ability to have those conversations is good. And I think it's an essential role for UOG, right? To make sure that the unique aspects of prosecuting cases like this can happen because everyone's geared with enough local, regional knowledge to do it. Sorry, that was probably a longer answer than you wanted.
No, that was fantastic. And to that point, with regards to the translators, I'm sure it's not just anybody that speaks the language. You need them to have the training to be able to know what to ask.
And
Right.
specifically in the Micronesian context, you're gonna have a woman go into a woman she doesn't know with a man and have a conversation about a Micronesian woman's sex interactions with another man. I mean, there are very real reasons why people will be quiet that we sort of know just by being us, but they get amplified in our more traditional sort of societies where there's a woman's role or a male and man's role, or an aspect of that. And if I could say just one other thing about the cultural aspect of these things. On our island, well, my mother grew up in Outer Islands of Yapuleti. Used to tell a story about how she, when she was younger, sort of got posted, sort of adopted maybe in the native sense, to an older lady, grandmother, so that she was going to be working with that lady, who was a horrible woman. Okay? That woman drove my mother like a slave, almost. Now, there's enough scholarship out there to sort of say there's a role for that in traditional society, right? My mother learned how to tend a taro patch, care for things, play this role. But on our island, where do we draw the line between what is sort of a culturally accepted practice, assigning somebody in the family to be full-time with grandma, and then start realizing that even on our island, we're shuffling people around for labor they don't really want to do. Maybe they should want to do it, or we're importing people. Let's go bring cousin so-and-so out from someplace who's 15, who doesn't know any different, and she's told you got to stay at the house all the time
Right.
to take care of this role. So I think there's a very real cultural dynamic about trying to understand human trafficking that's broader than East Asia trafficking, broader than Pacific Rim trafficking, that could be very specific to what are we doing here. And I'm not judging it. I'm not saying that bringing up your 15-year-old cousin from Puluwat to Guam to watch grandma and everybody else at the house and work a job at Burger King so that everybody else doesn't is trafficking. Maybe it is. I'm a lawyer. I ask the questions. I don't necessarily have the answers. That's for everybody else, I suppose.
I really appreciate your time with that, because I do know that we have a lot of listeners tuning in from off island and in the U.S. mainland, and it's really important to note some of the cultural barriers that we have in countering human trafficking here in the Pacific and on the islands compared to the methods and the efforts that are happening in the U.S. mainland. So it's not a cookie cutter approach for everybody. So bringing up the cultural implications is very important. So I'm going to move it over to Captain Wade with regards to your office. I know that with law enforcement, it's about being trauma informed and not victim centric, because we do have an advocacy panel coming up later with regards to victim centric. But does your office continue to track victims or perpetrators after they've moved out of your immediate responsibility? And that is to ask if your office actively tracks cases after they've passed through your office.
So traditionally, Ron,
Mike.
there you go. So traditionally, right, when you look at police departments, the perspective and the focus that we have is enforcing laws, public safety. So no, we don't track the victims after they've gone, whether they're co-conspirators on the arrest or whether we've identified them as victims and got their statements and all the evidence that they can help us get on them. We don't really track victims and what happened to them and things like that. One of the unique things about Guam is we have a DART team, Domestic Assault Response Team. And it's actually a template that we've shared with a lot of our partners in the Pacific. The great thing about the DART team is it took advocates, victim advocates, and they put them with police officers in the same offices, working on the same case, where, traditionally you have the police officers doing their investigation. And when they're kind of done, they hand them off to the advocates, and the victim advocate helps them go and get resources and stuff. But by putting them in the same office, we're able to tailor or focus the investigation sometimes even. So we focus more on the victims, making sure they get safety and care. Now, the DART office is for family violence and criminal sexual assault victims. But if you really think about, since the statute was enacted in 2009, which allowed Guam Police Department to arrest for human trafficking type related offenses. And we would have identified victims who traditionally, without training and awareness, we would think of as co-conspirators involved in the prostitution. The ability with the DART team, if we identify victims now, would be to ensure that they partner with a lot of our aid and service partners to help those people get care. But traditionally before, especially the first two cases, we haven't tracked them. No.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that with, again, it's just important to know with the offices working together, we really wanted to bring the various stakeholders together to talk about what their scope and purview is. And I want to bring Special Agent Duenas back on the mic to ask about the differences between human trafficking and smuggling, because I think even in the media, even though smuggling is also a point of concern, it often gets mixed together when they are two separate entities. So if you could talk about smuggling as relates with human trafficking and the differences, please.
Sure. So trafficking, let me say this, that both trafficking and smuggling is lucrative, very lucrative money making, and it's mainly run by organized criminal networks. The difference between trafficking and smuggling is that trafficking is involuntary. It's a crime against person. It's a crime against a person that is force, fraud, and coercion. It does not require that person to cross the border, and it doesn't necessarily have to be foreign nationals or citizens. Versus smuggling. Smuggling is voluntary. It's a crime against the state. It's a crime against the immigration process. It's transportation based, and it requires that you cross a border in order for us to charge smuggling. Now, is there a time that smuggling can transform or be trafficking? Absolutely. And I just want to say that both trafficking and smuggling does pose significant threat to our national security, both and to our public safety here on the island. So, thank you.
Thank you so much in explaining the differences, because sometimes, and I remember learning this from Attorney Limtiaco, about even trafficking can be a misleading word because it assumes that there's always movement across borders, but you can be trafficked out of your very own home, again, with that forced fraud and coercion and the exploitation of victims. So I wanted to turn it back over to Esther with regards to the Department of Defense and the training that they provide with CTIP. Could you explain more on the NSPD 22?
So NSPD, and I don't remember the acronym, National Security Presidential Directive? No? Anyone tell me after the break?
I know we have some uniform personnel in the room.
It's basically the U.S.'s zero tolerance policy on trafficking in persons. And so, it's bigger than the Department of Defense. It's the entire federal government strategy. And training is just part of that strategy for the Department of Defense. Obviously, having meaningful and enforceable barriers, as we've heard about from others, also plays a big role in that. And you heard Ms. Limtiaco talk about how the DoD increased some of its measures following incidences in the past. And those measures and processes are still in place today, and they do have very meaningful consequences, certainly career-ending, life-altering in some cases.
Thank you very much for your response. And it's great to, again, with Guam, a third of Guam being operated with the U.S. military personnel here, it's important to see the active training that's happening here for our military personnel about human trafficking. So I did want to ask Attorney Walsh with regards to the indicators or some of the red flags that we might see with regards to human trafficking victims. And you mentioned kind of the call out of the cultural factors, but what some people might say is, oh, that's just normal to bring in a relative from somewhere. How can we really identify whether it's human trafficking or not?
Well, yeah, how to identify completely, I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I could say one of the biggest things I notice is a dividing line between real work, official work, and not real work. So there are good people from the Hilton who are setting up lunch. The Hilton's a company, right? So maybe, we don't have union protections for the workers in Guam hotels, but they're protected. If God forbid that chandelier did something here, I would assume that Hilton has got a workers' comp policy in place and that these gentlemen would be taken care of.
They're
to
nodding
some
their
extent,
head.
Right. But that's not true for everybody who does work for us on Guam. Some of my not my practice, I'm just talking with relatives, includes, you sort of hear these sad stories. So-and-so has lost a hand at the job site. Well, where's the workers' comp? Well, there's not going to be a workers' comp because it's not a real job site. He was getting, $40 a day from somebody, maybe. And nobody wants to, well, we got to go to the cops about that. Well, I was getting the money under the table, so I was doing a bad thing. You sort of hear these things. So I think there's a dividing line between real and non-real companies. I'll give you one example from my maritime practice. If you've got a ship that does something bad, hits a reef, for instance, or, owes somebody money, you can run off and you can, as a maritime thing, arrest that ship. Right? You lock that ship up into lock the ship up.
We're gonna censor that out, delete that from the recording. Please.
Yes, I got your attention on it, didn't I? Lock the ship up until the company does something about that, right? So, you would never have to lock up a Matson vessel, but if you did, Matson would respond and sort of move things along in the legal process. We have arrested vessels in Micronesia where the owners, because it's not a real good, well-organized company, they'll just leave the ship and just abandon the maritime workers. This is in a situation where we've got a recently strengthened Maritime Labor Convention, right? Seafarers Act. We protect our seafarers. We have international law that's supposed to do this. So if that's the case, then how can somebody just abandon a group of Bangladeshi guys on a boat in Yap because they don't want to pay a claim? Or if a ship runs aground, we're not going to pick up those workers. So I think for me, if I looking at a situation and I see somebody says they're injured, but they're injured in a Matson shirt, or they're injured in a Hilton shirt, or even a Rosano Walsh Torres shirt, a business, that's sort of okay. I sort of feel differently than this under the table kind of world of work that even I rely on. I'm not going to lie to it. You give some kid $50 to mow your lawn, or you get a cousin says, hey, $100, you and the guys, let me cut some trees. Okay, is that unofficial work? Yes. Is that human trafficking? I would hope not. But at some point, when that's the only way your business is operating, I think that's a red flag to look out for, because you have this group of disempowered workers. And once you have disempowered workers, and you add a layer of, perhaps I've got a friend in a blue shirt that comes by every once in a while, or I've got a lawyer that comes by every once in a while, then all of a sudden the disempowered worker feels completely helpless, and then you can do whatever you want with them. I'll move you from a ship in Yap to a ship in Chuk to a ship in Ponape, and no one will ever hear from you. And if you get your labor and wages, fine. So I think, how well are these businesses organized? And if they're not, watch out.
And I love that you bring up the sort of that call to action for the private businesses and the business owners, because I know we have some in the room as well, to just be aware of, even we talk about the suppliers of your suppliers, like who is the supply that you have coming into Guam? Is it the result of labor trafficking? And just being mindful of making sure that the employees are taken care of as well. For Captain Wade, with regards to Guam Police Department, what crimes do you typically respond to that might warrant a closer look for potential victims of trafficking?
So if you look at the two cases that we all know about, there probably would be anything. I mean, the first one was just checking an after hours bar. The other one was just information that somebody's wife got. But if you look at from a bar perspective, it probably would be a disturbance call or something like that. I think the key is not the type of call that we get. I think the key as we move forward in law enforcement is what the officer does when he gets there. Because the average police officer, when they show up, is focused on the type of call they had, the information that they're receiving from the dispatcher that they got. And when they first get on the scene, of course, their safety and the safety of, is their physical harm. And then the officer starts to figure out, all right, this is the information of the type of call I got. So these are the elements of the case or the statute that I need to try to identify to either arrest somebody or keep in mind the evidence I need to gather and identify a victim. But when we talk about especially sex trafficking, karaoke clubs, massage parlors, I think the main key ingredient is the officer's awareness that, and I will keep going back to it, that the possible co-conspirator may be the victim, right? And unless our officers get smart on that and look at their response to calls in which somebody they think is part of the secret prostitution ring may be the victim, unless we get smart on that, we're not going to see what might be going on under the surface. But one thing I learned in police work is you get called to something and you get there and it's totally different. So the type of call is kind of not, I would say the focal point.
Great point. Thank you so much. And I do want to know, especially for those that are tuning in virtually from off island, that the Blue House Lounge case is something that we tend to focus on when we bring up Guam. We bring up Guam, it's Blue House Lounge case. But as you heard from our keynote speaker today and from Captain Wade, there were other cases as well. So in an attempt that I didn't want to focus today's discussion on just the Blue House, because we should be moving forward and addressing and highlighting the great work that is being done on the ground with our community stakeholders, victim advocacy groups. And thank you so much for the speakers. With the remaining 10 minutes that we have, I do want to give 2 minutes to each of you to address something that maybe I didn't ask today. So I'd like to bring Special Agent Duenas on the microphone to have any remarks that you or calls to action for those tuning in today. Is he having microphone issues? Oh, audio. We'll have you come on last, Special Agent Duenas, and we'll move on to.
I'm not sure if you can hear me in all problems. I couldn't hear anything.
All right, we'll come back to you. For us, any closing comments with regards to the U.S. military or anything that we missed?
Sure. I know it's a big issue, and I just, I do want to say that the cases the keynote speaker talked about are obviously real cases that inform a perspective about the U.S. military. I think there's another perspective I'd like to offer in that the training that the Department of Defense does is intended to use these service members, civilians, as sensors, right? They, from here in their base in Guam, service members reach out all over the Indo-Pacific, and they're in many different mission sets that could put them in a situation where they observe some type of trafficking in persons. And that training is designed for them to recognize it, recognize the flags, to report it, and again be part of that that solution. When these cases happen, just like Captain Wade says, within a community, it's devastating, and there are consequences that happen from that. But in any case, it's always devastating. But all these service members, and I'm going to steal a line from you, Mary Kate, is that they sign up to defend freedom, and combating trafficking in persons is very much a part of defending freedom. And the Department of Defense wants to be part of the human rights to prevent the human wrongs, like Dr. Underwood said.
Thank you so much. And it's been said by the current administration that Guam is the first line of defense between China and the United States. So in addition to looking at this from a human rights issue, we are highlighting the fact that this is also a national security point of concern, and it should be added to our strategic efforts to for the region in combating human trafficking. So Attorney Walsh, closing remarks.
I will just piggyback off of Captain Wade's point of, trying to get our police officers to understand that sometimes, the co-conspirator may not be the co-conspirator, to be the victim. Related to that is getting the co-conspirator to understand that even though they may see themselves as a co-conspirator, that they are the victim. I think that's important for my examples about, those people in our island community who take the under the table jobs and then get completely hosed in terms of a work environment or pay or injured and have nothing to do about it, to realize that our Department of Labor works and that you don't have to be afraid to come out and sort of talk, even if you were the one that you think it's your fault that you took the under the table job with no safety equipment, because that's not supposed to exist. And maybe you're an immigrant to the island and you were looking for something to do and you got that, but that's, you're empowered enough not to have to do that. I think certainly, the outreach to women who are being sex trafficked is important to help them realize that, but it exists in all these sorts of other layers, I think, on our island, about making sure that people who are victims don't think that their minimal culpability in the situation prevents them from getting relief or seeing somebody or being able to talk to somebody, right? Okay, so maybe you did something you thought was stupid. That means what? That you should never get out of the situation? No, it exists. So education and research, outreach, and again, I think on our island we're going to have some unique, we have some unique situations here because getting into Guam from the freely associated states is an easy thing to do. Easier than coming in from China, or other than on a boat, I suppose these days. But coming in from China or anywhere else. So having to confront that reality, and then the reality of us, people need people to watch kids and look after older people, and paint the house when you can't find a contractor. It's going to be a new way of moving forward. So I think we should just watch out for that.
Thank you so much. And it's a great point that sometimes even the victims don't realize that they are victims, which is why it's so important that we use the language as it's written in the law, even though it may be triggering, but to have these conversations with our families, our friends, our communities, and use the actual language as it's written. Captain Wade, closing remarks.
One thing I've noticed in my 20-year career is that there's a lot of regulatory and law enforcement agencies on Guam, but it seems really unique that it's always the Guam police. It's Guam police's job, Guam police's job. And I think if we continue our work in these task forces, not just the human trafficking task force, but other task forces, and we empower or help our other partners and agencies kind of get more involved in some things, then we can extend the net of the things that we can do. Community awareness, I think, is very important. We can't be everywhere in the police department. Our numbers are not half as what some of us really wish they were. So trying to attack specific focused missions, sometimes it gets difficult when you have these everyday follow-ups and crimes coming in. But if we had community awareness and some kind of partnership where people would reach out to us and let us know about the underbellies of things, not just human trafficking, but the underbellies of some of the crime that's going on. Because sometimes it's just that piece of information, that tip, that leads to the whole thing. And if we could raise the community awareness on island and get more people, comfortable with talking to us and sharing information with us, that would really go a long way.
Thank you so much, our panelists. Did Special Agent Joyce, was he able to come on with his audio? Just do hand arm signals. Can he come on? Special Agent Joyce, did you have any closing
I'm
remarks?
sorry, I'm
sir?
still having audio problem, but was there a question? Or?
Well, just closing remarks for our
Yeah,
listeners
so,
today.
again, thank you so much for thank you so much for having me part of this panel. I apologize for not being there in person, but human trafficking is a very, very senseless crime. It's a underreported crime that we as a community as a whole need to come together. I think the governor alluded to the fact that we can't do this alone, and she's absolutely right. from uh, from the car rental clerk up at the airport to the janitors at the airport to the customs officers to the hotel clerks, GVB, the Hotel and Restaurant Association. Everybody needs to contribute. When you see something, say something, report it. Let law enforcement be the ones that filter, look into it, and vet the information. Because there may be that one little piece that you have that we were looking for to make that case, or it may be that one little piece that will save that child today. I will tell you that my experience up in Hawaii, there have been our own people from Guam that are victims of trafficking in Hawaii by senseless pimps that operate out of the Waikiki district and the Ewa Plains. So don't wait till it's too late. Don't wait till it's your family member. Don't wait till it's a loved one that's involved. Let's all join hands. Let's all get together. Let's fight this senseless, unreported crime together. And let's make this a safer place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Special Agent Duenas. Well said about we want to talk about human trafficking beyond just January, which is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And no true reason to bring it. I can see Cynthia giving me the look in the back. Cynthia Cabot, Executive Director of Guam Coalition. We're going to have the Victim Advocacy Panel next. So I really want to thank you again, Special Agent Duenas, Attorney Walsh, Ms. Sablon, and Captain Wade for participating in the law enforcement panel. We will now go on a short break for about 10 minutes before our next panel, which is victim advocacy. So stay tuned, short break, and be back here. Thank you.
Welcome back to the inaugural Human Rights Conference series, Human Trafficking on Guam and in the Pacific. We will now present our second panel on victim advocacy. I would like to welcome our speakers, Ms. Holly Rustick, a world-renowned grant writing expert, co-chair of research subcommittee for the Guam Human Trafficking Task Force, and Amazon bestselling author. She coaches thousands of people every week through her top-ranking podcast, Grant Writing and Funding, books on grant writing, and online training. Having secured millions of dollars for nonprofit organizations around the world throughout nearly 2 decades, Holly has a mission to train grant writers to simplify the process, grow capacity, and advance mission. She has a master's degree in international political economy, is past president of the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, a former university instructor at UOG, and is an unapologetic feminist. Holly is CEO of the WEGO Consulting / Grant Writing and Funding, and has lived on the island of Guam since 2011 with her daughter, Isabella. Cynthia Cabot serves as the first executive director for the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence for 12 years since the Guam Coalition was established in 2006. Cynthia previously served as a project manager providing grants administration with local projects on Guam, and has served over 30 years with public and private agencies on grants management and contracts administration. She has facilitated island-wide and statewide projects in Hawaii and Guam, with over 25 years of work experience in the fields of health and social services, focusing on youth and families, program development, and community organizing. Through the Guam Coalition, Cynthia engaged partners throughout the Pacific, including college campuses, to address campus policies regarding sexual assault and prevention programming, coordinated training for community health centers and domestic violence / human trafficking service providers, and addressed access to sexual assault and domestic violence services for those with limited English proficiency, deaf, or hard of hearing by trained interpreters to establish a cadre of API and ASL interpreters. Cynthia also has a Master's of Public Administration from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Ms. Jane Flores, Director of the Women's Bureau of Affairs, serves dual roles for the Office of the Governor of Guam, as the Director of the Bureau of Women's Affairs, and as Administrator for the Governor's Community Outreach Federal Program Office. The BWA addresses issues pertinent to women, minorities, and marginalized members of the community. GCO-FPO oversees the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Violence Against Women formula grants awarded to Guam to address domestic and dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. Ms. Flores originally moved to Guam in 1984 as an investigative reporter for the former Guam Cable TV. In addition to working as an award-winning broadcast news reporter, anchor, and producer, over the next 2 decades, she also wrote for 2 Guam newspapers, served as editor-in-chief of Guahan magazine, and as news director for the Pacific News Center. Flores also spent nearly 10 years serving as the communications director for Guam Community College and taught English classes at both GCC and the University of Guam. One of the founding members of the Micronesia chapter of the Society of Professional Journalists, Ms. Flores graduated from the University of Illinois in 1981 with a bachelor's degree in journalism and earned her master's degree in English from the University of Guam in 2011. Ms. Flores currently serves as the treasurer of the Guam Homeless Coalition and is also a member and previous board member of the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce. She's also the president of the Guam Gymnastics Federation. So we have another athlete, which is a member federation of the Guam National Olympic Committee and of the International Gymnastics Federation. She serves as a board member of the Oceania Gymnastics Union as well. Flores has been married to Joaquin C. Flores of Mung Mung since 1989, and together they have 3 daughters and 3 wonderful grandchildren. Last but not least, Ms. Lori Ogumoro, LMSW ACSW, is the executive director of CARIDAT, a Northern Mariana Islands social service agency. CARIDAT is the only nonprofit agency in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands that provides a safety net to those living in poverty and victims of violence and natural disaster. Prior to becoming the executive director of CARIDAT, Lori was the manager of CARIDAT's Guma Esperanza, the shelter for victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking from 2002 to 2015. Lori retired in 2001 after 20 years of service to the CNMI government as a medical social worker at the Commonwealth Health Center. While working at the Commonwealth Health Center, Lori established the Victim Help Project in 1990 to assist victims of domestic violence and sexual assault as they sought services through the hospital, clinics, or emergency room. The Victim Help Project also coordinated and developed the first training program for sexual assault nurse examiners in the Commonwealth. Lori is a founding member of the CNMI Family Violence Task Force, established in 1995, the CNMI Human Trafficking Intervention Coalition in 2006, and the Northern Marianas Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence in 2010. Lori received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Guam chapter of the National Association of Social Workers in March 2011, the 2014 Bridge of Light Award presented by the Northern Marianas Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, and Lori's social enterprise project, Handcrafting Hope, for victims of human trafficking, received a National Social Innovation Award from Catholic Charities USA in February of 2014. Lori is a member of the National Association of Social Workers, Academy of Certified Social Workers. She's the past chairwoman of the Board of Trustees of the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation in Saipan, CNMI. Before we move into our question and answer phase with our fantastic panelists, they have agreed to give us a couple presentations today. So we'll be starting with Ms. Holly Rustick.
Thank you so much, Erica. And thank you, Mary Kate, for putting on this wonderful event today. Really important here. What I have, and I'm over here, sorry guys. So you guys don't keep looking back and forth, but also, so the clicker works. I have a lot of slides, so I want to make sure I get through them. But what I'm presenting today is analysis of human trafficking indicators on Guam. This was a research paper that I've done. So Mary Kate and Erica asked if I could give a summary on this. So just as an introduction, this was a research paper published in 2015 in UOG's peer-reviewed Pacific Asia Inquiry. And for those of you guys watching via Zoom, I know that they're dropping the link in if you guys want to check out the entire paper. For those of you in the room, you can definitely ask me and I can give you that link. It's quite long though. I won't give it to you over the mic. All right, and this paper was also really instigated underneath the Guam Human Trafficking Task Force, where myself and Lindsay Posmatic were co-chairs for the Outreach and Research Subcommittee. So that was a very active human trafficking task force underneath, of course, U.S. Attorney Alicia Limtiaco, who spoke earlier today. And what we did with this kind of inquiry was say, okay, we understand that human trafficking is a global issue. So what about Guam? Let's look at Guam, because we hear some chatter, but a lot of times what you hear, and you may even be thinking to yourself, yeah, but does it happen here, right? Does it happen on Guam? So we've heard the reasons why we might ask this question. We do know it happens, as we heard today, especially with the police enforcement panel as well. We heard that it does, but we're going to talk about maybe why that question exists. What we did was examine legislation, policies, immigration law, historical factors, cultural dynamics, and gaps, right, to really understand this. And what we did was engage with more than 170 sources, which are also in the paper that you can find for this examination. And of course, we also conducted interviews that were anonymous. We're not sharing specifics on a lot of the information here. You'll see why. Former brothel owner, human trafficking survivors, Department of Labor, of course, U.S. Attorney Alicia Limtiaco as well. So we really were pulling in different types of research, qualitative and quantitative research, to really understand what are the indicators here on Guam. And that's what I'm sharing with you today, as well as some of the recommendation takeaways that we have from that research. And once again, this is it is a little older, in 2015 as well. So it was a while ago. All right. And of course, also, Chamorro massage therapist. Okay. It was also, once again, this is the link. As you can see, it's quite long, but if you can drop it in the Zoom, that would be awesome. This is the full paper. So what is human trafficking? Just if you guys are coming in on Zoom or just came in the room recently, just to cover, just so we are all on the same page. Human trafficking, U.S. law defines human trafficking as the use of force, fraud, or coercion to compel a person into commercial sex acts or labor against their will. And this force, fraud, and coercion is not needed if they are under 18 years old. Okay, so just we're on the same page. So an overview then. Well, according to studies and research and stats, 25 million people worldwide are trafficked. That's a lot. right? It's for economic gain, right? US $150 billion in illegal profits per year. And human trafficking has been, or is now the second largest criminal industry in the world, surpassing the arms trade, right? People can be used again and again and again, right? We are not products, we are people, and this has great economic gain. And of course, I have my research notes here too. So what about human trafficking in Guam then, right? These are the 4 things we're going to look at today. Systemic landscape, legislation, collaboration and data, and regulation. Some of these points we've already kind of tapped on today, so I'll kind of go through these. But I think it's good just to say, yes, we are talking about certain things. Some of these we haven't yet, so I think it's good to tune in. All right, so here's a quote from a Guam human trafficking survivor. I know for a fact that there is human trafficking on Guam. It may not be the type that people know about. It's a little bit different, right? This kind of denotes back to that. Does it really happen here? Yes, it does. Okay. Oh, no, I got that quicker. A little bit. Give it a second. Okay, here we go. All right, so systemic landscape. So just briefly, I'm going to go over this to understand that it is not just somewhat the culture, it's the systemic part of it, that it can exist here on Guam and that there are indicators here. Of course, this goes back to colonialization, and Dr. Underwood this morning was really pinpointing a lot of that, right? All the way back, Magellan was known for, and had seen in the global slave trade, all the way up to the 20th century with Japanese and American here, taxi dancers, all of that. It is not something new, and it is something that colonizers have brought in many ways. Geography, U.S. Attorney Alicia Limpiaco was also talking about our geographic region. Now, the TIP report is a trafficking in persons report. And according to Guam is just lumped in with United States under that. So we would be considered tier 1, and tier 1's like doing the best, right? Tier 2 would be not quite having all their policies in place, but working towards it. And tier 3 is basically like not really doing anything, okay? So the issue is that Guam could be argued, should we be clumped in with the United States? Yes, we are doing a lot of things and we have different policies in maybe surrounding areas, but because of the proximity and what we've already discussed today about the ease for people to immigrate to Guam, right? So because we're surrounded, FSM, Japan, South Korea, all tier 2. China, Russia, tier 3. And actually, when I wrote this paper, China was a tier 2 and they've been demoted to a tier 3. Okay, so that's just to give you some kind of situational awareness as far as our geography and the immigration that plays into that. There's also a high rape culture on Guam. Guam has the second highest rape in the US and territories. And this leads, I know this is linked to objectification of women and misogyny. So in cultures like this, human trafficking really thrives. Military presence. We've also just talked about this, right? And I know some of these stats I have that are the same as mentioned before, but just once again, because of the nature of the demand for the presence, right? And we mentioned this before, US Subic Bay estimated 500 million generated by surrounding brothels, right? So there was also a survey done of armed force men interviewed. 1/4 had bought a woman in prostitution during their time in the military service. And I'm hoping that other 74%, as we just heard, were ones that were actually reporting on it, right? And not engaging. So I am happy to hear there's more conversation about this. Yes, we do protect freedom, and that freedom does rely also on reporting on trafficking. Now we can, so that's just to give you a context. We are in systemic. It's not pointing fingers at anyone, but it's understanding where we are geographically, historically, etc. And the former brothel owner said, now that I'm out of it and I can see clearly, it is not a victimless crime. A lot of them are from abused families, runaways, and rape victims and stuff like that. A lot of them don't know any better. And this goes back to also saying, is the victim a co-conspirer, right? And really understanding that we need to be more victim-centric. So I love what you guys were talking about today in looking at victim-centric approaches. It's very important. It does so well for a while and then it stops. Here we go. All right, so my recommendations for our first point are consider a multilateral approach, right? Promoting laws that work to rectify the imbalance of gender inequities and inequalities in various capacities, right? We need to look at the system as a whole, and this can really help. We need to raise awareness of human trafficking like this conference is doing today, and create more programs that promote males as allies. These are all recommendations to break the overall system, right? And not necessarily just pinpointing human trafficking, but what sets the landscape for human trafficking to thrive, right? What is that systemic culture? So breaking that. Number 2, legislation. So now we move on to legislation. My second point here from the paper. Just to give you a landscape, it's not that Guam hasn't done anything. What we've heard is Guam has actually done a lot in kind of approaching this. In 2009, Bill 268-30 attempted to combat the low standards required for owning, operating, and practicing massage. This was put forward by Speaker Juan Pat and Tina Muna Barnes to kind of let's put more regulations in place. They asked for stakeholders for a task force for regulators to ensure they wanted certificates for businesses, right? More regulations, basically. And the proposed bill also granted public employees trainings to identify red flags. Unfortunately, this bill was not passed, but we're looking at efforts, right? We're looking at awareness. Other proposed prior legislation, this kind of brought up the question, do we legalize demand and supply? If we legalize it, will that actually help eliminate it? So this was a bill put forward to create Tumon as a red light district. But this was not passed neither, right? And if we look at more research done on this, a 2013 study of 150 countries examined the scale effort of legalized prostitution leads to the expansion of the prostitution market. Some people think if you legalize it, then you can have more parameters, regulations, et cetera, and maybe actually diminish it. But research actually shows that it creates more activity for prostitution to thrive. So what's been done then? Well, what we've heard today is the Guam Human Trafficking and Criminal Exploitation Act of 2009 was passed, and that's a first anti-trafficking law here on Guam. So there was 7 things that this act accomplished, and a lot of these things exist today. Some we want to say, let's reinvigorate those, right? And I won't go into all the details, but you can all get copies of this PowerPoint. So when we looked at that, okay, how did that act was good. We finally have law, right? So what's the issue? The issue was it was a tool to really help with more local laws. It wasn't just to be like, here, this is it, that's it. You still have to interpret it, right? You still have to push it forward. There's also no appropriation of funding, right? So a lot of the things that it might say to do, if there's no funding behind it, that makes it really difficult, especially for victim service providers to actually implement programs. All right. There's also 2 conflicting laws, and this is really important to note. So this act said victim immunity from prosecution clause. Basically, it protects trafficked victims so they're not prosecuted. However, Article 1 of the Public Indecency Law, which makes it illegal to loiter for the purpose of soliciting to engage in prostitution and a criminal offense. So you have one that says you are protected, another one says you will be prosecuted. The latter then also is used to penalize victims. So really looking at this, we need to find some middle ground or some sort of alignment, right, with these laws. Really important. And I know I'm coming up really close on my time, and I have a couple more points, so I'm going to go through these slides a bit as well. But we're also seeing previous kind of pre-training potentially, right, on how victims are treated. Victims a lot of the time are treated as they're being penalized, right? And it's hard to understand that. I'm glad there's more conversation then on how do we approach this. So legislation that has worked is the Nordic model. The Nordic model is used in a lot of Nordic countries and other countries around the world. And basically, it's flipping supply and demand on its head in a different way. It is more victim-centric, and it's talking more about decriminalizing individuals in prostitution, not necessarily the buyers, right? But if we look at it in a different way, well, we can look at it more as John shaming. We're not actually making the prostitution, right? They're going to be now prosecuted in court, right? We're not looking at the victims as such. We're looking at them as victims. We're looking at the buyers more as penalizing them. And this different approach, of course, has been proven to actually work. So recommendations on this: reevaluate this act, include funding, and a clause as well for more people to be partnered together, create compassionate victim-centered approach for first responders, and consideration of the Nordic model for Guam. Now, I do just have a couple more slides. Do I have a couple more slides? Can I put them out real quick? So we just have one thing I want to touch on, and I know I got to get back up to my panel, is data. The other thing we need to do, and this is going to be a nice segue into our panel, is creating data for victim service providers. What we found was that there's no existent universal intake or referral form. There's few human trafficking victim service programs, and a lack of outreach and educational awareness materials. All of this, if we're not all tracking it, because we all have our own methods of tracking, if you go into one nonprofit service provider, they may not have, are you trafficked under their intake form or indicators that go for that. Another service provider may have something completely different. So coming up with these universal data forms and intake forms and screening processes also helps us identify, yes, there are numbers here that then we can report, then we can say, yes, we can get more grants, we can get more funding, etc. So I do have a full PowerPoint if you guys would like this, as well as the paper. But here's just a skimming of my recommendations to move forward. And of course, increase regulations, right? Regulations on different establishments and businesses are really, really vital as well. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
I would now like to invite Ms. Jane Flores to present with a following presentation by Ms. Cynthia Cabot.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us be a part of this. Cynthia and I are actually going to do a co-presentation, and we're going to have the young ladies down here go ahead and start our slide presentation. So human trafficking is, who's involved, what are the victims, and what do we need to do for them? So who is trafficked? Next slide. Construction workers, illegal aliens, for example, the Chinese people that are coming over here on boats. How many of you in this room think they are not being trafficked when they get here? Okay, everyone knows these people are being trafficked when they get here. Sex workers, of course, minors, children, people with little or no incomes, immigrants who don't know the laws. And that leads into my next slide, which is a story, which is how I got involved in this as Bureau of Women's Affairs Director. When the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration first came into office, the Lieutenant Governor came to me and he said, I have a very strange email from a woman who needs help. Can you help her? So I said, okay, sure. So he sent me the email, and it was, she had found the Lieutenant Governor's email address and cryptically emailed him, said, I'm Chukis, I'm being held in Washington. Can you please help me get back home? I need to get back home. And so he said, Jane, can you handle this? So I put on my reporter's cap, and I emailed her back and said, I'm here, I'm with the government of Guam. We're going to try to help you. And, she was very afraid. And so it was back and forth. And then finally I got her phone number, and then she couldn't text me very often. So she texted me, and then I finally got to get her story. And what her story was she was a young woman from Chuk I'll call her Laura. That's not her real name. And she was here on Guam, and she had a distant relative in Washington State who said, hey, come to Washington. I'll buy your ticket. You can get a job here. There's great opportunity. You can send money home to your family, because she had a young child here, and her baby's father, I think, was still in Chuk at the time, or he was here and he had gone back to Chuk because he couldn't find a job here. So this woman, who was also Chukese, so this is a her own people from her own island are trafficked her. So she bought her the ticket. Once she got there, the first thing that happened to this girl was that she took her passport. And that is, I think, in the law enforcement panel, you heard that. When they take your passport, that is a sign that you are being trafficked. So she took this woman's passport. She said, you're going to watch my children. You're going to clean my house. And she made her apply for food stamps and took her food stamps card. So there's food stamps fraud involved there too. So she couldn't go anywhere. She had nowhere to go. She had no money. She could not leave. She, could only get what was given to her to eat. She had to prepare meals and stuff, but she never had access to any of her documents, any of her food stamps cards. So somehow she rummaged through, when this woman was gone, she rummaged through her drawers and found her passport. And then she had a phone, so she was texting somebody else in a nearby town that was a couple hours away, that somebody told her she could go to work for them. So they got a car, came, picked her up, and she went to this other woman's house, again, Chukese, a couple hours away. Same thing happened to her. She got her passport taken away. She had left her food. She didn't have her food stamps card. So this next woman made her reapply for her food stamps card, tell them that she lost it. So she got her food stamps card. And then she knew of two other gentlemen that lived in this house with this woman who were also being trafficked. She had these two gentlemen from Chuk get jobs. She took their debit cards. They were getting paid through their debit cards. She took their debit cards and their food stamps cards. And so once I got the story, I had gone to a conference in 2019 on human trafficking with the Polaris Project. So I called Catherine Sean, who is the current director of the Office of Trafficking in Persons in Washington, D.C., and said, Catherine, how can I help this woman? What can I do? So she gave me a contact at the Washington Anti-Trafficking Response Network. So a gentleman there contacted me and we talked, and he said, I need to talk to this young woman. And so I said, well, here's her number. And then he called me back a couple days later and he said, she won't answer my number. And she was that afraid she would not answer my number. So I had to contact her and say, Laura, please, when you see this number, this is a gentleman who is going to help you get back home. And so he interviewed her through text and through her phone, because he obviously couldn't go to the house, and determined that because her passport had been taken, she had been trafficked. And so what they did was they got a ticket, bought a ticket, arranged a pickup for her, got her to the airport and sent her back home. And I actually had lunch with her when she got back home, and she was, so grateful to be back home. And she's here on Guam, working and living now. But the moral of the story is that this isn't some giant network. These people are being trafficked by relatives. And so one of the things that we need to look at, and Cynthia, and I'm sure that Laura here will talk about this too, is that this is happening under our noses. I also spoke with a defense attorney who was appointed guardian ad litem for two Chamorro girls who were trafficked for drugs by their own family member. And, so they're not trafficking victims as in they weren't, trafficked every night or every day, but the drug dealer he either owed them money or something. And so these girls were given to the drug dealer for the weekend and then brought back home. And so, the trauma that these girls have to endure too. So this isn't a problem that we are dealing with that is we are dealing with it on both an international and a local level. And so, next slide, please. So it's local as well as international. I'm sorry, next slide. I should have called for the slide. So there are other stories. There are stories, sometimes we hear of girls who are drunk. One of the things that happens is girls get drunk, guys take them to a place, they engage in sex with them, film it, and then use that as blackmail and say, you have to come and you have to do this couple nights a week, or I'm going to put this on the internet. I'm going to put it out there on social media. Everyone's going to see this. So that's one way we know that they entrap these young victims. And there are so many other stories that we just don't know yet. And so what can we do to help them? Next slide, please. And Cynthia is going to take care of this one.
Day. I just want to say thank you to Jane for pulling this together, because actually I just got off the plane last night. And Erica and Mary Kate have been talking to me about this conference for months now. So I know I needed to be here to support them. And disclaimer, Mary Kate was also an employee with the Guam Coalition. So when she sees my eyes, she knows what that means, like she said earlier. But on that note, though, human trafficking has been something that we have been very concerned about. We are the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence. And because of our name, not only because of our name too, it is an important issue here on island. Data we do not have. We work closely with many of our partners. And yes, we do have the Guam human trafficking law that Holly mentioned earlier. But of course, it comes with obviously no funding, no appropriate funding. It provides opportunities for collaborating, but oftentimes, as I've spoken to Mary Kate and Erica, it only starts at the beginning of the year, with January being Modern Slavery and Human Trafficking Awareness Month. But of course, with the work that needs to be done from the coalition standpoint, it does fall in the premise of being able to really educate one and raise awareness. One, not just that it is happening here on Guam, as many of our partners have stated already. It is because oftentimes we do not know what human trafficking is, besides what the law is and how does that translate. The director for Office in Trafficking in Persons was here on Guam, and she was rather frustrated after meeting with a local youth agency provider. And she goes, I can't believe it that I talked to the staff and they said they had 0 cases of human trafficking among their youth. She refused to believe that, because I think oftentimes what we understand as human trafficking is, as Attorney Limchalco stated, it's probably transnational crime that's involved. There's going to be the folks transiting from Guam to another area, or people coming in. As has been shared by Captain Wade Scott, the cases that have been presented are definitely folks not from Guam. But the truth of the matter is, where, as Director Catherine Chan mentioned, where there is a transaction for sex, we often think that it is a cash transaction. It can certainly be, hey, if I give you this cell phone, can you give me this or do this for that person? That, she stated to me, is clearly a human trafficking or a sex trafficking situation. And when we hear about that, it becomes almost the norm that we do not think that it's not okay. But perhaps we need to really relook at this. And that's the role that we play with the coalition. We're technically not a service provider, but when victims give us a call, we provide information and referrals through all of our partners who do provide the services. One mentioned by Attorney Walsh earlier mentioned, oftentimes you need translators. Well, that is something that we also recognize, being able to provide our partners with interpreters to be able to provide services to all the victims who are out there. Yes, we recognize the need with all the different Pacific Island languages. So this last several months ago, we reached out and we have trained 39 interpreters and in about maybe 15 different languages. So we're building them up so we'll be able to provide that piece of service to our community. So how can we help the victim? We are trying to build or looking at ways that we can build our capacity to provide them. So there is no reason why we cannot provide the services that they need to meet their needs.
And we have the services listed there. And then we just have one more slide, I think. And for example, one of the things that we could do is I took this slide in the bathroom at San Francisco International Airport. And we could have these signs in the stalls in the bathrooms here on Guam. And this is one thing, or we can do coffee sleeves. My office has funding. We're going to do some coffee sleeves with Circle K. We want to get some of the other coffee providers here on Guam or the coffee shops to do this too. So there are a lot of things that we can do. We just need to recognize that, as Cynthia said, and that as Attorney Limtiaco has said, trafficking is not something that is, you know, there is no one definition of it. It is something that is happening here. We just need to find out the depth of it, and we need to realize that the victims come in all shapes and sizes and forms, and we need to look at them as victims and not as criminals, and we need to help them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. And now we would like to invite some words from Ms. Ogumoro from Caridad.
Good morning. It's still morning, almost lunchtime. Yeah, my name is Lori Ogumoro from Caridad. I don't really have slides. Next slide, please. I couldn't give you a breakdown of slides because I do have a federal grant. Next slide. And I would have to get permission from my Department of Justice grant manager, and that takes 6 weeks or more. And I do have a new grant manager, so it may take even longer. So I offered this slide just to talk about the beginning of our human trafficking journey. We took in our first human trafficking victim on May 7th, 2005, a day that I will never forget. She was a Chinese woman who was a victim of labor trafficking. She was brought to Saipan to work as a nanny. She was beaten up. She came to us from the emergency room of our hospital, still in her pajamas, and she was bloody. She spoke one word of English, and it was no. We decided to get a translator to figure out what was happening. And through that, we knew we had a problem. Shortly after that, we got our first sex trafficking victims. They were young women from the Philippines. And then we had a group of 7 women from the Philippines who were actually locked inside of a barracks. The locks were on the outside. And there was actually 23 women in that place. The first 7 that got out, most of them were minors. There was a raid. They took out the youngest ones first. So it's just kind of like snowballed. So since that time, between 2005 and now, Caridad has assisted. I went through the numbers with my staff. I brought there's 3 of us doing all the trafficking work on Saipan. We have an active caseload right now of 110. We have assisted 393 victims up in the CNMI. So we have been busy. You could say we've had male and female sex trafficking victims. One of our infamous male sex trafficking cases, the trafficker would take the new males coming into a certain mass at a certain church on Saipan and kind of advertise his new guys. So that's how he would do it. In 2008, in the Blue House case, they brought 8 of the victims up to us in Saipan because we had staff who could speak Chuukese. We had staff who can speak Palauan, Chuukese, Carolinian, Filipino, So we took care of them. And so we sort of had to learn rather quickly what to do. We knew how to take care of victims of sexual assault, domestic violence, but human trafficking is a little bit different, especially when you're dealing with foreign nationals. We've also dealt with domestic minor victims. And when you deal with minors, it's a little bit different. And that's when I said my hair turned white. And it's really true. It was brown and we had a large case and my hair just turned white overnight. But that's another story. So next slide, please. So I think Attorney Lynn Tiaco shared this slide earlier. These are actually women, Chinese women that were brought to Saipan with the intention of being prostituted on Tinian. And one of the women in this group actually worked in the garment factory industry on Saipan. So she kind of figured out that something wasn't right. And so she went to the authorities and were able to get them out. So all of this kind of was a red flag for the US government, and that helped to bring down rather quickly the CNMI immigration law. So it depends on who you talk to in the CNMI, whether it is the normalization or the overthrow of the CNMI immigration law to US immigration law. So in May 5th, 2008, we went from CNMI immigration law to US immigration law. And now in 2009, that's when we got the discretionary parole. And to me, my personal opinion, which may not be the opinion of the business sector, this allows the tourists to come in. And this is the Chinese tourists. These are the tourists that come for business and pleasure. The Russians, not the Filipinos. When they changed from CNMI immigration law to US immigration law, it almost completely stopped all of the Filipino immigration. We have no more young minor sex trafficking victims from, my time's up? Okay, so I was going to talk about the needs of victims, but the needs of victims is very important. And this is a child of one of the women, and the needs are very important. So you cannot do this work without making a connection with the victims. If you don't make a connection, then you can't help somebody. And that's what social workers do. And that's what Jane did. She made a connection with the victim. And when the guy tried to call him, he didn't have a connection, but Jane had to call her back and made that connection. And that's our work we do. And when you make that connection, and that's what the police officers have to do when they do the raid, they have to make that connection. If you make that connection, it's building the rapport, and the victims don't know what's going on. But when they don't understand what's happening, but you make that connection and it's over time. These victims are with us for years. That's why we may have 110, but we may have somebody for 2 years. We may have somebody for 3 years because it takes that long to do this work. Even if they're a US citizen, it may take a while. Even our domestic minor case that was prosecuted, I'm still in touch with the mother of one of these victims and still in touch with some of the victims because they'll call us up because they still want to contact us. That's because we have that connection with them. So you have to make, and we can't save everyone we serve. And we can't become cynical. Oh, they just want to be prostitutes. Oh, they just want to do that work. Nobody asked to be prostitutes. They're prostituted. It's different, okay? But victims need safety. Like the Blue House victims, one of them needed surgery because she was raped multiple times. She was used by the men. She wasn't raped, okay? And they were brought up to Saipan. One of the first things we do with victims of sex trafficking is just we get them to a doctor. She needed to have a small surgery. We got it done. Those are the things we have to do. And when you're a service provider, you have to think of all these things. So we had to learn, we have to think, you have to take care of it, and it takes years. So you make a connection, you're with them, and when people celebrate every time something good happens, I still have victims who call me up and they'll say, Mom Lori, this happened to me and you're the first person I wanted to tell. And she's living in the United States. And how does, you feel so grateful that you have that connection with them, and the connection doesn't go away. So thank you very much. And I'll take, so next, and then the next slide is the last slide. So there are questions and I'll take them later. Okay. Thank you.
So I would actually like to start with Ms. Ogumoro for my first question, which is, what are some particular challenges that you've faced? And I love that you talked about connection. I think that's a really beautiful place to start from. So are there any particularities to our region that you find when dealing with victims?
There's a lot of challenges. I mean, it just depends on what, there was a very large case a few years ago in the CNMI in about 2017. I don't know if you want to think back about it. There was a big casino thing being built in the CNMI, and federal law enforcement came to me and asked if we had a men's shelter, and I said no, and they said get one ready. So they did a raid on the traffickers. They found 400 Chinese passports locked in a safe. That's called document servitude. It's a crime. So because, we took in men into the shelter, but it's funny because Kelvani and they brought 2 tourist buses in front of our office and asked us to take care of these men. And go, we don't have the facility to take care of all these men. So there's a lot of challenges when you talk about a huge case like that. I mean, we couldn't do it because there was only so many people. So there's a lot of challenges in our region. I mean, we need money, we need grants. I mean, we have a small grant. There's also just, we have to work with each other. We have to work with law enforcement. We have to be connected. I mean, the good thing is we have good friends in law enforcement that will work with us, who believe in us. The people at the hospital, they'll work with us. So those are really important. But the challenges is just our isolation and our limited resources.
Ms. Flores?
Another challenge I'd like to add, especially with the situation that I was in, is that a lot of times the victim is very reluctant to turn on their perpetrator just because if it might be a distant family member. In Laura's case, when I helped her, she would not give me the name of the initial woman that bought her the ticket and first took her passport away. She gave me the name of the second woman because she didn't feel as connected to that woman. So she gave me her name and address because, I said to her, and I said to the Washington Anti-Trafficking Response Network person, there's food stamp fraud going on here. So you might want to turn this over to the food stamps fraud people too. But she would not give me that first name because she felt like that was too close to her family or that there would be some repercussions. And she said, I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I'll give you the second person's name. But so a lot of times and I'm sure that, Captain Wade would, talk about this too, but the victims are reluctant to turn on their perpetrators, especially if it's a family member. And a lot of times, especially with locally, it is.
Ms. Cabot, can you follow up with anything from Guam?
Basically from Guam, it's about resources. Everyone will tell you, we don't have enough money. We go the extra mile, let alone our police department. We try to support them wherever we can. They're at the helm. We also know that we have many resources, and I think the first thing we need to do as agencies involved in this is to connect, collaborate, and certainly focus more on this to meet the needs of victims who are definitely out there, and we need to provide more supports. As Laura and Jane mentioned, oftentimes it is so close to our families, that we need to be able to know that there are resources in the region. So yes, that's why I know that Laura is another agency that we can reach out to, because sometimes it is also one's safety when we start looking at victims of human trafficking and labor trafficking or sex trafficking.
Thank you. So the next question would be, how has the pandemic impacted these services that you offer? Especially in small communities, it must be an incredible challenge. Ms. Okamoto, would you like to start?
Oh, did you?
Yes.
The pandemic didn't really impact our services. We had to continue to provide services constantly. So our office never closed throughout the pandemic. Rest of the CNMI government closed down, but we were considered a first responder. So we still had all of our clients to serve every day. And so we were always open. So
Ms.
services
Cabot?
as usual.
I just want to note that during the pandemic, it's interesting to note, looking at the statistics from Guam Police Department from DART, when we look at sexual assault and the reports of cases during the pandemic, of course, it's difficult to determine why, but there was a reduction in the number of cases reported. Being that no doubt pandemic did the lockdown, so less cases being reported. But, you know, for the most part, I think it's the resources that they're not able to access or being able to reach out to. And I think with that, that has also provided, or victims are generally hesitant to reach out. So I'm pretty sure this pandemic has created more of a barrier to their accessing services.
You brought up an interesting point about some of the data available. Do you have any particular challenges, and this is for everyone on the panel, have you experienced any particular challenges in collecting data or in kind of gauging the data that you have access to? Ms. Rustick, would you like to start?
Sure. I'll pick up on that since that was one of our recommendations. Data, there's a huge data gap. We did scour a lot of resources, not all here on Guam, but what we could find, right? So a lot of that is because we need to collaborate, right? We need to collaborate, reinvigorate the Guam Human Trafficking Task Force, because that was a collaboration of law enforcement, courts, service providers, et cetera, community members, churches, and more, right? To really be able to say, how can we come up with these solutions together? And in that way, we can collect data, right? We can be smart in the way strategically forward. How do we collect that data? Do we use those streamlined screening processes so we can have numbers? What do we do for data? Do we go into our community during the homeless count? Do we have, integrate those kind of questions on trafficking there? So I think there's a lot of solutions forward, and I'm really empowered by that today by listening so far. And I think that one of the things, yes, data is important because it also can bring in funding, and it also can bring the community together, because we have to think of strategic systems forward on that, including those legislations. Is there conflicting laws? How do we streamline those? Regulations on certain businesses, for example, massage parlors only, health certificate to be a masseuse, whereas a cosmetologist who does your hair, not touch your body, they need to be licensed, right? So I know GCC is also looking at putting a massage therapy program together. These kind of things forward, there are solutions, right? More awareness, like Jane mentioned, right? So there's definitely things that we can do, but data is so important to get a lot of those things moving forward.
One of the things that we noted with data, with the sexual assault numbers with GPD, and they do a great job, their DART does a great job of giving the coalition and myself and everyone else the data. We noticed that the percentage of minor victims of sexual assault is very high on Guam. I think in the last 5 years, it went from 62 to 75%, given the year. And with regard to reporting, we know that a lot of times with the shutdown, with the pandemic shutdown, victims are usually reported by the school. The school system is and I see heads nodding. because the teacher will notice something, have the child go to see the nurse, and that's when that ball starts rolling. So having schools, kids not be in school was a huge problem with regard to reporting sexual assault. And, you know, that could be a trafficking thing also, because who is sexually assaulting you? And then when you delve into that, you know, also maybe we could get the courts to, you know, especially in the juvenile courts, you know, if there's a trafficking victim, that they report that to someone somewhere. So someone is collaborating and getting all of these numbers together. And so Holly's right. We need to have more collaboration on that data collection.
Thank you so much. And I would like to thank all of you for the incredibly important and challenging work that you've been doing. Thank you, Ms. Cabot, Ms. Rustick, Ms. Flores, and Ms. Ogumura for participating in this panel. We will now be moving on to our lunch break. For our virtual attendees, we'll be playing part of yesterday's webinar, Modern Slavery, a Threat to National Security. We will see you all at 1:45 p.m. for the next panel featuring our government representatives. Thank you so much.
They say there are two kinds of people in this world. Those who find themselves and those who create themselves. Are you looking for purpose or deciding it for yourself? Will you plunge waiting for someone to catch you? Or will you jump and build your wings on the way down? Seek a path or carve a path. Wait for the future or build it. What is a school but a set of walls waiting for greatness? And who are you but someone destined to achieve it? Here, between the street and the jungle, against time and tide, we push and pull just like the currents. Our ocean of dreams will meet the odds ahead and rise above it all.
Alpha Day, welcome to the webinar Modern Slavery, a Threat to Our Strategic Security, a part of the Human Rights Conference series. My name is Erica Anderson. I'm stepping in for Mary Kate Saliva very briefly, and it is my honor to introduce today's webinar. Before we begin, a few housekeeping reminders. To maintain the quality of the virtual event for all attendees, we ask that you please keep your microphones muted and videos off during the conference. If you have any questions for our presenters or thoughts you'd like to share throughout the webinar, we encourage you to share them in the Zoom chat. Today's conference is being supported by the University of Guam's Global Learning and Engagement Team, also known as the UOG GLE. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties throughout the conference, please contact UOG Global Learning and Engagement directly in the Zoom chat or at 671-735-2600 or via email at uog.gle@triton.uog.edu. We also shared their contact information in the chat. It is now my honor to introduce you to today's speakers. Dr. Kevin Bales, CMG, is a research director at the Rights Lab at the University of Nottingham and professor of contemporary slavery. The Association of British Universities named his work one of the 100 world-changing discoveries. In 2001, he co-founded the US NGO Free the Slaves, a group that has liberated thousands of slaves worldwide. His latest book, Blood and Earth, explores the deadly link between slavery and environmental destruction. Check out his TED Talk. Dr. Joseph Green, Director of Applied Science at the Pacific Disaster Center, is an expert in the practical application of risk information for humanitarian assistance and resilience building initiatives worldwide. His analytical work spans more than 2 decades, with specialized focus on the examination of the intersection between social vulnerability,
health outcomes, and disaster resilience. Joseph earned his PhD in epidemiology from the State University of New York at Buffalo. Prior to earning his PhD, Joseph earned a master's degree in medical geography from the University of South Florida and worked as a research fellow at the Center for Disease Control. Dr. Green is a well-published author on the application of risk information to support disaster risk reduction and serves on the World Health Organization Global Outbreak and Alert Response Network. Mr. Adam Grayman is the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command liaison for the Pacific Disaster Center and works as an analyst on projects such as advanced analytics, women, peace and security, and anti-slavery. Mr. Grauman enlisted in the Navy in 2004 and deployed to Iraq in 2008 as a combat medicine instructor, working with the Iraqi police as part of a military training team. He is commissioned as a naval officer in 2012 and served in multiple assignments within U.S. INDOPACOM, focusing on security cooperation and interagency programs. Following his resignation from active service in 2019, Mr. Grauman affiliated with the Navy Reserves and worked with Naval X and SoCal Tech Bridge, an innovation and agility cell, supporting and connecting tech initiatives across the Department of Defense. Mr. Grauman retired from the Navy Reserves in 2021. He holds a BA in political science from the University of Hawaii and an MS in criminology from Chaminade University. Captain Sarah Melville is a U.S. Army officer. She began the initiative with Kevin, Joe, and Adam to bring region-specific countering human trafficking training for Special Operations Forces. She previously served in the U.S. Army Southern European Task Force, Africa, and in the 173rd Infantry Brigade Combat Team, Airborne. Captain Melville holds a Master of Science in Refugees and Forced Migration Studies from the University of Oxford and a Bachelor of Science with a dual major in International Relations and Systems Management from the United States Military Academy at West Point. I will now give the floor to Mary Kate Saliva. Just a moment.
Hello, half a day, and good morning from Guam. I just wanted to say thank you. What's so wonderful is that our speakers today are tuning in from so many different time zones. And Eric and I are here in Guam, so we're really grateful for your time and attention today, but we really want you to take this opportunity to sit back and learn. So yes, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are, and to learn about human trafficking from a strategic standpoint as well. So I will turn it over to my dear friend and colleague, Captain Sarah Melville.
Thank you, Mary Kate and Erica as well. All right, I am quickly going to share my screen. A special thank you also to the Guam Human Rights Initiative for the opportunity for our team to present today, and to the University of Guam's Global Learning and Engagement team for facilitating. We will be discussing modern slavery, a threat to our strategic security. Here's the agenda for our presentation. We will begin with an understanding of modern slavery, followed by a regional overview, and then into specifics around Guam and associated security threats. At the end, we will open for questions. And with that, I will turn over to Dr. Kevin Bales.
Hi, everybody. Let me just share my screen now. There we are. But the first thing I got to say is I've never been to Guam. I'm really happy to be here. This is a lot of fun. And whoever made that Guam University semi-rap poem thing all about the university, that was kick-ass, and I loved it, and I wanted that for my university. So I just thought it was kind of beautiful. A school is just walls waiting for a miracle? No, a genius. So it was, anyway, it touched me. I thought it was great. So I've been working in the zone of contemporary slavery and human trafficking for a long time. And I want to touch on a number of things that may be new to you because we've been actually having something of a explosion in the understanding of what goes on with modern slavery around the world. So I'm going to move rather quickly, but I'm also going to focus down on a few things that are also Guam specific. I'm going to be clear. I'm going to have to do a couple of slightly wordy zones where I talk about what does it mean, right? What does contemporary slavery mean? And what does human trafficking mean and so forth? One of the interesting things is around the world that the term modern slavery or slavery often gets used in some countries, but in other countries, they use the term human trafficking to stand in for the ideas of slavery. Fundamentally, human trafficking is a conduit or a mechanism by which people are taken into slavery. But so we think of it that way. So I'll be using those terms almost interchangeably. It takes a lot of forms, slavery. You can read this. I don't need to read it out to you, but there's all kinds of slavery around the world. Some of those forms are ancient, like hereditary forms of slavery that still exist in lots of parts of the world. At the same time, forms of slavery are being altered every day, from the kinds of changes that occur with climate change, pushing people into different types of work or pushing them away from where they live because of climate change. Or if you can think about the changes that have come with things like the enslavement that now occurs in cyberspace, which I won't spend a lot of time on that, but it does happen. And that's a whole area of new work and understanding that we've got to get to. Slaveholders, some of them are the old style that might be holding people in hereditary forms of slavery, and they very often inherited those slaves. But there are also, like most criminals, very adaptive. They're reactive, they're responsive, and they move a little quicker than the economics often in the law enforcement around them. So we can't just say slavery is one type of work. It's not about just enslavement into commercial sexual exploitation or what they used to call sex trafficking. It can be almost anything in which a person treats another person as if they are property. And in fact, that's the key notion that we use today to understand who is and who is not caught up in slavery and human trafficking. Now, I'm really sorry about this. I'm going to get away from lots of words on the screen, I promise. But this is from the Bellagio Harvard guidelines, which is what we tend to use, people tend to use now to understand how you can define clearly what slavery is, what trafficking is, and who will be caught up in it. And fundamentally, it comes from a 1926 League of Nations anti-slavery convention that says slavery is that status over a person that you exercise all the powers attaching to the right of ownership. Not that you own the person, but that you have the powers over that person as if they were your property. And the reason why that works well in terms of both the legal world and in terms of the social scientific world, where you can use it as an operational definition, is that all the way back to Roman law, there are very clear understandings of what does it mean to have the powers of ownership. And one of the and they list them in the law, like you can use people. In other words, you can make them work. You can rent them out. You can take all the profits from taking on it, or you can dispose of it. Think of it, the things you own, you can dispose of them. I mean, you may have a pen in your hand right now. It's all right. It's yours. If you wanted to break it and destroy it and throw it away, you can do that. If you treat a person as if they are property, you can sell or destroy them as well. And it comes through violence and deception and coercion, sometimes all together, sometimes one after the next, and so forth. So note that the definition I'm just showing you here isn't the U.S. legal definition. That's a specific one. And one of the things that's very confusing is that almost every country in the world has a different legal definition of what slavery or human trafficking is. And not only that, but the United Nations, groups within the United Nations, they have different definitions of slavery and trafficking. So it gets a little confusing unless you can find something that we're all trying to hang our hats on now, because we need to have something that we can use with clarity. Now, I'm going to jump away from all of that wordy stuff and talk for a few minutes about the things that have been happening in my own in our research lab. We have a research lab at the university that's called the Rights Lab. We have just about 80 full-time researchers and a lot of grad students and so forth. The only thing that we work on in that lab is contemporary forms of slavery. It's modern slavery and human trafficking. So, we're bringing a lot of science and technology to it. So I'm going to jump through some of these things, and it's going to help us to understand how big and this situation of slavery in the world today. And it's exciting to me, I have to say, because slavery and science and technology that can really serve freedom, it's taken us a while to get there, but all of a sudden it's like blossoming like a flower. One of the things is that we've got this explosion in our knowledge about it and how we can link it to other issues. Now, what you're seeing here is a satellite picture, and I'm going to come back to that because we now are pretty certain that we can see about 40% of all the slavery in the world from space. But let me go on to, there we go. There's something like 40 million slaves in the world today. That's our best current estimate. And I think there's a new estimate coming out this week. This is a map that basically just shows you the prevalence, the density of slavery around the world. And you can see that it won't surprise you that some of the poorest places on Earth are also, and the more corrupt places on Earth are the places that have tough environmental situations. All of those are places where the rule of law may not hold so well, and the amount of slavery is higher. One of the things that I'd also just point out about this map is that if you look, you will see that there is no country of any size on this map that is blank, where we are not finding slavery. We find it everywhere. I used to say, well, I don't think there's any in Iceland, and then I said that at once in public, and someone put their hand up and said, I'm an MP in Iceland, and we got it too. So I've learned if you can find human beings, you can probably find some situation of trafficking and slavery. There is one thing that's helpful to understand the reality of contemporary slavery, and that's how the cost of acquiring a person into slavery has collapsed in global terms and in historical terms. So let me show you a kind of clunky looking chart here that I made some time ago. But this is actually a picture of what it costs to purchase a person into slavery or to acquire a person into slavery all the way from 2000 BC up to about 2010, but it holds for 2020 as well. Fundamentally, if you look across human history, there's always been situations of slavery, but slaves have always been expensive. They've always been expensive. And it was actually not as difficult as you might think to discover how expensive slaves were in the past, because they were so valuable that they were all that the cost or the what was exchanged for slaves were recorded, sometimes into different types of records, but we've got those records, and you can really see it, for example, in the enormous piles of records and insurance records for slaves in the deep south of the United States before the American Civil War, where you have almost a price assigned to every single person. Here's the keynote to this, though, which is that the average in today's money of people in slavery across most of human history, to acquire a person into slavery would have been about $40,000 to $45,000 in today's money. So adjusting it up, but that collapses, as you can see from this chart, when the global population goes through the roof. It's something that's happened in my lifetime. We've gone from about 2 billion people on the planet, and we're just about to hit 8 billion people on the planet. And fundamentally, what we're doing is seeing what happens when you glut a market with any kind of commodity. The price collapses. And in this case, it's the glutting of the global market for human beings. So the average price of a person to get them to turn them into an enslaved person, into a trafficked person today is about $100, $90 to $100. It varies enormously, and I've known whole families who were enslaved for about $10 in India, but it can be up into the low thousands in places like North America. This means, though, if you have people who can be acquired into enslaved labor at such a low price, $90, $50, $40, something like that. The other key thing that it changes is that instead of those enslaved people being important economic labor inputs into your business equation, they become disposable. They become disposable like styrofoam cups are disposable. You can pick them up at a very low cost. You can use them. You can do what you need to them, and then like a styrofoam cup, you can crumple them up and throw them away because the cost is so low that it usually, even if people in contemporary forms of slavery get injured or ill, it means that they're just dumped because it costs more to give them medical care than it would be to just buy a new person. This is a picture of what I would consider sadly, this is sort of a disposable person. This is a child in a brick kiln in India. I could have shown you all kinds of different examples, but the kids in particular who are used in very heavy labor in very dangerous situations have a very low cost, and they are very prone to being seriously injured or killed. Brick kilns is a place that I've studied a great deal, and I can tell you they're very dangerous places to be, particularly when you're a kid like this and you're expected to climb on top of the kiln where you can fall into the flames and so forth. Disposability is this new difference, and it's one of the real challenges about slavery today. I want to also point to particularly how we're coming to a better understanding of how there's been slavery within armed conflict for a very long time. Now, this is a picture of the ISIS online magazine. And let me tell you, especially if you're a student watching now, don't go search for this online. Don't go search for the ISIS magazine online, because it'll flag something and people want to talk to you about why are you looking at this? And so just let them come to me and not to you. But notice at the article in the ISIS online magazine, this key is all about the revival of slavery before the hour. And before the hour means before the cataclysmic apocalyptic battle that they're intending to have at some point. But there's more to this than just the idea of ISIS. One of the things that we were able to do with a very large tranche of captured ISIS documents recently was to come to an understanding of how, when they invaded northern, and they began to attack the Yazidi people around Sinjar, that they began to set up registration sites where all the population was captured. The whole population practically was captured. And they would then process them into women over here, men over there, elderly people over here. They marched them off and shot them. And then divided them up into slave markets. They had training centers for children that they had taken away from their families and so forth. It was not just a ragged form of abrupt criminal activity. It was a pattern, and it was a tactic, and it was a strategy. A tactic in that they used people to be selling them to raise funds to support their fighting, and for all this sort of hard work. But it was also a strategy because their ultimate aim was the eradication, the genocide of the Yazidi people. This is a flow chart of what happened to people who were caught up in that particular conflict. And I've just highlighted a couple of some of these with yellow or red to show those are the directions where as the boys, the women, the children, but especially the women and children, as they moved along, there were dead ends. And when I say dead, I mean they were dead. They were executed at processing. The tactical part, of course, was to make a lot of money out of this. And one of the things that we were able to calculate out of those documents was that they were making something like $2 million a day from online auctions of women and girls, primarily around the whole Middle East. And it was managed by something within ISIS that was called a person that was called the Minister of Spoils, which kind of gives the whole thing away. We've just completed and launched a large data set about how much slavery in armed conflict. And the fundamental bottom line is that when we look at all the conflicts that have been going on since 1989, find is enslavement in about. But we can also, as I mentioned before, another breakthrough in this space is that we can see slavery from space, about 40% of it. And just to give you an idea about this, and also to bring this in a way a little closer to Guam, is how here we are. I'm showing you a map of the Sundarbans National UNESCO World Heritage. It's a very important place. It's not an enormous place, but it's a very important place. It's also the largest carbon sink in Asia. So this sucks carbon out of the air like crazy. But when I began to be interested in this area, one of the things I was satellite pictures like this, where you could see there's something going on there on the left of the picture that's obviously not supposed to be there. Everything should be like on the right, where it's an untouched UNESCO World Heritage forest. It almost looks like buildings, I appreciate, on the left, but it's not. It's actually fish drying racks. And the people who are doing all the cutting and processing of these are children who have been lured down from parts of Bangladesh. Their parents are promised that they're going to have a good job. Their parents are handed a little tiny bit of money as a starter, and then basically the kid disappears down the river and onto one of these islands. And they're sadly not seen often again. A very brave Bangladeshi photographer got onto one of the islands and actually got a picture of a modern slave driver driving kids up and down these fish drying racks. Again, disposability, in that when I interviewed a number of the kids who had escaped from one of these islands, they were saying that there was a terribly high death rate, mostly because of, as what they said, diarrhea. They were dying from infectious diseases. But the second largest cause of death on these islands was to be eaten by a tiger. Now, I know that sounds mad and it sounds bonkers in a way, but one of the reasons the Sundarbans is a UNESCO World Heritage Site is because it's one of the last true homes of Bengal tigers. It's supposed to be a natural space, not one where you not cut down the trees and then introduce new prey animals like children to replace the deer that have been driven off. We were able to make some differences about this, but not a lot, because the Bangladeshi government in particular has a lot of corruption. So we pushed a number of things along, and there have been some changes, but not as much as we'd like. I want to open that up a little wider now and also tell you about how slaves are being used to destroy the natural world, and how slavery is actually a major driver of climate change. What you see here is part of an Amazonian or Brazilian forest where it's been cut down and then burned to make charcoal, not for barbecues, but to just feed into the Brazilian steel industry. And enslaved workers are used to do that. And that type of exploitation and destruction of forests, of river basins, of mountainous areas where there's mining going on with slave labor, leads us to a point that when we calculate up the impact of slavery, and if we thought of slavery as if it were a country, or I'm also going to throw in a U.S. state. If slavery were but a country or a U.S. state, slavery would be a country with a population of Algeria. It would be a country with a U.S. state with actually a population a little smaller than California. Also, So it wouldn't be a very big country. Also, the gross domestic product, that is the economics of slavery, compared to the rest of the world, the GDP would be small, like that of Bulgaria or Kansas. It's about $150 billion a year, which for a country is not actually very much. So if slavery were a country, it would be a small, poor country. However, when we were able to then take the next step of calculating across the planet the CO2 emissions that come from slavery-based activities like charcoal, like deforestation, like destructive mining, and so forth, what we discovered was that if slavery were a country, it would be the third largest emitter of CO2 on the planet after China and the United States. Or if you want a slightly different picture of the same data, you can see that the modern slavery comes after China and the United States, which are the two big ones, but then it's larger than the Russian Federation, India, Japan, Germany, Canada, and the United Kingdom, and so forth. It changes our view in many ways of what we're supposed to be doing if we're going to try to address climate change, when suddenly we realize a key to reducing very significantly climate change would be the eradication of slavery. Another thing that we've just had a bit of a breakthrough on in our lab is a complete compilation of all the laws in the world on slavery. A whole team of our legal eagles have been working on this. And now, as it says here, what we discovered was that it's not just that we have poor laws or confused laws, often we have no laws, that slavery is not illegal everywhere, that here's a picture of the countries that don't have laws against slavery. So everything that's purpley on this map, as opposed to red, are countries, 94 countries, just at half the countries in the world that don't have criminal legislation prohibiting slavery. So all of a sudden you think, well, let's see, if we could stop slavery, we might be able to really slow down climate change. Oh, but we don't even have laws against it in almost half the countries around the world. It's bringing these things together and beginning to make them find their tension points and getting along. So here's a little bit about the failures, about different types of forced labor and so forth. But the bottom line to this, out of the 194 countries in the member states of the United Nations, is that we just don't have the legal instruments existing in the planet to get the job done. This is a picture, though, of, if you want to go look at it, the Anti-Slavery and Domestic Legislation Database, which holds all of these, and you can look at any country's laws and in great detail and filter it by which countries and which types of laws and so forth. Now, Guam, I'm going to just talk for a couple of minutes about something that I think could be useful for people on Guam, about how big is your trafficking problem? How many people are being trafficked? How do we actually estimate that? Now, I'm going to get a little nerdy here. I want to warn you about that, but we're going to talk about how to actually measure something that's hard to measure. But first, I need to tell you that one of the reasons why we have a problem measuring slavery is that criminological statistics are almost always based on the idea that a crime is an event. In other words, someone steals your bicycle. That takes 10 minutes. It happens, it's over. Somebody shoots you, you're dead. It happens, it's over. I mean, crimes are these short time things that get counted as criminal events in criminological statistics. But slavery is a crime that begins and then you never know when it will end. It's not a single event. It's a process. Some people the crime of them being enslaved begins when they're 10 years old and it doesn't finish until they're 50 years old. I mean, it means that they don't show up. Lots of situations of slavery do not show up until sometime many years later, the crime finally ends and it becomes a criminal event that can be counted within criminological statistics. So it's a bit of a paradox, right? It's a crime that can't be counted as a crime until it finishes. And so even though everyone understands that it goes without saying that it's indeterminate or unlimited, it ends up completely undercounted. And of course, that paradox is compounded by the fact slavery are sexually assaulted, and we already assaulted when they're raped. There's an underreporting of sexual assault, that there's a stigma that goes with that. And likewise, there's a stigma that goes with being enslaved just itself. But there is a way to estimate how many cases we don't know about from the cases we do know about, and it's called multiple systems estimation. And this is actually a technique that was originally designed to count the number of fish in a fjord, in a Scandinavian fjord. It was a way to figure out how many herring were coming up for the Norwegians to eat when they wanted to try to figure out what was going. But the fundamental technique is fairly simple. It's about finding independent groups, small groups of, in this case, possible victims of enslavement or a trafficking that can be compared to each other to help us to have to build the estimate of how large what statisticians call the universe is that they came from. The thing that I point to here is that in the United Kingdom, which is where we first tested this for the whole of actually, it was the whole of England and Wales, not the whole United Kingdom. We used the 3 internal lists of groups, an NGO list, a police list, and so forth, to be able to build, to make the 3 little circles to guess and estimate what is the big circle. We had in those little circles a total of 2,744 cases. Now that's for almost a whole big country of 60, 70 million people. But as you can see, we were able to say conservatively, must be from that, something like 10 to 13,000 people who are actually caught up in slavery. Now, why use this in particular? Well, because for developed countries where it's really hard to find people who are caught up in slavery, they're so well hidden within the population. It's one of the only methods that can work, because you extrapolate the answer, not count them and literally count the victims. And it's been proven to be robust. When I first started working on this, I was told by some human rights statisticians who work on genocide, they said, oh yeah, we use this all the time to understand how many people were killed in Bosnia, for example, in the war there, in these mass atrocities. But it'll never work for you because you're trying to count live people. What we know about how to do is how to count dead people, and they stay in one place, so it makes it easier. But in fact, it's not just dead people. So when we use this, for example, in just the city of New Orleans, we were able to come to a estimate that in fact there's something just about 1,000 people in a situation of trafficking and enslavement in the city of New Orleans at the time that we did that, which is about 2 years ago. And I'll point out that is about half the population of New Orleans. So it's a technique that could be used easily on Guam, assuming there's a couple of organizations that are able to share data, and you'd be able to get a better picture of what could be happening in terms of the estimated possible numbers of people. And then if you have that, it helps you to think through, well, what kind of resources do we need and how many people do we need to actually address a problem if it's about that size. Here's a picture of a journal article that we can make available later in the journal, but it was about how we went ahead and did that. article will tell you exactly how you can kind of walk through that process and learn how to do that. One of the hardest parts was not the statistics. It was not finding the people who had been caught up in slavery or trafficking. It was actually about getting people to trust each other, to share some information from their files one to another. But I'm sure on Guam, everyone loves each other in a way that they'll want to share everything, I hope. Okay, so I say thank you right there. Thank you ever so much. And I'll hand it back to Sarah, and I'll be happy to answer questions later. And I'll stop share.
Hello, everyone. Aloha. I'm Joe Green from the Pacific Disaster Center. So what I thought I'd do with this slide is provide a bit of context for the region that we're talking about. And this is always important before we do any type of analysis, to understand the context in which you're performing the analysis and in which all of the data points, these are actually people we're talking about as well. So understanding the context from whether it be geography, and in our case, some of the natural hazard phenomenology, but this just shows the extraordinary diversity of the region in which we're talking about. So this is key in our understanding our approach to disaster resilience and understanding, those factors that are common across all of these countries that are within this very diverse region. And looking at those things that are in common across these countries helps us to understand what we can do to increase disaster resilience. And what we have noticed is in providing this context, it begins to allow us to peel back the layers and understand kind of the overarching intersection of some of these factors with other outcomes, such as modern slavery, for example. So next slide, please. So Kevin, I believe this one.
Oh yes, let me go on to this one and just and point out that here we are in the Indo-Pacific region, and it's quite an extremely various region to be studying, as you all know, because you live there. But in particular, things like this, the fact that it includes North Korea, which is the one country in the world that we know to have the highest prevalence of slavery. About 10% of the population of North Korea we believe to be trapped in state-sponsored slavery. In other words, the state enslaves their own population. We all know that. They have these enormous prison camps where they work. And then it also has countries like New Zealand and Australia, which have very, very low levels of enslavement, so low that they're very difficult to count. And then when you start talking about India and Pakistan, where you have ancient forms of hereditary slavery and across a whole lot of the fundamental industries that go into agriculture and quarrying and so forth. And then all the types of things that we know about that are much more usually well-known is like the areas of commercial sexual exploitation in Thailand and Cambodia and Laos and so forth. And then in many ways, we have a mystery in China. We know that slavery exists there, but they will not allow anyone to come in and look carefully or count. And we think it's a large number of people enslaved in China, but we can't see it. And we really think it's especially high up in the north and west, where groups like the Uyghurs are caught in state-sponsored forms of enslavement. And then the things that I mentioned a moment ago about conflict, Myanmar and parts of Thailand as well in the past have been suffered enormous environmental destruction linked to conflict there. And we also think that apparently the fishing levels of slavery and fishing are probably as high in this region of the world as anywhere else in the world, that between China and North Korea fishing fleets have very high rates of both crime and enslavement. So it's a fascinating but slightly scary in its diversity and variety in terms of just how much trafficking and slavery there can be of all different types in this region.
So at this point, you may be wondering, so why a specific disaster center here? What do disasters have to do with slavery, and what can we learn from natural disasters and how to prevent them and modern slavery? So I did not take a picture of it. I should, but we can definitely share it with the group here. This comes from a paper written by Kevin, and I think this is one, if not the most clear and concise coverage of this issue. In natural disasters, we see oftentimes a lot of conventional wisdom being applied to disaster risk reduction. And oftentimes that doesn't always hold true. So one of the complexities of natural disasters is that they occur due to vulnerabilities, but they also create them. And the way in which natural disasters can interact with these vulnerabilities to influence modern slavery outcomes can be understood. Again, and this is from Kevin's paper, and I would highly recommend anyone interested in this intersection really dig into this. Disasters can serve as the beginning and the ending of traffic and slavery activities. So just as when we're talking about vulnerability and resilience, disasters disrupt normal functions for all systems. That includes illicit activities. Moreover, disasters begin this snowball effect. And again, this is across all systems. So in addition to a disaster, to an existing slavery and trafficking situation, it can increase eventually the number of persons potentially highly vulnerable to enslavement. So again, there's this complex kind of loop that's created both for vulnerability and for slavery by natural disasters and their occurrence. Next slide, please. So throughout our history at the Pacific Disaster Center, one of the things that we have sought to do is to utilize various approaches to kind of discover and pull forth those factors and conditions that are associated with disaster resilience. So what I have here is an approach that we call the composite index approach. That we're simply building a composite of multiple data sources. So this method takes data sets often, and from PDC standpoint, we want to use open source data from various sources and bring them together into groups that represent more broad thematic areas that are difficult on their own to represent with a single data set, for example. And when we take these together and aggregate them, we get a representation of a more complex idea. So for example, disaster resilience. So what you see here is kind of a broad, graphical representation of how we put together our natural disaster resilience index. So what this does for the end user, though, is allows you to look at disaster resilience in a multi-dimensional capacity and look at those things that are related to disaster or vulnerability, as well as the natural or national capacities that can be brought to bear to kind of help build resilience. So on this resilience index, in this example, a high score indicates a low susceptibility to disruption. And that can be either due to a low vulnerability or a counterbalancing national capacity. So a high, what we would say, coping capacity. Next slide, please. So this approach is fairly well accepted as a methodology in the disaster literature for assessing the potential vulnerabilities and their overlap. But when we take these vulnerabilities, and as Kevin has shown, that there are several that could potentially overlap with natural disaster resilience, we can take the number or the percentage of a population living in modern slavery and look at how well this tracks with these indices that we've created for other purposes. So we see here kind of a relationship between our resilience index and our fragility index, which we have built to assess the potential engagement points to enhance security and decrease potential national fragility. So this can show how overlapping components can have impact across, broader domains. So, for example, issues relating to modern slavery may also have impacts to disaster resilience and national security. So we see a fairly strong relationship between these indices that we've created and the proportion of the population living in modern slavery. So this provides us, and this is an important note, I want to say this again, we hear all the time in, common parlance that, correlation doesn't equal causation. So we use this as a hypothesis generation tool, a tool to serve as a guide for further investigation between these kind of overlapping links of modern slavery, human trafficking, and disaster resilience. And then using this approach, we can look at those components or those pieces or the data sets that I previously mentioned on the previous slide to start understanding, their relationships with modern slavery. Next slide, please. So one component that has already been discussed, but is contained in both of our indices, both the fragility and the disaster resilience, is conflict. So conflict can serve as a vulnerability for disaster resilience, but also, it's found to correlate with the proportion of a country's population that lives within modern slavery. So what we can do here is look at those components that we've built into the model of conflict, or the conditions that may be conducive for future conflict, to provide us with an indication that we may need to take a closer look at those drivers of the presence of modern slavery within that particular country of interest. So you can see on this slide here that, there's a positive, fairly strong correlation between how we rank countries based on their conflict risk and the proportion of the population that lives in modern slavery. So what this tells us is those pre-existing conditions that may lead to a conflict or the existence of a conflict provide us with a good opportunity to look at, victims exploited in conflict areas and victims exploited potentially fleeing conflict areas. So again, it's a good jumping off point for understanding these kind of underlying conditions. Next slide. So in the disaster literature, we understand that women and children are uniquely vulnerable to the impacts of disasters. So Pacific Disaster Center participated in the creation of a Women, Peace, and Security Index. And the purpose of this was to leverage that approach again to reveal these drivers of gender inequality and empowerment. The overarching purpose again was to, allow the end user to identify, plan for, and invest in programs that could improve gender resilience, peace, and security. All the while, and this is a key component of all of our approaches here, is that we want to build a human-centered approach. And this allows us to do that by building, different gender perspectives across the security and conflict continuum. So this, again, facilitates an understanding of how gender differences can shape outcomes for men, women, boys, and girls, ensuring that, within the context of these particular countries and these regions, that human rights are protected, especially during conflict and crisis. Next slide, please. So we did the same analysis looking at the Women, Peace, and Security indices that we've put together. And we saw a less strong relationship, still a relationship, but less strong relationship between the estimated proportion of the population in modern slavery and these two composite indices. So what this tells us is that these factors beyond just empowerment or inequality are associated with the proportion of the population in modern slavery. So then it goes back to those components that are in either the fragility assessment and or the resilience assessment. So again, we want to use these indices and the data sets that they contain to serve as a first step in understanding the common drivers of vulnerability and resilience, as well as modern slavery across diverse geographies. And one, I think, benefit of using this approach is if you're just starting out and you're not an expert. So I'll provide an anecdote. We have done these assessments before, and in one region we provided an assessment and we gave it to an expert, and they said, "This is good. This is about what we would expect." But you know, I've been working in this area for 25 years, and you haven't told me something that I don't already know. And to that, we asked the audience, how many of you have been working in this field for 25 years and have this level of expertise? To which no one else raised their hand. And we said, well, now we all have the same level of understanding. So we're now on common ground to begin talking about points of engagement and solutions. So with that, I believe I can pass it over to my colleague, Captain Melville.
Thank you, Dr. Green. So the slide you see right now is from the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime. So where Dr. Green's slides were focused on the Indo-Pacific region, I will be zooming in a bit further. So this is on East Asia and the Pacific. And this slide illustrates trends from their UNODC's most recent report on human trafficking. And I just want to note that most victims are women and girls at a 68%, and the primary form of exploitation is sexual slavery. It's important to note as well that women are not only victims of human trafficking, but are often perpetrators, especially within this region, and they account for 48% of convictions. As with all data on human trafficking, most goes unreported, and though conviction rates have increased globally, they are nowhere near matching the scale of the crime, as most perpetrators continue to go unpunished. The number of increased convictions can also be misleading because it is unclear if criminal justice systems have improved or if the rates are mirroring the increase in victims trafficked. So keeping the regional aspects in mind and the overall correlations between modern slavery and a nation's resiliency, we will zoom into Guam and the ways in which modern slavery threaten our strategic security. The flyer graphic pictured here, and you'll see several more throughout my presentation, are from Guam's Human Trafficking Task Force Stop the Evil campaign. So due to Guam's status as an unincorporated territory of the US, Guam represents the westernmost front for US military logistics, command and control, and power projection. Maintaining a US presence both in Guam and in allied countries such as Japan helps maintain free and open trade within the Indo-Pacific, which is essential for the US economy and way of life, and counters China's aspirations to control trade within the region. The US military presence in Guam also shows US commitment to our regional allies. The map illustrates the two island chains east of China, the first containing Taiwan and the second containing Guam. Guam's position in the second chain enables US military forces to present a strong deterrent to a Chinese invasion of Taiwan and offers protection from China's short-range missiles in the event of failed deterrence. There are 3 US military bases in Guam. In addition to the strategic location of Guam, the presence of these bases, the status of all citizens born in Guam as jointly US citizens, and the recognition of Guam as an unincorporated territory mean its defense and security is of strategic concern for the US. So how does slavery relate to security? As the Pacific Disaster Center analysis illustrated in the regional overview, the prevalence of modern slavery is directly linked to a country's resiliency to withstand both national and man-made shocks such as national disasters or conflict. The greater the prevalence of slavery, the lower the resiliency. Due to Guam's strategic significance, any factor that can destabilize the island is a security concern. Later in the presentation, you'll hear from Dr. Green again, looking in depth at other destabilizing factors within Guam. Throughout the rest of my presentation, I'll discuss how slavery represents an economic threat, increases criminal activity, poses several risks to US military forces and missions, and the role of human trafficking within great power competition from a strategic and security perspective. Most traffickers worldwide, 57%, are organized criminal groups, which results in greater violence, more victims, longer periods of servitude, and movement of victims across wider distances. These groups are also often engaged in other crimes like drug trafficking and money laundering. Forced criminal activity is the most detected form of human trafficking after sexual exploitation and forced labor, and has been found in every region of the world. Children are often the target for forced criminality for everything from pickpocketing to all elements of drug trafficking from growing to selling. For example, migrant children are exploited to transport drugs from the Middle East to Europe. When human trafficking and forced criminality are used in completion, it not only brings greater profit to the perpetrators, but minimizes the chance of their arrest. It also further manipulates victims who are unlikely to report their abusers if they fear their own prosecution. As Dr. Bales previously discussed in his ISIS case study, terrorists utilize human trafficking to finance their crimes, recruit members, and for forced labor. This is another area in which children are specifically targeted and are sexually exploited and forced to commit crimes such as war crimes, crimes against humanity, and acts of terrorism. So pictured here and the slide before are more flyers from Guam's Human Trafficking Task Force Stop the Evil campaign, with phone numbers you can call if you suspect someone has been trafficked. The number on the left is the Department of Homeland Security's 24/7-hour hotline, and on the right is the National Human Trafficking Hotline. So human trafficking is one of the most lucrative transnational crimes in the world, second only to drug trafficking, with an estimated $150 billion in profit, nearly 2/3 of which is generated from commercial sexual exploitation. While the over 40 million individuals trapped within human trafficking are most directly affected, the impact is felt by entire societies and both local and state economies. Money that supports human trafficking is money not spent on the illicit economy or on taxes to the government, but instead goes toward fueling individual criminals, criminal organizations, and corruption, all contributors toward further destabilization. Research has shown that a high prevalence of slavery correlates to lower gross domestic product, or GDP, per capita, and lower scores on the UN Human Development Index. The enslavement of individuals also represents the opportunity cost for any profit those targeted could have made legitimately, or the myriad of other ways in which they may have benefited their local communities, a scale of which can never be fully measured. So what might this look like in Guam? Tourism generates $1.4 billion annually and provides 18,000 jobs, making it Guam's top industry and attracting an average 1.2 million tourists annually. However, tourism is also closely linked to human trafficking. The rapid turnover of guests enables traffickers to move victims less noticeably, particularly through hotels and airports. Subcontractors are also vulnerable to trafficking and are frequently in everything from security guards to cleaning staff. As illustrated in the regional overview, East Asia and the Pacific are predominantly characterized by sex trafficking and child sex trafficking, which makes these countries hotspots for sex tourism. Given that sex trafficking and sex tourism are high within East Asia and the Pacific, when looking at Guam to determine risk factors, key indicators include a large prevalence of locations for sex trafficking, such as massage parlors or strip clubs, and the ease of which to establish and maintain these illicit businesses. In Guam, all that's needed to open a massage parlor is a sanitary permit and a business license, while a masseuse only needs to obtain a health certificate. They do not need to be licensed or have any credentials. In 2018, a bill was drafted to increase massage parlor regulations and deter crime. However, it was returned to committee where it appears to have stagnated. So when looking at the potential trafficking profile of Guam, information from both the region and the US is beneficial. This slide shows the prevalence of illicit massage parlors in the US, where there are over 9,000 known locations, which earn an estimated $2.5 billion annually. Just like Guam, across the US, there exists a lack of stringent and comprehensive regulations for these businesses, which enable them to exist. Massage parlors are high-risk locations for sex trafficking, as they often employ immigrants who may not speak the local language. These women are then deceived and placed within debt bondage, forcing them into sexual exploitation. Immigrants and migrants are particularly vulnerable populations for human trafficking. The latest statistics for Guam are that 11% of the island, or nearly 19,000 people, are regional migrants. Guam hosts more regional migrants than Hawaii, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and American Samoa. It is likely these numbers are increasing as Guam is currently experiencing its largest influx of H-2B visa workers since 1995. H-2B visas are for U.S. employers or agents to hire foreign workers for temporary non-agricultural jobs. There are currently 3,000 of these visa holders, and it is estimated there may be over 5,000 in 2024 due to the military construction demand. The increasing number of migrants within Guam represents a population at risk for forced labor and for sex trafficking. So here are recognizable indicators of illicit massage parlors, several of which have been reported in Guam. Within the tourist district of Tumon, there is a massage parlor every 1,000 yards, nearly 75% of which are open 24/7. There are advertisements for special massages. New girls are advertised monthly, likely reflecting short-term visa statuses. There are red blinking lights, employees in revealing clothing, and women who approach potential buyers outside the parlors. And this slide comes from Polaris, which is the organization that maintains the 24-hour human trafficking hotline, National Human Trafficking Hotline. So going beyond what an illicit massage parlor may look like, here are a list of potential indicators to recognize if an individual may be within a human trafficking situation. This is coming from the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. So some examples include that they may distrust authorities, not speak the local language, work excessively long hours over long periods, not have days off, and live in poor or substandard accommodations. Children may have no access to education or their parents or guardians, and an adult may claim that he or she found an unaccompanied child. Someone trafficked into domestic servitude may live with a family, have no private space, rarely leave the house, and like all who are trafficked, may be subject to insults, abuse, threats, or violence. People who are trafficked for sexual exploitation may be of any age, move from one brothel to the next, or work in various locations, be escorted wherever they go, have tattoos that indicate ownership by their exploiters, sleep where they work, only know sex-related words in the local language. For labor exploitation, a couple indicators include living in degraded, unsuitable places like agricultural or industrial buildings, not being dressed adequately for the work they do, have no access to their earnings, are unable to move freely, and may be disciplined through fines. People who have been trafficked for forced begging and petty crime may be children, elderly persons, or disabled migrants who beg in public places and on public transport, have physical impairments that appear to be a result of mutilation, and be part of large groups of children who have the same adult guardian. Now moving towards a Fort Bragg case study. So another important connection to make is the intersection between a military presence and sex trafficking. An uncomfortable reality is that military personnel are both historically and currently part of the demand for human trafficking, particularly sex trafficking. In 2002, both media reports and academic studies exposed U.S. military involvement in transnational crime and the trafficking of women within South Korea and from South Korea to the United States. An estimated 1 million Korean women were sexually exploited by service members from 1947 to 1997 alone. By 2002, the U.S. military bases in South Korea formed an international hub for sex trafficking, with women recruited and trafficked to bars around the bases in South Korea and to massage parlors in the U.S. The exposure of these crimes led to an immediate presidential directive of a zero-tolerance policy for any U.S. government employee or contractor engaging in trafficking in persons. Despite a zero-tolerance policy, the crimes continue. Over the last decade, Department of Defense members have been traffickers, buyers, and victims. For example, in 2017, a series of sex trafficking cases in Bahrain emerged regarding U.S. Navy sailors not only patronizing victims for sex, but also serving as traffickers, housing victims, and profiting from their victims' sexual exploitation. Women were exploited by shipmates living in Bahrain and those coming ashore during port calls. Located in North Carolina, Fort Bragg is the most populous U.S. military base. Based on a case study of over 200 sexual exploitation cases by the local police department's human trafficking unit, between 50 to 60% of buyers were active duty military or defense contractors, and over 90% of women solicited were sex trafficking victims. One of these cases even included the sex trafficking of an active duty soldier, and 39 of the cases involved minors. In the US, the commercial sexual exploitation of a minor is automatically a sex trafficking federal offense, and unlike the sex trafficking of adults, no evidence of force, fraud, or coercion is necessary. So back to Guam. There are over 21,000 US military members and their families in Guam currently, with an expected additional 5,000 Marines moving from Okinawa to Guam within the next few years. Historic cases like that in South Korea and current cases like Bragg demonstrate that human traffickers target what is a predominantly young male audience with disposable income as the demand for their trafficking victims. While there are very few known cases of human trafficking in Guam, the likelihood of a large presence of illicit massage businesses and a target audience would suggest otherwise. Understanding these risk factors is important to raise awareness for both the Guam public and U.S. service members, which is one of the reasons we're presenting today. When buyers understand that the women they're going to are doing things by force and servitude, it changes the conversation. There are also additional security risks specific for service members. When looking at service member participation, either knowingly or inadvertently within human trafficking situations, not only are there humanitarian and human rights concerns, but also several security concerns that pose risk to the military force and missions. Service members who patronize victims of trafficking, such as through buying sex, risk their own physical security and health, legal action from the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and domestic or foreign law based on where the incident occurs, and are at risk for blackmail and abuse or even death from the criminal organizations responsible for the trafficking. A service member implicated within a human trafficking situation poses greater risk to their unit and potentially reduces the unit's combat effectiveness, especially if that service member undergoes legal actions. In addition, a service member who patronizes services from a victim of human trafficking also poses operational security risks. For example, their electronics, when removed from their body, risk exposure to tampering. In addition, anything they say about their unit and operations are not confidential, and many others may be listening, especially if the experience is streamed. In cases around Fort Bragg, it is common practice for a victim's sexual exploitation to be recorded, not only for whatever information a service member may say and the potential for blackmail, but for traffickers to ensure the victim is doing as the buyer asks. If a victim does not comply, they are then punished by the trafficker either with direct abuse or threats and abuse of their families, or both. In addition, several sex trafficking cases around Fort Bragg were also tied to Chinese criminal organization, especially those run out of illicit massage parlors, which adds another layer of risk for the potential of U.S. military members to directly benefit our adversaries. If both sex trafficking and U.S. service members being targeted for demand are happening around Fort Bragg, there is even greater concern abroad where service members deploy and where they may be in environments even more susceptible to human trafficking and without a robust legal infrastructure to combat it. It is important to note as well that forced labor cases carry some of the same risks, such as legal implications and disruption to missions and unit cohesion. Beyond the possibility of directly supporting Chinese criminal organizations that utilize human trafficking, great power competition is a concern when representing and promoting differing values and ideologies. China represents a one-party communist dictatorship and overtly supports slavery. Examples of state-sponsored slavery include the forced labor and detention in 1,200 internment camps that target primarily Muslim and Turkic minorities in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. There are also forced labor indicators present throughout the world of host country Chinese and migrant workers employed for Belt Road initiatives and other Chinese operations. In over 80 countries, Chinese men, women, and children are subjected to sex trafficking and forced labor by traffickers, many of whom work for Chinese national-run criminal organizations and whose criminal acts are facilitated from national-owned businesses. Within China, women and children from the Americas, Africa, and neighboring Asian countries are exploited for forced labor and sex trafficking. There are also reports of forcible artificial inseminations and of fraudulent marriages between local and Southeast Asian women to Chinese men. The women are then raped for forced pregnancy, with the children used to retain the women for sex slavery or forced labor. These are only some of the vast known and reported types of human trafficking cases perpetuated by the Chinese government and Chinese criminal organizations, all of which can be found within the Department of State's Trafficking in Persons report. On the other hand, the US government strives to promote democracy and freedom. The US is a world leader in fighting against human trafficking. The annual Department of State Trafficking in Persons report assesses every government's ability to meet the standards of the US Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 on a tier-based scale. The less compliant, the worse rating for that government, which can risk the withdrawal or reduction of US foreign assistance. Given the stark disparities between the Chinese government and the US government approach towards combating human trafficking, it is one of the many comparative soft power advantages the US has, that of promoting and protecting human rights. When applying these principles through a security lens, the US military represents a partner of choice for those governments who also support countering human trafficking or are making efforts to do so. In addition, because human trafficking is a known destabilizing factor, efforts to lift our partners up through countering human trafficking measures increases their government's resiliency. And now I will be transitioning to Dr. Green, who will be digging deeper into the role of great power competition, Guam's strategic position, and a tactical on-the-ground perspective.
Thank you. So as we see here, we have a profile of Guam, and as you see in the text here, that Guam's importance as a strategic hub, and I think that it's important to continue to kind of look at this as it looks out to the entirety of the Indo-Pacific. So Guam is seen as a strategic hub, and the Chinese development of hypersonic weapons would appear to accelerate the investment in the territory. The 2021 Global Posture Review has called for enhanced infrastructure in both Guam and Australia in response to those threats. With that pivot within the Pacific, so Guam is seen as the front line of the U.S. response to any mainland Chinese expansionary activity. However, it's important to note that Guam's geographic location makes it prone to natural hazards and potential impacts from climate change. Combine that with what we've been discussing with modern slavery, and compounding the fact that we lack recent data for the understanding of disaster risk for the island. So the data gaps combined with the geographic location indicate that there's the potential for systematic issues in future planning that could exacerbate or enhance potential vulnerabilities to the impacts and decrease the ability to detect and assess drivers of modern slavery, as well as those associated with natural disaster resilience. Next slide. So one of the things that the previously outlined approach allows us to do is to drive down to the country level. So the composite index is built on the blocks of the data. So you can always go in and drill down to those individual data sets to look at what's potentially driving decreased resilience and how that may overlap with modern slavery and human trafficking. So currently, Guam and other island territories do not have adequately available socioeconomic data for a global comparison. It is expected that detailed US Census data are scheduled for release in October of 2022. The ATSDR at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention creates the Social Vulnerability Index from this data. So it's expected sometime around that time that data will be made available from the most recent census. So that will give us a more updated assessment of the data, and that can be then brought into all of these composite indices, these indicators that we have built. Looking at some of the indicators that are often included in these assessments, 3 are key drivers of resilience across the region. Those are access to information, governance, and economic capacity. So what do I mean by access to information? I mean the ability of a population to receive information, and not only just receive it, whether that be through books, the internet, or mail, but also be able to understand the information that is being presented to them. So this is usually built out based on things like literacy rates, access to information, access to internet, number of internet servers per population. But some of those unique challenges to Guam as it relates to access to information is its isolated location. I'm in Hawaii, we have the same issue. It often requires modification of available resources. Life cycle replacement for IT infrastructure is often a challenge. We suffer, as I think does Guam, from a lack of available educators and funds. Severe weather has the ability to degrade IT and infrastructure. I think it was 2 weeks ago, our entire island here on Maui was without power for half of a day. So that is an issue. Low high school graduation rates and the status with the U.S. can often strain existing educational resources that will then have cascading impacts to the ability to access and understand complex information. So one thing to keep in mind when we're talking about natural disaster resilience, when we're talking about drivers of modern slavery, this is fairly complex information that requires a level of education that may not exist, across certain regions. So it's important to understand how these challenges exist. So one, messaging can be tailored, but also understanding how by building that infrastructure or building that access to information, you can increase resilience by increasing or enhancing the understanding of the interaction of natural disaster resilience, being in or out of a hazard zone. What does that actually mean? But also, what does it mean to be vulnerable to a disaster and also vulnerable to modern slavery? Another big issue is governance. When we look at governance, we look at things like corruption, perception, existing laws, and ability to provide for the population in normal times and in disaster and more challenging times. Within Guam, some of the research shows that many citizens perceive a high to moderate degree of corruption. There are recent proposals by the government to increase laws surrounding corruption. And there is the perception of poor fiscal management by the government. And another kind of overarching driver that we see across the region is economic capacity. So this is, looking at things like the economy. Is it heavily dependent on DoD projects and tourism, for example? This is something Guam has in common with Hawaii. Lack of available jobs combined with a high influx of migrant workers. And this can strain, the existing economic capacity of an island or a country to actually have money available to build disaster resilience or to combat slavery. So these drivers then can give you an understanding of potential engagement points to either, help with these particular items, but more importantly, how these can then, build resilience across, these domains, whether it be natural disaster resilience or combating modern slavery. Next slide. So one of the concerns I'm sure are front and center on all of our minds, particularly those of us in the Indo-Pacific, is climate change, or the potential impacts for climate change. As Dr. Bales previously discussed, slavery is a driver of climate change, and climate change will disproportionately impact the Indo-Pacific, which then in turn increases our vulnerability, which then increases the pool of those vulnerable to modern slavery. So this is one of those areas I think that's very key and very important. Oftentimes we use the term a force multiplier. So addressing modern slavery can serve as a force multiplier. It has the impact to not just help those in slavery currently, but it can impact and reduce potential climate change. It can reduce the vulnerability. It can help to disrupt criminal organizations. So by addressing this one issue, which admittedly is fairly complex, we can have broad, far-reaching impacts for Guam and the Indo-Pacific. So what we see here is sea level rise vulnerability. So when we compare Guam with the rest of the Indo-Pacific region, we can see in the near term that Guam is less likely than its Pacific neighbors to experience vulnerability to sea level rise. But again, this is a relative ranking, so that's not to say that Guam will not be impacted. Next slide, please. However, the location of Guam, as you're well aware, it means that you're right in that zone where you're being impacted by Category 4+ tropical cyclones. The good news is, for climate change, they are expected to decrease in frequency, but the bad news is they're supposed to increase in severity. So what this means is we have kind of a complex mixed bag for climate change impacts. And by keeping this in mind when we're addressing the issues of modern slavery, we are actually looking at how, these impacted areas, as I said, when the data becomes more available, we can look at across Guam, who is more likely, what regions within Guam are more likely to be impacted, what that means for vulnerability, and then what that may mean for the vulnerability to modern slavery. Next slide, please. What we can do right now is to look at how these climate change, what we know about climate change currently, can impact specific infrastructure. So this is one example of something we can do here. We're looking at the international airport within Guam, and what you can see over on the right of this slide is the projected change in climate for this region. So based on several analyses, we can expect that there's going to be a decrease in consecutive dry days, so there may be an increase in precipitation, but there's also concurrently going to be an increase in hot days. There's going to be an increase in precipitation, and as I previously mentioned, we're going to see an increase in tropical cyclone intensity, an increase in rain rate from those tropical cyclones, and a decrease in frequency of those tropical cyclones. So this is sometimes hard to wrap your head around. So I use the example of the Bahamas last year. They had a very slow moving, they didn't have very many storms, but they had a very slow moving storm that basically sat for 36 hours over the island and just battered them with wind and rain and flooding. So the decreased frequency isn't, a get out of jail free card. It can have, other impacts. And sea level rise currently, and what we're assessing here is 2050, is currently less than 2% of the population will be affected by sea level rise. And there's a low risk to the airfield infrastructure here. Next slide, please. But what we can then do is look at, so if we're trying to provide humanitarian assistance, if we're looking at the distance a helicopter can fly from the international airport, how far it can reach out, what does that population look like? So we can see the population numbers here that we can estimate. We can estimate the vulnerable population that lives within, that transit distance of a helicopter. And so that then gets at the ability to provide supplies in the case of disaster. So we can see here that, we have the breakdown, women, children, and adults. And we also can see that the infrastructure that can be serviced there. So it's very important to understand that, climate change will disproportionately impact the most vulnerable, but it will have some impact on those infrastructures and the potential, again, to create a more vulnerable population. So with that, that's all I have. And I think, do I need to pass it back over to you, Sarah, or that's the end here? Okay. Oh yeah, our key takeaways.
I was gonna say you have one more.
One more, yeah. You guys are almost free, I promise. So when we assess things, we look at the confidence of the data, we look at the confidence of the correlations, and what we see is, one, to kind of bring it home, is that the higher a country's resilience, the lower potentially the prevalence of slavery, but there are outlier cases there. So again, this is a hypothesis generation. Let's look at what's going on. Let's use this as the jumping off point. Generally speaking, the better the gender empowerment, the lower the prevalence of slavery, and the higher the inequality, the higher the prevalence of slavery. But again, not always the case. What we assess with some medium confidence, again, is that the higher a country's potential for conflict, the higher the prevalence of slavery. But to take it back to what I previously said about climate change, by addressing those drivers responsible for the low resilience and high inequality, we can improve lives and create more stable environments, leading to these favorable outcomes beyond just disaster resilience. This can continue to improve outcomes for women and girls and lead to a reduction in slavery. One of the things that is interesting that cuts across all of these kind of areas we've talked about is that exposure to non-state malign actors, these criminal activities, creates a political and socioeconomic environment vulnerable to manipulation, influence, and ascendancy by these non-state malign actors and nation states acting by proxy. So by countering these groups, we can then, again, improve outcomes, help law enforcement, increase personal security, provide economic opportunity, enhance economic participation and health, providing resilience and reducing inequality. So again, these disparate outcomes disproportionately affect women and girls, leading to these social inequalities, such as inadequate healthcare, gender-based violence, and lower security capacity. So again, I think I'll just drive it home and say this final piece, that in looking at something seemingly unrelated like modern slavery, it can have impact beyond just helping those within slavery and reducing the prevalence of modern slavery. We can have impacts on climate change. We can have impacts on disaster resilience. We can increase stability. And with that, I will open it up and end there. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green. This is just to show the resources used for the presentation, some key legal resources for further reading and information, policy and informational resources. This is very important. This is the phone number, text, online chat to report any suspected cases of human trafficking run by Polaris with the National Human Trafficking Hotline. And now we will open up for questions, and I'm going to stop sharing.
Ma'am, can we just ask questions?
Yes, please.
I don't really have a question at this time. I just want to say thank you to all of you. I thought this, and I typed it in the chat. This is Ebony Harris from Headquarters US SOCOM. I work in Women in SOF, and then I also work in, I'm also part of my portfolio is Women, Peace, and Security. My comment is that I love that the overlay of the discussion was operationally relevant. A lot of times we come to this and some of the conversation, we can't apply it to what we're actually doing. Sarah, for your briefing specifically, I really appreciated how you aligned the military moving on into Guam with, you know, the increase in sex trafficking and how it affect the island. I thought that was like very informative. And the fact that that Guam is a US territory and you aligned it also to Fort Bragg, I really, really appreciate it. That's my comment.
Thank you, Ebony.
Deneen Brown has put a question in the chat, just saying, can we obtain a copy of the briefings? And I think because the entire thing's been recorded, you can get a copy of the whole thing as a recording. But I'll leave that. I'll hand that back. Sarah, you may know better about what.
We will share the PowerPoint.
Right. But what about the whole webinar, since it's all been recorded?
That will be shared as well.
Oh, can I make a comment?
Sure.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Joaquin Diego. So I'm from Guam. I'm a teacher here, and I went to other I guess meetings before, and from local experts talk about like climate change and how it affect Guam, and it kind of lined up with what you guys are saying in terms of how the island itself, our island here, is not going to be drastically affected with the height of the sea level. But however, it is going to affect our island neighbors and how they may not have their island anymore. And I know with like human trafficking and modern day slavery, transient people are the people that are going to be the victims a lot of times. And these are people in the other islands like the Marshalls that are going to be moving. So the idea that we have in the next 50 years or so to 100 years, thousands of people that are going to be moving, more than likely they will be coming into the island of Guam. And I just kind of just wanted to put that out there, and that's something else that that we need to also think about. It's not just us in the Pacific, and specifically Guam being here. It's such an easy way for us to be affected by the movement of all these people, and of course the taking advantage of those people. Yeah,
That's a really good. I was just going to say that's a great insight that you just shared with us, and of course Guam already is lying at sort of in a matrix of slightly confused immigration, and not just immigration but just access laws that have to do with that. So that when you have all of this openness across all of the different islands in an enormously large area, some of which are very extremely culturally different. And yet there's open access because of the way the U.S. has created the laws there, which I'm not in. I don't. Let me just say I don't know the complexity and the detail of all those laws. But as I understand, the fact that people say a very young person could just show up in Guam and say, "I'm looking for work," but they're not necessarily educated and they're coming from one of the other islands and so forth, and then you add in the impact of climate change and economic change, and possibly temperature changes as well. Goodness, it starts to get very complex, and you have to think what could be done, for example, with the stabilization of some of the origin islands where young people are coming from and so forth, to create a situation where they don't feel the need that they have to be drawn, which we see across the world. And it's not anything that's unique about the situation in your area. When you think about the enormous migration that goes on constantly from South America toward North America, a good deal of it turning into human trafficking because the people who are moving are so vulnerable. It's happening across the world in all those areas where the worst impacts of climate change in particular are just driving people to livelihoods and food and perhaps some kind of safety and opportunity for their children. That was grim, wasn't it? Sorry.
Switching angles, it looks like we have another question in the chat from Tom Melville. He asks, given the strategic threats and info presented, what's on the horizon for the US and US military to combat human trafficking? Thank you. That's a great question. So I'll speak first for what this team here is doing. So we've actually, Drs. Bales, Green, Mr. Grauman, and I have been working for about the last year on region-specific countering human trafficking training for Special Operations Forces. And that's something that we hope to spread, you know, throughout Special Operations Forces and our soft service members deploy all over the world. So we're looking to use a lot of the information you saw today, similar things like that, to actually present to those service members. Also, the combating trafficking in persons department for the military. They're actually responsible for training the military force. So they do quite a lot. They've created online training that anyone in the military can access. And then for the US, like I talked about earlier in the brief, the US for quite a while has been one of the leaders, I would say, with, I won't leave the UK out, Dr. Bales, don't worry. I'd say we're with the UK and really leading the anti-slavery, you know, countering human trafficking movements. And the Trafficking in Persons report that I showed it briefly, the cover of that is one of the ways that we get after that. And it's definitely worth a read for anywhere you're traveling, to just take a look at where you're going and just know what the trafficking profile for that country is. It's especially important for military personnel when they deploy, to understand the country that they're going to. And like I talked about in my brief, what goes along with those grades that the US government is essentially giving these other governments is also funding. So there is a bit of, you know, it's that sort of carrot stick mentality that we're trying to get our, you know, other countries' governments to combat human trafficking as well, and to set up the infrastructure, the legal infrastructure to do that. So for another question is there any type of mandatory reporting requirements for US military personnel? Like what is common in reporting child or elder abuse? So within the military, I don't believe there's mandatory reporting. However, the Combating Trafficking in Persons Program Management Office actually runs a hotline that any serviceman, well, really anyone can call. It similar to the Polaris National Human Trafficking Hotline. And that would be how an instance of human trafficking or suspected instance of human trafficking is reported. Also, when it comes to forced labor, there are a lot of regulations around the work that defense contractors do, and the way in which contractors are hired, and the training that they're supposed to receive, and, you know, the ways in which what they're doing is examined to make sure that forced labor or other human trafficking offenses aren't occurring. Do we have any other questions or comments from the audience?
Hi, this is Jessica Libertini from Joint Special Operations University. I don't have a question per se, but I do have a compliment, a very high compliment, and that is I want to thank the team for the inclusive way that you have leveraged just such a diverse set of disciplines, from the social sciences to statistics, the AI that's used out of the PDC. I mean, we talk a lot about complexity at JSOU, the Joint Special Operations University, and I very rarely see just a true putting aside of disciplinary boundaries and silos to really wrestle with a complex problem like this. So, you know, hats off to you all. This is absolutely fantastic. And if you have any insights, not necessarily for this forum because I don't want to take away from the true topic here, but if you have ideas for how to promote such interdisciplinarity, I would be happy to, to work with you offline. I know that Sarah has my contact information, but I really hats off. This is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Let's see, it looks like we have another question from Aaron Eastwood. Have you studied or do you see value in studying the prevalence of trafficked sex workers near southern military installations, i.e. Fort Hood, Camp Pendleton, Yuma Air Station, vice northern installations like Fort Lewis or Fort Drum? The idea being to identify correlations between trafficking corridors, which see installations as opportune markets in close proximity to already heavily trafficked corridors and deliberate targeting of military personnel. That's a great question.
I certainly see the value. I certainly see the value. Would you say, do you see the value in studying that prevalence? Yes, absolutely so. And I have to say that the prevalence estimations on exactly the sorts of situations you're describing there are not good, if they exist at all. And certainly in the United States, there's a lot of kind of assumption that if you find a massage parlor along an interstate highway, that suddenly you found a special corridor of human trafficking. But in fact, there are a lot of other things going into what makes the context in which that kind of criminality can easily be affected. So yes, it absolutely has to work like that. But it's tough. I have to say, I've worked with some state governments and highway patrol, for example, in some states that you're talking about there. And I've said, there's some very simple things that could be done from what we've just been studying, because we just did a study where we asked people who had been trafficked, who came out safely the other end, but who had been trafficked, exactly what they did every day that they were being trafficked, from places like South America all the way up into North America. And very often, for example, every single one of those people who had been trafficked talked about the only times they were out of the like a locked vehicle was when they went to a toilet at a interstate gas station. And we began to, so we build out some things to talk to highway patrols in states to say, if you've got every gas station has closed circuit TV where they're looking at the people who are pumping the gas, and if there were a button to push or a way to signal that when you went to the toilet in that gas station, that it could then be noted by the person who could then take a picture of the vehicle and shoot that over to the highway patrol so they could make a stop and say, and for example, but no law enforcement has taken up those ideas as far as we put them out. I worked with Polaris on a number of these things, and we keep trying to build it. It's still seen as a peripheral thing. It's still seen as not the big one. It's like they're looking for heroin or they're looking for illegals, which in fact may be just exactly the same as saying I'm looking for people who have been caught up in slavery. So yeah, we need that. That's a great idea.
Yes, sir. If you don't mind. Hi, I'm Aaron Eastwood. I'm with the New York State Highway Patrol.
I'm sure you do it right.
No, it's not that. We actually have a very unique situation up here. We actually have one of the busiest smuggling corridors in the nation. It's actually ranked number 3. Essentially, goods services personnel that come in through the ports of Montreal and then transition over the St. Lawrence River to the St. Regis Mohawk Aboriginal lands, which span both the United States and Canada. And you're correct. There's a certain amount of adaptation, though. Once we establish, procedures, policies, things of that nature, organizations and transnational criminal organizations become reactionary to them. One of the problems we run into is being able to use our uniformed personnel to actually target again, some of these, or target or identify some of these more obvious signs of human trafficking. And ultimately what happens is once we're able to come up with a policy or procedure, these trafficking organizations adapt to it, and they'll begin to pick up some other form of doing it. One of the things that we've recently come across is they will put people, goods, whatever it may be, into vehicles, then load those vehicles onto, say, a flatbed or a car carrier. And now essentially, unless they come across, depending on the weights too, unless they come across a commercial motor vehicle inspection station, which a flatbed rollback tow vehicle would not, whereas a car carrier would, we generally don't inspect those vehicles unless we can establish some sort of probable cause. And it goes back to what you're saying. You've got people who are locked in vehicles for a prolonged period of time. And the only time they're leaving is to use the bathroom. And generally what we found is it'll no longer be a rest stop. It'll be, some sort of pre-established safe house that's owned by, a syndicate or some portion there of a syndicate, where there are also other sorts of nefarious dealings going on at the same time. It's not a public venue where they have the ability to do that. But yes, you are correct. We do it right. But it's also, it's not a static situation. And that, it's certainly a complex problem with a lot of complex factors that come into it. And the faster we catch up, the faster they run away from it.
Thanks very much for that.
Oh yeah, no problem. I also serve in the military, and I've seen a lot of like I said, what you describe as the intentional targeting or predatory practices towards military personnel for a number of reasons. So I can absolutely see where this would be of great value to research.
Sarah, I think you need to get Aaron's email.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we could run some of the teaching materials that we're putting together in the past you, Aaron, if that would be all right with you, because I think you've got some lived experience. Oh, Mary Kate has it. Okay, great, thanks. Perfect. If you don't mind my being presumptuous.
All right, well, it doesn't look like there are any more questions. Thank you everyone for attending. I just want to hand it over to Mary Kate to close everything out. She's the co-founder of the Guam Human Rights Initiative and is responsible for getting us all here.
Yes, thank you so much, Sarah and the team. Gosh, it was so great to have all of you joining us, especially you, Dr. Bales, it's late evening for you, if not almost in the wee hours.
No, it's very early morning.
Oh, very early morning. Okay, I know
like
there was
1:15 a.m.
And Dr. Green, Adam, thank you so much. Your insight is really invaluable. And just to be able to bring all of us together from the different time zones, I mean, it just shows, like, even Aaron tuning in from New York, the Joint Special Operations University team tuning in from Florida. It really just goes to show about this is an international issue. It's not just an issue here on Guam. But as you saw with the Polaris chart that Sarah had showed earlier, Guam wasn't even on that heat map. And so part of one of the things that Eric and I are really trying to promote here is to get Guam as part of that conversation in the United States' strategic plan to counter human trafficking. I know the Department of State, Department of Justice have strategic plans, the White House, but really also raising awareness to the Department of Defense as a call to action for us to be the tip of the spear. Sarah is a fellow soldier. I'm a fellow special operations soldier. We were both down at Fort Bragg, North Carolina together, the largest populated base in the world. And so again, when Sarah had highlighted that 50 to 60% of the buyers being service members and DoD contractors, this is something that, the buyers, the traffickers, the victims, they come from all walks of life. And something for Guam, instead of focusing so much on the numbers or focusing on the fact that there may be zero reporting, it doesn't mean that it's not happening here. And so really, we ask that we already collectively know human trafficking is bad, but this is a call to action for us to talk about human trafficking beyond just January, which is Human Trafficking Awareness Month, to reach out to other stakeholders who are also in the process of learning. And regardless of whether you have any experience or knowledge on combating human trafficking, that there's reach out to other folks like this team here and just asking the questions that you've been asking. We're so grateful for your time and attention today. And just know that you don't need to be a cop, a social worker, a victim advocate. You don't have to have your PhD to be able to join in on this fight and the effort to combat human trafficking. We ask that you take this away to have conversations with your loved ones, with your friends, with your local community, because it's not only a human rights issue. This is a national strategic issue. Should be part of the national strategic planning as well. So thank you again, Suzu Smasi, and hope you all have a wonderful day. Any last closing remarks from the team? I'll pass it back over to you. Thank you. We do have a conference, I'll say, tomorrow. So for those tuning in today using your continuing education unit, you have to attend the full day tomorrow, but we hope to see you there for the free conference as well from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Everybody, welcome back to the inaugural Human Rights Conference series, Human Trafficking on Guam and in the Pacific. And we're now going to present our second panel of speakers, and this will be the government panel. So we just had finished up our first half of the day with the law enforcement panel and the victim advocacy panel. And as the victim advocacy panel reminded me, make sure that if you see something or your gut is telling you that something is wrong, you're seeing a lot of men in particular frequent one location, one after the other, or something seems suspicious, not quite right, please know that you have the resources, the numbers to call, contact the local law enforcement, reach out to the victim advocacy groups if you prefer, as Lori mentioned, if those trusted folks that you have a good relationship with, tell somebody that you need help and assistance, and make sure that you know that you have it within you, the power and control to say something and seek help. It's the rights that we all have to be able to feel safe and secure in our own home and communities. So introducing today's panelists, again, I'm Mary Kate Saliva, co-founder of the Guam Human Rights Initiative with my dearest friend, colleague, and University of Guam graduate, Erica Anderson. Thanks, Erica. So we're going to introduce today as Attorney General Levin Camacho. Thank you, Attorney General, right here. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I know you've had a very busy week. And I will, as you all know, that our speakers have been flying in from all over the place, even though they reside here in Guam. They've been doing a lot of incredible work. So I know some of them have been jet lagged. So I appreciate them being devoted and coming here to spread more information. Levin T. Camacho has served as Guam's Attorney General since 2019. As Attorney General, Camacho is the chair of the Guam Human Trafficking Task Force. During his tenure, Attorney General Camacho has secured several historic settlements that will bring millions to combat Guam's drug problem, made it easier to get help from the Office of the Attorney General, and has taken concrete steps to protect the environment, including a unanimous win before the Supreme Court of the United States in the Ordot dump litigation. Prior to serving as Attorney General, Camacho was a solo practitioner who handled civil and criminal matters. As a private practitioner, he argued over 15 appeals before the Supreme Court of Guam and assisted the governments of Guam and CNMI in reviewing complex environmental impact studies and litigated land rights and environmental justice cases. He also served as legal counsel in a lawsuit seeking to extend voting rights to U.S. citizens living in the territories. Camacho attended John F. Kennedy High School, majored in English literature at the University of Washington, and graduated from Boston University School of Law. Please join me in welcoming Attorney General Camacho. Thank you. And Mr. Greg Massey, Administrator for the Alien Labor Processing and Certification Division and Acting Wage and Hour Division Administrator with the Department of Labor. Greg Massey started with the Guam Department of Labor in 1990 as an entry-level case manager, handling temporary and permanent labor certifications for foreign workers employed in Guam. And in 2000, he moved to Honolulu, Hawaii, and worked at the Hawaii Department of Labor in the Unemployment Insurance Division until 2006. Greg relocated back to Guam in late 2006 to take over as the administrator of the Alien Labor Processing and Certification Division, ALPCD, a position which he holds today. As the ALPCD administrator, Mr. Massey oversees the processing and adjudication of temporary labor certifications related to H-2B workers petitioned for Guam. He also oversees investigations and enforcement of H-2B program provisions, as well as participates in the enforcement of other labor laws of Guam. His current duties also include managing the Guam Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division and assisting the Director of Labor with the review and updating of the department's legislative and regulatory mandates, as well as playing a pivotal role in the recent Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, PUA. Mr. Massey is a recognized subject matter expert on the Guam H-2B workers process with a strong grasp of most facets of immigration and labor law. He's an active participant in both federal and local human trafficking task forces and regularly collaborates with stakeholders on alien labor related matters and policy. Thank you so much for being here with us. And we wouldn't have these signs in front of you today if it wasn't for Attorney Ron Uggan. Professor Ron Uggan, please come to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us. He was the one that has kept these signs for the last decade when Eric and I were students at University of Guam, and he was a professor. I was his teaching assistant, and now to be in a doctoral program, it really started here, my education at University of Guam. So with Professor Uggan, it's my pleasure to introduce Attorney Uggan as an assistant professor of the University of Guam's Legal Studies and Public Administration Division. Attorney Uggan earned his Juris Doctor from the Northwestern School of Law from Lewis and Clark College. He has his MPA from the University of Guam, and he earned his bachelor's degree in business administration from Gonzaga University. Thank you so much for joining us, Attorney Uggan. And last but not least, we have Supervisory Special Agent Rafael Fernandez. Right here, there we are. Rafael Fernandez serves as Supervisory Special Agent, FBI Honolulu Division, Guam Resident Agency. Rafael has been assigned to the Guam Resident Agency RA since October of 2017. Since his arrival to Guam, Rafael was assigned to investigate criminal violations to include public corruption, civil rights, and narcotics trafficking. Rafael began his FBI career in March of 2011. Following training, he was assigned to the San Juan Division, St. Thomas RA, where he investigated public corruption and narcotics trafficking. Rafael was later assigned to the Sacramento Division, where he investigated public corruption, civil rights, and financial crime violations. Prior to joining the FBI, Rafael was a junior executive with ExxonMobil Corporation in several marketing management roles. Rafael also served as an infantry officer in the United States Army, who assigned to the Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and Fort Drum, New York. Please welcome me. Clap a round of applause for our speakers today. Thank you so much. I know you were also, your office also took part in the forum that Eric and I had 10 years ago. So really great to have the Department of Labor back again and to see the great work that you all have done and continue to do. We're going to move on to the questions now for our panelists, and wanted to start with Attorney General Camacho with regards to what particular legislation or regulation does your office use to tackle human trafficking? If you could go a little bit into detail about the Human Trafficking Task Force as well. And is there a specific definition of human trafficking that your office goes off of? The mic on. Mic on. I think there's a button.
Yes, okay. Well, I understand the panelists this morning went over a lot of the questions that you asked me, so I don't want to necessarily repeat our statute or read the statute. I printed it out, so.
Oh, great, thank you.
I do just want to comment, and Greg's been doing great work on this. The change in terms of human trafficking and some of the challenges even to prosecute these cases and to establish elements, and Greg kind of touched on it a bit in the biomassage, where the relationship between the trafficked and the traffickers is not as neat as you bring someone in, you force someone to Guam, and you're forcing them to work without any compensation in a very clearly coercive situation. I think Greg was describing there was an advertisement, there was an application, they were flown to Guam, and then they worked and received compensation. They were sending money back home. And I know the U.S. Attorney's Office also, we had a meeting, Jane Flores was there. The first meeting we had with the task force, there's always tension between the government entities, the law enforcement, victim services, because they're all victims of human trafficking. But that's not always the way that the federal law enforcement and local law enforcement are going to look at it, right? Because if there is this solicitation, and I understand the victim services folks are going to be like, no one chooses to participate or to engage in involuntary servitude or sexual acts for money, and which is what our statute requires in order to prosecute these types of cases. So I can read the statute to you, but most of the cases that you will see will not be as neat as I'm going to fly you here, take away your passport, force you to work and not pay you. So those are the requirements. You are recruit, entice, solicit, isolate, harbor, transport, provide, or obtain by any means, etc. Another person knowing that the person will be subjected to sexual servitude of a minor or involuntary servitude. And again, it requires very clear mens rea on the part of the trafficker in order to convict. One of the challenges that we have in prosecuting these types of cases and charging them out is the case in Hawaii that was recently charged out by the U.S. attorney, where you had folks, a local family who was brought to Hawaii. They took their documents and they forced them to do, force them into things. If they're not traveling, if you're in Guam and you're potentially exchanging, someone's performing a sexual act and you're receiving money, that does not neatly fit within the trafficking statute. So those are the things that we just need to examine and tighten up potentially as we move forward and look at other jurisdictions. I didn't answer your question, but I just wanted to add a little bit of depth to what the last thing that I will just say too, in terms of, I know the photos were from 2020 and Greg mentioned some of the changes. This is where there's tension between privacy and law enforcement. Greg mentioned it's websites, dating apps, and I have a VPN on my phone. I have a VPN on my computer because I want to make sure that if I'm surfing the internet or I'm on my phone, the FBI can't crack. I'm just joking. I encourage everyone to install a VPN, but just know that the technology you're using to protect your privacy are also enabling criminals to mask where they're located, to hide where they're going. We understand that dating apps in particular, chat groups in particular, are becoming more and more frequently used to solicit basically people who are here who might be in these massage parlors or also on dating apps locally and are advertising in that way and performing sexual acts, or come meet me at my house, or I'll go to your house and you'll pay. And it's not the mama-san at the door waiting for you. It's a car comes, drops off a girl on a date, and you potentially exchange money and they come and everything's done through, I don't even want to say Bumblebee or something like that, but that's how long I've been out of it. I don't ever use dating apps. So just be aware that that is kind of the evolution of human trafficking potentially. And the last thing I will just add, the internet and websites. So Section 230, we've kind of heard about freedom of speech, what's being published, Backpage got taken down. That was one of the first exceptions they had. Normally the government is Congress is very serious about protecting online content and not moderating it. But human trafficking is the one area where they actually changed the statute. And that's how pages like Backpage got taken down. So if you see advertisements that seem to suggest there is some type of human trafficking, you should report that, because that is one area that you can have taken down, and you can report that to federal law enforcement, local law enforcement.
Thank you, Attorney General. I will say that that's one of the things with what you mentioned is why it's so important to have these human trafficking task forces in our local communities, gaining that support to be able to raise awareness about what you said, including VPNs and dating apps, but to really support those human trafficking task forces and make sure we continue the conversation beyond January, Human Trafficking Awareness Month. So one of the questions wanted to ask as well is, were the owners of the massage parlors, where were the owners of those massage parlors from those pictures? Were they from here or for Mr. Massey?
Well, yeah, the owners of the massage parlors were, in almost all cases, are gonna be foreign nationals, but they typically are either naturalized U.S. citizens or permanent resident aliens. And yeah, those massage parlors, I didn't mention, yeah, they all got closed down. That's one of the beauties of having a multi with our regulatory law enforcement, and we have all the different agencies. So public health is the licensing authority, and they shut down every one of those.
Right. I think for the presentation too, I know so one of the effective things that was mentioned earlier, the law enforcement panel is sort of putting up the faces of the buyers and the traffickers up on the screen, and even those owners and holding them accountable as well. So with regards to Special Agent Fernandez, I heard that you have a presentation as well. Did you want to share that now? We have time if you'd like to share now. Yep. Great. Absolutely. Thank you.
Testing. Okay, cool. All right, so just have a few slides. Hi, everybody. And obviously, thank you so much. I'm Raphael. I'm actually assigned here, as you heard, to the Guam office. I've been here for a few years, and certainly appreciate this opportunity to talk to you about how we see human trafficking, specifically the FBI. I know you've heard this morning from some of our law enforcement partners here in Guam, to include the Department of Homeland Security, HSI. So just to give you some context, we actually sit with HSI. We have a task force officer from HSI that sits in our office. And we have Dave Kerrigan. I think he'll be talking to you at some point this afternoon. So human trafficking is a very important thing, obviously violation that we investigate. And as the Attorney General mentioned, when we investigate these types of crimes, we have very specific rules and statutes that we have to kind of employ. So what I'll do is I'll just go through these slides here. Slide, please. I have a media disclosure here. So anybody in the media, if you need any of this information, please just reach out to our media coordinator, Joy. And I think you know who she is. So slide. So these are our goals. I think you guys probably already heard this, so I don't want to be redundant. The 2 types of human trafficking that we look at, the participants, we'll identify the couple of industries that we see, and obviously another hotline for you. There's plenty out there. So next slide. So as you heard from the Department of Labor here in Guam, generally speaking, when we look at human trafficking, we look at what we call it as a modern day definition of slavery. So essentially somebody's going to traffic another human for the purposes of financial gain. So they want to put this person to work somewhere, right? So you heard a couple of examples here a minute ago, sex trafficking. If it's adults that are being sex trafficked, unfortunately, we cannot make a human trafficking case if these adults are willing participants, like you heard some examples today. So the FBI may or may not be involved. Now, there could be instances where we could be involved depending on whether or not we see other violations involved when somebody's sex trafficking. Okay, like for example, there could be immigration violations and things like that, and we could potentially assist HSI with those types of violations. But if it's a minor, there's no proof for force. Okay, because a minor is not able to consent. A minor, we consider minor 18 or younger. So if we see a 16-year-old as trafficked in the United States or here in Guam, we will charge that case as a human trafficking case, and we have. As a matter of fact, I'll give you a brief story. When I was in Sacramento division, and Mike's heard this story before, I get a lead. I was working the white collar squad. We work public corruption, and I get a lead from the San Diego office that someone, a female in Sacramento, was arrested, and they had an arrest warrant for her in San Diego. So me and a partner go pick her up from the Sacramento Sheriff's Office because they had arrested her on a traffic violation, and they saw in the system that she had an arrest warrant, federal arrest warrant. So we go pick her up, and very young, 21, 22-year-old, attractive female. And so of course I called my counterpart in San Diego and I said, "Hey, tell me about this case." And he said, "Listen, this is a very heartbreaking case. That female, I recovered her when she was 14 years old, and she was trafficked as a minor. We put her through the pipeline. We put her through programs, and now she's basically doing the same thing. She was trafficking minors. So if it's a minor that's being trafficked, it doesn't matter. We'll do a human trafficking case. And it was very unfortunate. The exact same thing that happened to her when she was young She was actually doing it. She got older, so that kind of broke my heart a little bit. So labor trafficking is another big area for us nationally. Obviously, in the southern border of the United States, we have potentially hundreds of thousands of folks that get smuggled into the country. In many cases, they get trafficked to work in agriculture, to work construction, and in some cases, obviously, to work through sex trafficking. Slide. So those are the two industries, right? So this is what we were talking about a minute ago. So I apologize if this is redundant, or if you heard this morning. So we look at these matters from a trafficking or smuggling. So when we address, okay, do we have a population in a community that's being trafficked or smuggled? This is what we look at, right? So trafficking is a crime against a person. So in other words, this person cannot get out of the crime itself. They're being coerced, they're being forced, they can't leave, they take their passports. So there's a lot of little things. In many cases, some of the victims don't even know that they're victims. So sometimes that's part of the investigation that we look into, right? So in many cases, the traffickers, the people engaged in human trafficking, they use smuggling a debt as a means to traffic somebody. So we see that a lot in the border, right, from Mexico. In many cases, the smugglers say, hey, I will get you to the US, and by the time you get to the US, it's going to cost you $25,000, but you're going to go to California and work in the field, and you're going to work this off. So in many cases, that's a form of human trafficking, so we'll make that case. All right, so again, trafficking, the trafficker themselves, whether it's an organization or a person, they maintain control over the folks that they've trafficked. It's not like they smuggle them across the border and they let them go and they can do what they need to do, right? So that's not what we look at. The trafficking person is seen as a victim. So in many cases, when we do recover folks that are trafficked, in many cases, they become victims of the United States because it happened in the US, and then they're given some certain rights. And again, as we see, and as I mentioned, and this is something that we work with our partners, HSI, because they also have violations they can cover down. Smuggling is a crime against the border, right? So if a person is smuggled into a country or a territory of the United States, that could be a potential crime against the border, right? So no coercion, and I think we heard some examples of that today. Illegal entry of a person from one country to another. So, hey, a job posting in Korea or the Philippines or anywhere else, there's jobs in Guam, and you can make a roll, like we mentioned a minute ago, rolls of money, and folks really want to do that for whatever, even if it's sex acts here in the territory. Anyway, so you see that a smuggled person is seen as a criminal. So if a person that wasn't coerced is brought into the territory, we look at them as a criminal, not a victim. So they don't get afforded those rights as a victim. So I just wanted to kind of make that little bit of a distinction, because I think that it's important for us, obviously, in law enforcement, to understand that, and obviously the community as well. So slide. Obviously, the victims of human trafficking and smuggling are, generally speaking, folks in extreme poverty. Like that's what we've seen in the past. And a couple of other points here. Poor economic conditions. I imagine now, with the war in Europe, we're probably going to see a number of people, millions of people have displaced. So they'll be trafficked. We saw it in Africa. Even post in the 80s and 90s, we actually still see that today. When you see extreme poverty, and of course we see it all through the Central Americas and so on. So lack of opportunities in our home country. So basically you guys see that they're homeless. In many cases, this is where they capture the minors. When minors are homeless in countries, traffickers will traffic them, and for the purposes of sex and things like that. Slide, please. And again, why do we see that they victimize folks? It's obviously financial gain. Unfortunately, that is, generally speaking, in the FBI, we see that as it's got kind of the underlying root of many criminal conduct. People just want more money and blah, blah, blah. And here's an opportunity to gain more money, right? Power control and reusable commodity. This is a bad one, because humans, you can put them to work for years at a time, right? So in many cases, criminal organizations, and we see that a lot at the border, they can traffic drugs, they can traffic guns, and generally speaking, in the other direction. But if you traffic a human, I mean, you got a reusable, renewable commodity. Slide. As we mentioned earlier, these are the recruiting methods, a number of them there. So you've heard those slides. Slide, please. Again, deceptive recruitment in their home countries, promise of jobs, things like that. And of course, that doesn't pan out. And in many cases, victims realize that they're being trafficked after they're in the country. So slide. Okay, let's go through this one. I guess you guys have probably heard this slide, please. Commercial sex and domestic servitude. We heard about this one here, the already commercial sex. This is an interesting one in the US. Housekeeping jobs, child rearing, and also marriages and false adoptions. We see that a lot. Folks from home countries, right? In many cases, they bring folks from either Asia and they bring them in, and before you know it, they're paying competitive wages. Literally, you get $300 or $400 a month to basically be someone serving in their house. So we look at those things, and at some point in time, if somebody thinks that's a good deal, they'll work for some time, but then they realize, hey, wait a minute, I was probably a potential victim here. So we do see that. Slide, please. Labor exploitation. You've heard that already. Sweatshop factories, and the big cases for us, generally speaking, are the farms in the United States. A few years ago, one of our offices did a case in Idaho where they were a number of chicken farms and things like that, where people literally were living in conditions almost like what you saw here, but worse. And we've had hundreds of people in barracks and things like that that are working in factories. So slide. This is kind of a note from one of our survivors. All right, I didn't believe in police. And generally that's what we see with trafficked victims. They're not trusting of law enforcement. So it's our job to make sure they trust. So that's generally speaking, they would sometimes believe what the traffickers are saying and not what law enforcement is going to do for them and help them. So that's kind of a note. Slide. And here's a hotline for you, right? Obviously, the FBI office is here. You guys, does anybody for a couple of points know where we are? And it was a strategic location because we figured that everyone would remember where we are if we went across the street from Home Depot, or in the parking lot. So that's where we are. I'm here, and of course you hear from Dave Kerrigan. If you need anything, please come see us. Obviously our office is generally busy. We investigate a lot of types of crimes, but obviously human trafficking is very important to us. So obviously, thank you so much for having us here, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. And so we still have a time. I really love what you said about, because again, we have so many different key stakeholders here on this panel, and just what we heard from earlier today, we have yet to hear from later this afternoon. I know one of the things that we keep, Eric and I, making this conference free today was in the awareness and especially empowering the next generation. So really wanted to ask for you, Attorney Uggan, with regards to the University of Guam students. You've been a longtime educator and longtime attorney, even before Guam had a statute against human trafficking. So what sort of awareness do you provide with your students? Yes, you have one of the microphones there. Oh, you can you can have a seat there. Okay. Yeah.
I apologize. I have atrial fibrillation and I need to stand up so I can breathe better. And the mask doesn't help either. So what the hell? In any event, standing behind a podium is really secure. I've been doing it for 25 years. Unruly students might just throw things at you, what have you. So in any event, the AG and the others talked about the laws already. But I do want to emphasize that I looked at the statute again, of course, the federal statute, but also the Guam law. Title 9 Guam Code Annotated Chapter 26 is a really comprehensive statute on fighting human trafficking. It gives an integrated approach to fighting human trafficking, not just from the law enforcement and prosecution side and the court side, but also from the support services. That's what you need. It's a string theory. Everything connects to everything else, and you can't have one just doing their own thing. It's got to be integrated. There's also a strong provisions for protecting victims of human trafficking, particularly sex trafficking. And the other provision that I thought was really important was this sentencing enhancement provisions. So if traffickers are being prosecuted and convicted and he had egregious circumstances based on their activity, the court can throw in additional years of prison time and what have you. And of course, if there's a criminal homicide, that's murder, manslaughter, whatever the case may be, whatever Guam statutes provide. Now, going back to our university, oftentimes ideas germinate from the academia, from our university, from the classroom. This is the result of the project that Mary Kate and her team put together. The human trafficking conference that we did was the first human trafficking conference or anything regarding human trafficking on Guam. And it was through our exchange of ideas with Mary Kate, particularly being my TA. She set the standards, and Erica also came along and met those standards. In any event, this is the outcome. This is the outcome of taking ideas and bringing it out and bringing it to fruition. It started out with people having thoughts and values and wanting to do things, right? So a big hand for Mary Kate and Erica and her team for bringing it to where it's at today. This is the second round. Okay. So we talk about public awareness. This is actually this is the outcome. Now going back into the classroom as far as human trafficking, aside from doing the first conference on human trafficking, we do have courses in our university, particularly public admin and legal studies, criminal justice. We have a special topics course dealing with specific problems in criminal justice, and we have Professor Ishizaki, who was here earlier, who's the professor teaching that course, and I'm sure that somewhere along the way, human trafficking was a topic. We also have a social work course. It's called social justice. And along with that, I would also think that the topic of human trafficking might have also been integrated. Now, we've tossed some ideas around with my colleagues the public at SBPA, and some of the things that came up was, first of all, the methodology. The conventional methodology of teaching the classroom, where you have the professor and the students, right? One of the ideas that we have is to have a partnering, co-teaching approach to human trafficking, where we would have the academic, the professors, and the practitioners actually help teach the course hand in hand, right in the classroom. This is, I don't know if we're doing this at the university now, but I think it would be a good synthesis of academia and practitioners coming in, not just being guest speakers, but also being facilitators. I have to mention that my father Duenas, teacher, a hardcore Marine veteran, George O'Keefe. First thing he taught us was, gentlemen, I can't teach you anything. You have to teach yourselves and you have to learn by yourselves, but I can facilitate. So that's what we do, at least for the most part, in our classrooms. But other ideas that crop up, aside from the co-teaching or partnering in the classroom, is perhaps, actually, this is one thing that we need to do, is more academic research from the faculty on human trafficking, of course, or through the policy center. Perhaps maybe even having a human trafficking institute that would be part of the policy center, right? And maybe promoting student advocacy groups where they can go out and talk about human trafficking to different organizations, high schools, what have you. Okay, so these are some ideas that we've tossed around, and we have been active in human trafficking awareness, but we also want to be more proactive as far as the university. Thank you.
Thank you. And I realized with the interest of time, I give each of you a couple of minutes to give any of your last closing remarks, but especially for you, Attorney General Camacho, with regards to where you see what the Human Trafficking Task Force is going, what support is further needed, and just any last closing remarks to those listening.
Thank you. I just want to leave with maybe 2 or 3 points. First, 2016 Supreme double jeopardy applies for the territories and the federal government. and this applies for drug offenses. So if you see drugs coming in California, the locals can charge it, the federal government can charge it. In Guam, you can't, because once you charge it out locally, the feds can't do anything with it. So our human trafficking statutes are very similar, which means that the federal statute has a higher penalty. There is an incentive for those cases to be charged and prosecuted federally, just because that's where you're going to get the maximum. I mean, life sentences are potential or available. Just want to throw that out there, that we cannot prosecute dual for human trafficking offenses. The other thing that the Pacific region in particular is vulnerable. It's good for our tourism. We have these visa waiver programs, but it also allows for the legal influx of people who normally would be vetted. And so that's one potential thing. You mentioned the women who are from Korea on a visa waiver. CNMI, we see the same thing. They come in on the visa waiver. They end up overstaying either through labor, sex trafficking. And people don't realize this too, the freely associated territories also can legally transfer to or travel to the United States. So there was a big case where it was folks from the FSM that were being trafficked to the Midwest for adoptions. And you're not going to track them because they can enter, come and go freely. So there are folks who will take advantage of that movement between FSM, marshals, potentially Palau. So just what's unique in the Pacific. As far as the task force data is a big thing. And if anything should be clear, we all conceptualize that there's something wrong happening, right? If a woman is being flown to Guam and performing sex acts for money, whether it's a human trafficking violation by the federal statute, a human smuggling violation from the victim services side, they're all victims, and I think that's where, as a task force, we need to find a way to track data. And I want, commend Cynthia, the coalition. We've been working to try to get more resources to build out infrastructure so that we can communicate across, because if we're having victims come forward, but the law enforcement people aren't seeing it, there are gaps in kind of where our awareness is at. If the law enforcement folks are seeing trends, but it's not being communicated to our victim services folks, there may not be that type of coordination. So moving forward, hopefully we get some support so that we can start building out more infrastructure and having more collaboration. But I just wanted to two or three few things there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney General. And for Special Agent Fernandez for closing remarks as well. And could you also touch on any joint department initiatives that your office is working on?
Absolutely. So as mentioned, we have a relationship with the Guam Police Department, with the Homeland Security, HSI investigations. But more importantly, we actually have what we call the Mariana's Child Exploitation Task Force. So that task force is designed to understand and investigate crimes involving minors, which include human trafficking violations. But underneath that task force, we actually also fold in any what we call civil rights violations, which human trafficking, as far as the FBI, falls under the civil rights program. So whether it's some of the violations we talked about today, that's how we address them. And that task force is comprised of obviously FBI, that's our task force, HSI, Guam Police Department. We do have a task force officer in our office as well. And we have Air Force OSI and some other agencies on island, but we do have a task force. It's very robust. Again, anything that's happening on the island, rest assured, we understand it. And some of the more current events with folks being smuggling from the CNMI, we understand it. As a matter of fact, we work those types of violations, both from a criminal standpoint and also a national security standpoint. So when you have our agents, whether it's Dave or folks on my side of the house, Carla, and the folks that I have working for me, we also have folks that work in the national security side of the house. We have Mandarin speakers and things like that here in Guam that seek to understand what's happening with those types of events that happen, right? And so we want to understand it. Is there something that we need to do? Is it a national security issue? Is it this? But obviously we have a very broad understanding and task force that's in place to understand and address those threats.
Thank you so much. It's great to know about the work that your office is doing. And thank you so much for your comments. And I know we're about to hear from one of your colleagues as well. And Mr. Massey, I know you mentioned about following that truck down the road. So I just want to know for our listeners today, don't be vigilantes and following trucks around to off the road destinations. Okay, so just because Mr. Massey did it, he's trained. So your closing remarks as to and any calls to action for our listeners as well, and what the public can do to help.
Sure. This is a topic I could probably sit and talk on all day, but just to kind of close, Recently, with this influx of migrants coming in from China, we are really worried that some of them are being trafficked. We don't want to make any assumptions that they are until we see data. But one thing that Governor did when we had a recent meeting, Governor did give us marching orders, at least the Director of Labor, to go out and find some Chinese speakers so that we can have some resources on the government side, which are lacking. I know the judiciary and I think the AG's office has some Chinese speakers, but most of our regulatory agencies don't. So we've got some leads, and we're gonna hopefully get some language, someone hired that can read, write, and speak Mandarin. And our plan is to kind of make it not only, well, hopefully they hire him in my office, but we're going to make it available to other agencies that might need, because he's not going to be able to translate, 8 hours a day. But we're hoping to have that come on board. Also, just one of the things I always mention whenever we have these meetings and conferences is to stress that we need training. Law enforcement, regulatory agencies, whether it's the GPD or whether it's labor or public health, there's always a lot of turnover in government. People are retiring, new people come on, and those that were trained a lot of times leave and take that institutional knowledge with them. Somehow, and I'm going to advocate for it, but I'm only one voice. We need to have ongoing, constant training for anyone that may be a stakeholder that has involvement in human trafficking, because it is very different. We've talked a lot today about victims and perpetrators. And it's really difficult for a lot of our agencies to make that switch and treat that. For instance, you find a sex worker, well, is she a victim or is she, a willing participant? And once she becomes a victim, our tactic is completely different on how we would treat that person. That needs to be trained. You can't just talk about it. We need to get the training. I've been to some really good trainings, and I really applaud Alicia Limtiaco, who's driven this for years, and a lot of us are here and got the good training from her. So kudos for that. But there also needs to be funding. It's traditionally unfunded. I mean, we talk about human trafficking, but it needs to be an item in the budget, and hopefully I don't get in trouble for that, but it needs to happen. There's a human trafficking law that says we must get training, but we can't do training because there's no funding for the training. So we need ongoing training that's going to have something where every new cop that comes in gets trained, and maybe gets a refresher training in a few years. Every new labor inspector gets trained. Every new public health, environmental health inspector gets trained. And then we need an office that's going to keep that agenda going. For years, again, this is Limtiaco who drove that agenda, and it was all on our front, in front of us. We might need to create something, where there's there's something that's somebody's going to be driving that agenda all the time. Because it's right, in January we talk about human trafficking, and then by March we're not talking about it until next January.
True.
So that needs to continue. Sorry, I can talk all the time. I'm done.
I know that I'm the same way. That's why that's why Erica keeps me in check. But thank you so much to all our panelists. And I'll even add, because we do have our military personnel in the room too. One of the things I really stress is to invite each other to the table. When I was stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, we would invite local law enforcement and the human trafficking unit to come provide training for us. So I always urge, even to our young people, you don't have to be the one that's conducting the training, even though there's incredible advocacy groups like Shared Hope International that I have their flyers on the table that will train you to become ambassadors of hope, where you're volunteered to be able to provide the training, because there's only so many of Department of Labor, so many of the FBI, so many of the law enforcement, and even to my fellow brothers and sisters in the military, to that there's opportunities out there to educate yourselves and then bring that back to your service members to provide training. Include the victim advocacy groups, and if you have empty seats at your table, invite the victim advocates to have a seat at the table as well, survivor advocates. So just again, taking that collective approach. So I really want to thank a round of applause, please, for our panelists on the government panel. Thank you so much. No hard questions, right? See? Thank you so much. You're welcome to exit this stage as we prepare for our next part of our conference. See, I think I need to bring them back. I just heard them say it was too easy on them, right? But thank you so much. So we're next part of our conference. Oh no, unless you want to stay. But Professor Attorney Uggen was such a pivotal part of when I was first starting out in the anti-human trafficking space. We don't leave anywhere as we're getting our presentation by the FBI Federal Bureau of Investigation agent David Kerrigan, as he's going to be giving us a presentation again on the self-protection presentation and just more awareness on human trafficking. David Kerrigan serves as a special agent, FBI Honolulu Division, Guam Resident Agency. He's been assigned to the Guam Resident Agency RA since December of 2020. Since his arrival to Guam, David was assigned to National Security to assist legal attaché Legat Canberra to support the compact COFA states, COFA states. David was then assigned as the assistant legal attaché in Papua New Guinea. Upon returning to Guam, David was assigned as a team member for the FBI Marianas Child Exploitation Human Trafficking Task Force. David began his FBI career in September of 2007. Following training, he was assigned to the Washington Field Office, Washington, D.C., where he investigated D.C. healthcare fraud. David was assigned to the DEA Diversion Task Force, where he investigated opioid diversion matters. David was then assigned to the Cyber Task Force, where he investigated cyber violations. Prior to joining the FBI, David was a programmer and systems engineer for various consultant companies in the Washington, D.C. area. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kerrigan.
So I want you guys to all stand up, pair up. We're going to start learning how to handcuff and take down. No? All right. I guess not. Okay, so just a quick overview. I'm going to breeze through some of them because we've talked a lot about that through the day, so I don't want to repeat a lot of things. So what I'm going to talk about now is some of the laws. We've talked about some of the laws, mostly the local laws, but I want to talk about the federal. And so there's been a lot of discussions about local versus federal, right? So as we talked about, it's a bigger hit for federal. So we always want to go federal. So anytime we look at a crime, we want to include the feds to see if we can charge them federally, because the time sentencing is going to be much, much longer. So again, so I'm leading the basically child crimes task force, the FBI task force. And so a lot of these crimes are going to be the child focused. So with human trafficking, it could include a lot of the child pornography, right? So they get trafficked and they start, especially with the internet being so popular, they're going to be doing webcams, selling these pictures and videos, which is a huge business. So again, distribution, possession, selling, child pornography. Child pornography is illegal, and anything touching it is a crime. So this is where we're starting to get into more of the human trafficking, where we have coercion and enticement. So that means I am talking to someone online, I'm getting her to come meet me, come send me pictures, and start building that rapport, and I'm trying to entice them to meet me or to come over, and that could lead to the trafficking part. So this is one charge that we can do if we see that when we're collecting evidence. Transportation of minors. And so again, this is human trafficking, right? So we talked about the human trafficking part, and we talked about earlier that when it comes to kids, it's a little bit different. So when you start transporting minors, doesn't matter, it's a federal crime. So again, we talk about, we're moving into there's actually a separate violation for sex. So you are transporting minors for sex, it's actually another charge. So as we talked about earlier, it's about stacking these charges. So as we do the investigations, the more and more of these violations that we can prove, the bigger the charges, the counts, and the sentencing. So there actually is a violation for child sex trafficking. Okay. So we just look at some of the what we were talking about, some of the victims, the runaways. Raph talked about this, the broken homes, and so basically people who are vulnerable and who are easy to influence. Buying and selling. So we talked about family members selling their kids for the weekend to pay off a drug. So that is actually a federal crime. Okay, so we can actually charge that. And you're gonna look at the mandatory minimum of 30 years. That's a long time. All right, so how does it happen? How does human trafficking, online child crimes happen? How does it start? So it starts with grooming. Okay, so do we know, has everyone heard of grooming? Okay, so we'll go in a little bit more of that. So they're identifying the vulnerability. So how would we start identifying some of the victim's vulnerabilities, right? It's all the online information that we're seeing, right? And watching them and seeing that they're always online. And that means that there may be not a parent who is more involved in their lives because they're always online. And the third step is very important, is isolating them from their family and friends. And that's how you start to build that relationship to pull them away. We'll go more into that because we talked about it. So I just quickly added some slides. So sextortion is a huge one, and it's a huge uptick. Where FBI is seeing a significant increase in sextortion. So that could be the start of human trafficking. Hey, I have some pictures, come meet me, or come over and do this. And Raph said, maintain control. And we're seeing it's online and family members. So here are some of the, I don't know if you can see that from the back, but here are some of the grooming techniques. They're identifying their victims, they're buying them gifts, giving them attention, kindness, telling them you're a great person, things that they feel like they're missing in their lives. And like we talked about, some of the perpetrators are family members. So this grooming could be family members. So they'll learn the children's vulnerabilities and use that to take advantage of them, or their likes. The goal is to build that rapport, build that relationship so they feel trusted, so that they will go with that a criminal. They'll start manipulating the relationship. Secrecy is important because obviously if the child or the victim tells an individual, hey, this is what's going on, then they'll lose that control. So secrecy and trying to, so if you, and we'll go more into it later on about things to look for, but secrecy is a big part of it. Physical contact, but that's, as the relationship builds. So like we talked about, sextortion. So there's been a significant increase in sextortion. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. And again, that could be how they start grooming and start to initiate human trafficking, is using sextortion. So they're basically using, they're threatening the individual to expose them for some sexual pictures or alleged pictures that they have of the victim. And with everything online now, it becomes a little bit easier and to make that reality. Unfortunately, there is no sextortion statute, and we talked about changing some of the laws, and hopefully this will start to change, but there isn't really a specific sextortion statute. So when there's no statute, that just means we have to be approach it from a different way, wire fraud or child pornography. So we'll find a different violation to charge that person. And then some of the demands is money and more pictures. Okay, so what signs do we look for human trafficking, right? So the living, like we've talked about, Mr. Massey had talked about, they're living with the employee, they're living at the massage parlor, poor living conditions, which was at the massage parlor, pictures he showed. Cramped in space. So again, the picture he showed in that massage parlor. Inability to speak and, to not be alone with other people. Again, it's keeping that secrecy. Answers seem to be scripted. So I'm sure when they're doing these interviews, it seems to be the same answer. And it's because they were prepped for that. And so they, to maintain that control on that person. We've talked about this over and over again is holding the identity documents. So that's a big one is if they do not own their own documents or not able to hold on to that, that's going to be a really huge red flag for indicating of human trafficking. Abuse, submissive or fearful. And then obviously under 18, we're moving into some of the other laws that we talked about, which is an immediate violation and federal crime. But for example, checking into into motels with older men, something that seems obvious, but we don't make that connection. Working long hours. I mean, that's probably all of us, but that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking all day and all night, every day. Unpaid or paid very little, avoiding contact. A lot of times they'll have branding tattoos, and that's going to be more of the sex industry. We see that more with gangs and pimps. And then again, the security measures to keep them in rather than what typically when we have a house that we want to keep people from coming in, but not leaving out. And so when we start seeing measures to keep people inside and not let them out, that's a red flag. Signs to look for in children. Okay, so we talked a lot about that they don't feel comfortable talking to their own family members. It could be their family members. So it was briefly mentioned that it's our teachers and administrators are going to be the ones who are going to be seeing that. So one of the things that the task force is doing is we're doing a lot of community outreach to the schools, to the administrators. We just had a child crime symposium a few weeks ago, specifically for principals and vice principals of all the schools in the area. And the goal is to start educating them and getting the training that Mr. Massey was talking about, because they're going to be the ones that are going to be reporting it and seeing it, because they see them probably most of the time through the day. So I think our educators are a valuable resource in being able to identify a lot of these signs. And so we're trying to get out and do those educations for them. A big part of it is when you're seeing changes, right? So their behavior, seeing changes in behavior, withdrawn, they're missing classes. They used to be a good student, now they're not. So if you're starting to see changes in kids, that is a huge red flag for something, and that's important to start talking to them, getting them help to see what that issue is. Increased time alone or online, and so that could be that grooming we're talking about. Being secretive, so that's going to be that huge part of it is the subject is trying to keep that relationship secret from the family and friends, and that's that isolation that we were talking about. Hiding what they're doing. This was an interesting one, serving in a family restaurant. So that just seems to be part of the culture where, hey, the family owns a restaurant, you're going to work, but I think that we were talking earlier is that kind of like that gray area. So questions to ask, right? So we were always asking, like, what do we do? What can we do? How do we know? Well, as investigators, how do we, as a parent, how do you find out this information? Well, you have to ask questions. You have to observe, which is what we talked about, those signs, and then ask questions, right? So if you're seeing a change in behavior, it's time to start asking questions, right? Or if something seems off, it's time to ask questions. So here are some examples of some questions that you can ask if you feel that you suspect something, okay? And these are a lot of questions that law enforcement will ask. Mr. Massey probably asks a lot of these questions when he's doing his enforcement in these different industries. So again, this all goes back to the red flags, right? So can you come and go as you please? That goes back to, are they allowed to leave? The red flag of a facility preventing someone from leaving, right? They're locked in. So the question you could ask is, can you go and come as you please, right? So you can kind of see the connection. And then, obviously we keep reiterating that their ID, who has it? Is it in their possession? Okay, so how do you protect yourself, right? So learn the indicators. So we talked about some of the red flags earlier. You can go online and read some more about that. But it's important to know the indicators, to be aware of it, because you are eyes and ears, right? So we can't be everywhere. GPD can't be everywhere. Mr. Massey can't be everywhere. And so we need your help as you're moving around your days. If you see something and you keep hearing that, see it, report it, but that's where we get a lot of our leads. So learn the indicators so that you can report it, right? So when we talk about children, I don't know if has anyone downloaded and used the FBI's Child ID or heard of it? I would highly, highly recommend that if you have kids, you immediately download this and input the information of your kids. Because what it does is it fills out all the kids' information, the pictures, so that if anything happens to your kids, we're able to start immediately tracking them and figuring out where they are. Okay? Participate in, I spelled that wrong. Participate in neighborhood watches. So there's a lot of Facebook groups for neighborhoods. So start being active in those. And we can come to the communities. I know we've been reaching out to some of the mayor's office and doing functions, and there's a lot of functions in the neighborhoods. And so bringing in training and presentations into these functions in the neighborhood. This goes back to just cyber safety in general is, we all have social media. One way that they can start to build the information on a child, if they're targeting, is knowing who their friends are, right? So they'll friend them, they'll friend their friends, and then they can now use those names, say, hey, I'm this person's friend, and it makes it more legitimate. So if you go on your Facebook or whatever social media you have, how many of those, what percentage of those have you actually met in person that you actually know, right? So so if you're friending people just to have a high number, that's going to be an issue. And so you should only be friending people that you've actually met in person, you've talked to, that it's a real person, right? Because that could be a way that they're going to try to scam you, as well as trying to gain some information about you. Let's see, posting information online. I mean, everyone loves posting their vacation pictures. All right, so how many of you post vacation pictures while you're on vacation? All right, well, good. I've had actually people raise their hands. So, and what is that? What does that tell the public if you're posting pictures while you're on vacation? Please rob my house. There's no one home. Okay. Okay. And again, we talked about administrators and parents are the ones who are really going to be a huge advocate and seeing that. So we need to really make sure that the teachers and administrators have the resources they need to help identify issues. Ways to report it. So one of the things that we created when I got here was a way for especially the kids to, everyone uses WhatsApp here. And so how do you report things that's easy for the kids? And so we created a WhatsApp so that the top number is our office, and so our direct line. But the Guam WhatsApp number goes to, that's a WhatsApp group that goes to me. So we're going to start pushing this out to the kids. So if they need to report anything, we'll be there to answer that, and they can go right to WhatsApp, as well as this email address that we're starting to push out now also. So here's another, so there's tons of ways to report it, which is fantastic. We just wanted to offer a local way to make it a little bit easier. We're going to start creating Instagram and Facebooks and Discords so that kids have a place to report it that they feel comfortable with. And we'll be pushing these out to the schools. IC3, I'm always going to push IC3.gov, which is the Internet Crime Complaint Center that's run by the FBI. So if you have any cyber issues, complaints, fraud, anything, push it to there, submit it, because it goes to a big database. And what happens is if you get defrauded $1,000, that's not something the FBI can investigate. But if that person, the subject, has defrauded 1,000 people, and now the amount is $1 million, now we'll investigate it. So until it's reported, we're not going to know the big pattern. So there's the website. And so there's a lot of information on there. So if you're bored and want to read about cyber crimes, this is where you want to go. I always throw this in because it's a little fun one, so I know we're running on time. We'll do it really quick. So password discipline. Okay, so these are the top 20 most common passwords and pins. I will not embarrass you to raise your hand if one of your passwords is up there, because if it is, shame on you. Okay. Let me take a picture. Okay, so any of those top 10 passwords, how long does it take to crack? Instantly, right? Because they can just immediately just run it off that list, okay? Okay, so I use password 123 Jacobs, lowercase Jacobs. How long do you think it'll take to crack? Seconds? 42 minutes, okay? I'm gonna now make it an uppercase, 123 Jacobs. How long? 4 days. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to use a exclamation point, a special character. How long? Wait for the, there you go. 6 years. Okay. Okay. So now I'm going to use a passphrase. That is actually my password. How long will it take? So we are moving away from special characters. We're moving to passphrases now with spaces, and they're easy to remember because we have so many things to log into. It's hard to remember all these passwords. So passphrases are the way to go. I would always recommend a password manager. So that way you don't have to think about one password, but passphrases are the way to go now. And we're finding that that's harder to crack than anything that using special characters. So I think that's it. So my name's up here. My email's up here. I'll hang out here until after. Scott is the main cyber agent. And so we are always doing presentations. So if you need anything, please let us know. I will stick around till after. I'll hand out business cards if you need it. And then I think that's it. And that's it. Thank you very much.
If I could ask people to take their seats, and if I could invite my panelists up to the stage, please. Welcome to our final presentation of the day. This panel is on private business. I would like to introduce you to our panelists today. We have attorney Vince Camacho. He is a principal in the firm's Guam office. Excuse me. His practice includes a range of matters, including administrative law, business formation, corporate law, consumer and commercial banking, commercial and civil litigation, estate planning, government procurement, labor and employment, land use, and probate. In addition to his law degrees, Mr. Camacho has a Bachelor of Science in Accountancy and a Master's in Business Administration. Prior to practicing law, Mr. Camacho worked at Deloitte in various capacities. At Deloitte, he gained extensive experience in all areas of public accounting, such as audit, tax, and management consulting, and notably in the development of retirement plans for clients. The deep skill and experience he gained afforded him the opportunity to manage the operations of a national financial services provider for the subsequent 10 years. In addition to his work experience, Mr. Camacho has dedicated himself to giving back to the community in a number of ways. He successfully garnered a seat to serve on the Guam Consolidated Commission on Utilities, a board that oversees the Guam Power and Guam Waterworks authorities. He served as the CCU's treasurer and secretary during his tenure. He has also served on the board and executive community of Sanctuary, Inc., a local nonprofit organization established to provide assistance for children and families in need of shelter and training to become independent citizens. Currently, Mr. Camacho is the Vice President of Legislative Affairs for the Society of Human Resource Management for the Guam chapter. As VP of Legislative Affairs, he keeps his eye on the ever-changing world of work at both the national and local levels. Mr. Camacho helps employers navigate the ever-changing workplace and how these changes ultimately affect the workplace. He conducts annual education briefings for human resource professionals. Mr. Juan Carlos Benitez is a native of Puerto Rico and a licensed attorney in the federal and U.S. territory courts. For most of his career, Mr. Benitez has worked in government relations, resolving issues that arise between U.S. territories, foreign countries, as well as national and international businesses and the federal government. For almost 20 years, Mr. Benitez worked in Washington, D.C., both in the private and public sector, including a Senate-confirmed position within the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. More recently, Mr. Benitez expanded into private real estate development in the U.S. Pacific Territories. He has used his legal background and professional network to promote economic development, capital infrastructure development, and public outreach. He has recognized that small islands, remote areas, and many minority groups suffer from chronic issues that require inventive solutions, often beyond the economic capacity of local governments. He has also served as the lead of the Office of Special Counsel for Immigration-Related Unfair Employment Practice at the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. Dr. Jerry Perez earned his PhD in interdisciplinary studies at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. His doctorate focused on tourism development and public policy, focusing on perceptions of the Chuukese community. His inspiration to pursue a doctorate came from his late wife, Carrie Perez, who was a longtime faculty member of UOG and who he valued as a longtime learner. She was also just amazing. I loved her. He has been president of DFS and spent 23 years in travel retailing, business development, and destination marketing. He is currently the general manager of the Guam Visitors Bureau and co-chairman of the 36th Wing Anderson Community Advisory Council. Finally, Mary Rhodes was born and raised on Guam. She grew up in Ipan and graduated from Notre Dame High School before receiving a Bachelor of Arts degree from Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, with a double major in public relations and marketing. Mary received a Master's of Business Administration from the University of Guam and currently teaches at UOG as an adjunct professor. Married to Chris Rhodes, Mary has 2 children, Kieran and Gabrielle. With more than 30 years of executive management experience, Mary is in her 13th year as the president of the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association. GHRA is the leader in the tourism industry and focuses on training and education, workforce development, destination management, safety and security, regulatory affairs, and business community relations. In addition to GHRA, Mary is president of HSE Pacific LLC, a consulting firm. Prior to GHRA and HSE Pacific, Mary was Senior Vice President of Health Plan and Services for Take Care Asia for almost 12 years with the company, and previously with Pacific Care and FHP throughout Asia Pacific, including Guam, CNMI, and Palau, as well as the mainland US in Oregon, Washington, and California. She's extremely active in local community with the Rotary Club of Tumon Bay and dozens of public and private sector companies and nonprofit organizations. As the current advisor for the American Marketing Association, Guam chapter at UOG, Mary continues to expand her reach in mentoring students and has served as the scholarship program administrator for the Skull Club of Guam and the Rotary International Friendship Scholarship. I believe Mr. Perez would like to make a brief presentation. We're not bothering with any slides, though.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Erica, for that kind introduction. I'd just like everybody to know that I, this afternoon, am a trafficking victim. Let me explain that. At almost 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I get this frantic phone call from some young lady needing a speaker for this panel, and was advised by the University of Guam, Dr. Enriquez, that I would be willing to do it. So I consider myself a victim of forced labor. Having that out of the way, I'd like to say that the tourism and travel industry today are a global enterprise contributing some 10% of the world's $85 trillion GDP. On a much smaller scale, Guam's tourism and hospitality industry represents a third of the island's $5 billion economy. The human trafficking situation on Guam has been widely reported, and others like Greg Massey did a great job describing some of the issues that we've seen on Guam. And so I won't delve too much on those issues. Others more qualified than I can speak to them. So my remarks will center on the problem from a tourism destination management perspective. The travel and tourism industries are by nature a global enterprise, which often leads to increased opportunities for labor trafficking and exploitative practices, especially in regions of the world with weak labor and social protections. Human trafficking is among the world's fastest growing criminal enterprises, worth about $150 billion annually, and affecting more than 40 million people globally, of whom 5.5 million are children. Its victims often end up being sexually exploited in travel and tourist destinations around the world, particularly in Asia. The hospitality industry is vulnerable to human trafficking, specifically child sexual exploitation, forced prostitution, whether it's through massage parlors or buy me drinky bars and the like, domestic servitude, and forced labor. Human trafficking is a very devastating, widespread, and critical issue that unfortunately relies on travel and tourism networks to operate. As an industry sector, the World Travel and Tourism Council has established a global task force to help the industry prevent and combat human trafficking, particularly children who are being exploited. This task force is comprised of the most powerful leaders from across hotels, retail, airlines, cruise, technology, finance, and destination management. Focus of the task force is preventing trafficking, protecting victims, supporting survivors, and engaging with governments to ameliorate this terrible pandemic. Yes, pandemic, or to eliminate it entirely. WTTC and other international organizations are focused on eradicating this problem so that people may move freely and safely across the globe without being coerced or exploited. WTTC may be the first global industry-wide effort to assert zero tolerance for trafficking and is guided by a four-part mandate of number one, prevention, increasing consumer and industry awareness of trafficking, which is a proven mechanism that is critical to prevention. Number two, protection, training employees and educating or sensitizing travelers on how to identify and report suspected cases. Number three, action, encouraging governments, A, to enact legislation that recognizes human trafficking as a crime that occurs in the tourism value chain, and B, to develop the resources and support needed, such as national hotlines or some of the other issues that our previous speaker from the FBI had outlined. Most of us in the tourism industry are not experts on human trafficking, but there are 20 warning signs in trafficking that can be observed in people that would like to share this afternoon. This list is by no means all-inclusive, and some have already been mentioned by a previous speaker, the FBI. But I believe that it is comprehensive enough to trigger a second look at situations of suspicious nature in trafficking. Showing signs of physical injuries, appearing malnourished, having poor physical or dental health, branding with tattoos in certain places of the body, avoiding eye contact, social interaction, and avoiding authority or law enforcement personnel, adhering to scripted or rehearsed responses in social interactions, lacking official documentation on travel, traveling in a plane or bus, inappropriately dressed, having that vacant or scared look on their face, afraid to talk about themselves, and avoiding eye contact with another person, not knowing what city, state, or village they're in, appearing destitute and having few or no possessions, owing large sums of money they can't repay, small children busing and serving customers in a small family business, checking into hotels with an older person or daddy, slang for pimp, working excessively long hours and living at a place of employment, suffering from sleep or eating disorders, suffering from infectious diseases such as TB and hepatitis, typically spread in overcrowded, unsanitary, and poorly ventilated living quarters. Untreated sexually transmitted disease, not allowing people to go out alone or to speak for themselves, and having security measures such as fencing and electronic detection devices to keep people inside an establishment. Private businesses can play a protective role, or rather a proactive role, in human trafficking by adhering to federal and local labor laws and their inherent social contracts that the island community expects. To this point, it is useful to keep in mind that people respect what you inspect, not what you expect. I believe more could be done in Guam, particularly in the business community, in order to sensitize employers and employees to the often subtle signs of trafficking that the FBI presenters and Greg did very well earlier in this meeting. We often think of human trafficking taking place elsewhere beyond our shores. Unfortunately, this form of modern slavery happens in virtually every community, including Guam. Poverty, crime, the internet, and gender-based violence are some of the reasons that put people in various positions of vulnerability for trafficking. Hotels may unknowingly, or even some knowingly, sell rooms to sex traffickers. Other businesses might hire labor trafficked individuals to work in their operations. And yet another form of exploitation is debt bondage and involuntary servitude, which is the biggest trafficking sector according to the US State Department. Individuals with disabilities, undocumented migrants, runaway and homeless youth, temporary guest workers, and low-income individuals might be some of the most vulnerable populations on the island. And while sexual exploitation might be the best known form of human trafficking on island, perhaps hundreds of victims are trafficked as forced labor in small businesses or domestic help. Greg did a wonderful job outlining the forced labor issue in the construction business. I am not aware, however, of this human trafficking segment gaining much attention or even being monitored seriously. Perhaps this lack of reporting on the island's human trafficking environment is lending itself to the unintended consequence of tolerance and thereby enabling the industry to flourish unabated. And until this meeting, I have not really seen any concerted effort on this issue since Attorney General Slim Tiaco really brought this to the forefront, as Greg even acknowledged. This lack of a unified community monitoring system to identify and handle victims and survivors, and the systemic absence of intake, treatment, and support services are glaring cavities that need to be filled if we are to do a better job in detecting and eliminating this scourge on the island. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to follow on Mr. Perez's remarks and ask our panel, in your particular industry, have you noticed an increased focus on human trafficking concerns, most notably over the last decade following the Blue House case? Ms. Rao?
I have a clarification. Actually, the bio, I've been at J-Tray this is my 17th year. And as Dr. Perez has stated several times, I personally worked with Attorney General Lim Tialco and Greg Massey with that committee. Actually, it was a task force that they had, and it had all the federal agencies. And what they did was they really put out, they had some private meetings, but then really to create the awareness and provide the education and outreach. But what they also did was provide literature that we could send out to our members. And they held some meetings because it was really important for everybody to understand we weren't just talking about sex workers. We're really talking about any type of indentured type service or things that we may not know. I mean, the obvious ones, I think at the time, were definitely because of the Blue House incident from the Buy Me Drinky bars and the massage parlors. One of the things, the action items, we didn't just do a community outreach effort and education and awareness campaign. It was really to identify how do we prevent this from happening completely. And one of the hardest things, which still hasn't come to fruition, and I think we can still get there, is to provide the Allied Health Board on Guam the guidelines of how to fix the licensing for these workers. Right now, they only need a health certificate to work on Guam. And for the most part, the reason why Greg does such a wonderful job is he wears many hats, unfortunately, but fortunately for us on Guam. But I don't know if he explained how many hats he wears, but one of them is immigration. The other one is definitely wage and hour. And so because he can go in with this task force, they can investigate based on legitimate reasons. And that's the challenge most, I think, more of the security forces or government entities, if you will, need. Whether you're local or federal agencies, they will not enter those buildings or investigate those types of establishments because they need a reason to enter. And so a lot of times you can't figure out prostitution unless you have a reason to enter, whether it's a fire permit violation or they're there to check on wage and hour. You're there to check with public health if they have their health certificates or documents to be even in the country. There have been times where people have come in on tourist visas and overstayed. So there are a lot of legal reasons to at least interrogate and to investigate. And I think that we as an island need to be committed to uphold every law, not just one or two things. And it depends on who's in charge or who's our leader. And it really should be a commitment to enforce every part of the law, because that's where you find where things connect, I think. And that was something that between Greg and Attorney General Limtiaco at the time. They were really great because they connected the dots for people where it wasn't so obvious on where you could find these things and how do you enter. And really what I found with especially local entities or like Guam Police Department or Fire Department, they didn't, they wouldn't admit that they visited those establishments, right, per se. Because they're not there to check on their fire permits or their occupancy permits. But when they do, then they have a reason to inspect everything else. And they had to identify people who are willing to do that. My dad, for example, was a police department officer, and he was one of the first guys that were interviewed in order to even become customs in quarantine at the time in the late 60s. And that was really hard to find people on Guam who's related to so many people, but yet you're willing to go out and uphold the rules and regs, right? And so can you imagine being a customs officer and just, checking everybody's paperwork when you're coming in, and how many people you might be related to and whether or not you have to check their bags. So it goes down to really integrity and intent. All of our federal agencies, local and federal, need to have the intent to uphold the law regardless of what it is. And I think that's where we need to start. We need to have consistency. And the second is really support those efforts with those agencies, especially the support agencies that don't have law enforcement capabilities, like the Department of Labor, Wage and Hour, or with immigration. They work alongside these federal agencies and local agencies for the law enforcement aspect. But for the most part, what they can do is citations, right? Or fines. So you have to work together in order to make that really happen. But then when you start enforcing, then businesses will really pay attention. When you start actually convicting, which is where the AG's office comes in, when you start convicting, that is what makes a difference as well, because people then get scared for violating the law. So a lot of times what we noticed is different types of industries, not just in the service industry, in the sex trade, or in the buy me drinky bars and massage parlors. It was possibly even in agriculture, right? With farmers. It could be construction. And if you think about it, the way to get through that is also with wage and hour. Are you paying them the proper wages? Are they paying income tax? There's other things that we're missing out as an island as far as government fees and taxes that we should be holding these businesses accountable for as well. So there's different ways and layers of it that we should really put together and get people to be committed to. There's only so much I think private sector can do to educate and create that awareness, but it has to have the support of enforcement. There have been instances in the hotels or in other types of establishments where they know that there's going to be like a raid, for example. There have been large efforts from his team and ICE and all of that, where they've done raids one after another, and then it goes underground, right? Whether it's to homes, residential areas, Airbnbs, wherever it happens to be, they start going underground. And we all know that, we see it. And so there are also policies like within hotels where we've seen, and sometimes it isn't just human trafficking, but there are signs of it where it's misuse of the rooms, where people are reselling the rooms for either Airbnb or sometimes we've even identified even with the military, because they are reselling the room so everybody has access to a shower and the beach and the pool. So there's a lot of violations out there that we do catch. GHRA has the Safety and Security Committee. It's one of the only committees, I think, other than when the government pulls together a Safety and Security Committee, where we have all local as well as federal agencies reporting in. And we have everyone from Secret Service, FBI, sometimes DEA, Joint Terrorism Task Force, as well as OSI and NCIS. And so they work together with GPD, fire department, and all of our hotelier and even our large malls are part of it. as well as other entities where they all report in, and we have a group chat, but we meet monthly to talk about some of the things that we're starting to see, whether it's, illegal passports being used, one person using 5 passports. That's how they found one person, gathering people, as well as committing theft, robbery. They've been able to trace these things back because of committees like ours, where they work together with the local and federal agencies. So things are happening to prevent these things, but I just wish that it would be more of a conversation and actual action items led with funding and support for some of these agencies, because I think we have some really good examples. I just wanted to see more commonplace, like that this is being enforced on a regular basis, so it doesn't go underground and it doesn't continue to spread throughout. And it could be even how education to some of the new enforcement officers. This is something I've shared with the governor and lieutenant governor, and recently with our ESGR groups, is we have so many new employees that are moving up, whether they're frontline or going from supervisor to management. And they're not aware of these programs. They're not aware of these policies and procedures. And there's a time, there are a lot of people who've moved off island. We've lost personnel. We've lost that, just that understanding and knowledge. So we definitely need to re-educate, I think, the businesses and those responsible for safety and security of our community and our establishment.
Thank you for those excellent points. I would really like to build off of what you were just saying and bring in our lawyers at the other end of the table to ask, in your experience, have there been positive developments in the anti-HT realm, anti-human trafficking realm? Oh.
Turn it on first, right?
You're doing great.
Thank you. And I think I want to take a different angle to this, because as an employment lawyer that particularly represents management, I don't see a lot of employers on Guam per se have what we call human trafficking policies. And I think one of the things that we need to start incorporating in our human resource departments are these human trafficking type policies, specifically with regard to the tourism and hospitality industries here in Guam. As Jerry mentioned earlier and Mary indicated earlier with regard to enforcement, I think it's imperative now with the hotels. I mean, currently right now, there are 3 major hotel chains that are being sued under the guise of human trafficking for the allegations are that these human traffic individuals or schemes have actually used these hotels in their human trafficking process. And so these hotels now are being sued as liable for human trafficking in violation of the federal government's anti-trafficking laws. And so, we're here at the Hilton, but Hilton is one of the hotel chains that actually has a human trafficking policy that is enforced, and it trains all of their employees on how to recognize evidence of human trafficking amongst their clients and their visitors. Similar to what the FBI agent talked about earlier, those signs of bruises, older male, checking in with a younger female. And so they train all of their staff to look out for these types of issues amongst their guests. And they also empower the employees to report these suspicious activities to management, at which time management does have a process in which they go down a checklist and a to-do list. And if that results in contacting law enforcement, U.S. Department of Labor, Guam Department of Labor, ICE, then they do that as part of their policy. So, in addition to what Mary said, again, in order for the private sectors to sort of assist the law enforcement we also have to engage them and continually train them. And I think that's one thing at this point in time, I just haven't seen a lot of training our hospitality workers on how to spot or suspicious. And, it's, if you see it, say it. They don't necessarily make the decision whether law enforcement gets involved. But as Mary said, and I think we're there, is the Hotel and Restaurant Association partners with law enforcement, and that's law enforcement both at the federal and local levels. So I think we're there with regard to that. But some of the things, a lot of my employers anyway don't really realize what human trafficking is. And human trafficking isn't just exploiting for sexual reasons, for money, or for forced labor, but little indications of forced labor could be, for example, using forced labor in the performance of any work. So not necessarily sex or agriculture, but it could be in any work. I mean, for example, we have these Chinese individuals making shore on Guam. They're going to have to live. Who is going to employ these people? Someone's going to have to employ these people. Do we have a process where we can track where these individuals are? And so I'm sort of glad to hear that the government's stepping up with regard to sort of bringing them in and identifying them and figuring out what's going to happen to them. Also, some indications of human trafficking include destroying or concealing or otherwise denying access to certain privileges that all employees are entitled to, fair wages, holiday pay, overtime pay, night differential, FMLA, ADA. So all of those employment issues, come into effect there. But I think what's important is that the private sector, and not just the hotels and the visitor industry, but also all other private sectors on Guam needs to really understand. And I think it's time for individuals like me under the SHRM umbrella to sort of start educating some of our employers as to what really human trafficking is and how to implement these policies in their workplace, so that we can match up with, we can engage and ensure it doesn't happen. But if it does happen, we're able to work with law enforcement and enforce the laws that are in place today.
So first, hello. In Guam, I'm not really known for being a human rights attorney but my background comes from actually being an enforcer and being prosecutor at the Civil Rights Division over at the Department of Justice, where I served for 2 years as the lead or the head of the Special Counsel for Immigration-related unfair employment practices. So our coverage was the entire United States for all unfair employment practices on individuals because of their immigration status or the way they look or sounded, because a lot of time people don't notice. I had unfortunately came into the position on September 12th, right after the attack on the Twin Towers. So our office started getting inundated, and we ended up creating an interagency working group on a national origin discrimination. And we quickly ended up having a huge division. We was an interagency working group of all the departments inside DOJ, and then going into labor and the other federal agencies and Department of Immigration. But we had to deal with human trafficking, and it became really big. And part of the results of that was the creation of the T visa, which I think has a number of flaws that need to be addressed and brought up as we move forward. The lessons I learned is knowledge is the most important thing of all. Does everybody here, maybe one of the other panelists, mention where was the largest human trafficking case in the United States found? Hawaii. uh, over 600 individuals. Second largest case, American Samoa, over 200 individuals. What industry was it? It was a garment manufacturing operation. But so we can't just stereotype the type of businesses. You're absolutely right. Of what are the businesses that do human trafficking? It's barely defined, and understanding what human trafficking is or entail, and communicating that to not just the employees in a company, but to our community as a whole. So when you could meet someone that is being trafficked or is being under conditions that would consider it to be human trafficking, that you can tell them and help say, in this country, this is not allowed. And there are mechanisms that can assist you to it. The largest challenge we found was just that fear of deportation, of going back to the countries. A lot of them had paid money to come into the United States because they wanted to earn a living for their relatives back home, individuals they have left behind. And businesses where upper management was completely unaware of what was going on, where you had a couple of bad offenders that had taken the duty of making money or making an industry of the abuse of this individual. So don't just think about it as, oh, it's only bad companies that are involved in human trafficking. Some really good companies that are completely unaware. One of the cases that I had to deal with dealt with Tyson's. They were doing chickens. They were utilizing a lot of foreign workers and a lot of freely associated citizens included in that group in Michigan. How did we find out about it? We found out about it through the church, because those individuals wouldn't talk to us, but they would talk to the nuns and the priests, who then talked to us and alerted us. If there was an accident in the plant, they lost a finger, or the machinery went wrong, they wouldn't report those issues. So the company could have a beautiful record of no accidents and no enforcement and paying minimum wages. Meanwhile, these two individuals were getting 30% of the salaries of all of these employees as a kickback for doing this. So we prosecuted and moved forward. The other one was misunderstanding of our immigration laws. A lot of retention of documents. We saw that all the time. If you hold their passports and you take away their ability to move, you're making that person to be subservient to you. So you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to touch those documents. A lot of time we found out that people were feeling, well, those documents are not right, or they're incorrect, so I'm going to start using them to abuse, or I'm not going to offer you the job, and then they have no options but to go through this underground business market. What we did and continues to exist is the Office of Special Counsel as part of the Civil Rights Division. I encourage everybody to try to visit it one day on the website. We created memorandum of understanding with the employment EEOC and INS, and now the ICE division, which is the enforcement side, so that we could refer the cases between each other and figure out where the victim was. Because a lot of the frustration comes, you go to the wrong agency, and if they don't have jurisdiction to address your issue, they're basically not going to do anything regarding the underlying crime or problem that you're facing. So with that, I'm here to answer questions and hear from you all. But very excited and glad that we're finally bringing it up. I think this should be part of the curriculum in all public schools in Guam and private schools.
So to build off of how you've both talked about awareness and education, are there enough industry-specific trainings available, or are they insufficient for the needs of Guam? Like, are they a generalized training, or do they apply to Guam in a way that is effective?
I'll let them talk about the private sector part, but I'll tell you on the enforcement part, one of my biggest frustration was when I took over the office, we used to give grants to different organizations, nonprofits, to promote and talk about the rights of the individuals. And we provide all the documents in 19, 20 languages that we're talking about enforcement in the prior panel. Department of Justice, you can do an agreement with them, Massey, and they provide online translators in 19 languages immediately. All you do is call a number, and then they have the people that will come and pick up on the other line. So it saves money to the local governments, and at the same time, it provides the translation needs that you want. The problem I found is I wanted to do a training in Guam, right? And I wanted to see maybe we'll find a grantee to cover Guam and other Mariana Islands. As it went up the pipe, they told me no. They said, oh, you don't understand the palm rule. And I'm like, what's a palm rule? You know, we don't give grants anywhere that a palm grows, you know. And we're like, what do you mean? But that's doesn't make sense to me. But the departments are also looking at return on investment. So they were saying, you know, how many people are you talking about? What's the potential of cases coming out of the amount of investments to come out to these territories? Because we're an expensive location to get to. I'm excited as the Zoom world and this new dynamic of distant learning has continued to evolve and grow. Maybe we can get some of the enforcement branches to finally start coming here and devoting the resources that need to be devoted here. I take my hat off to the FBI agents that are on this island. They're completely understaffed. They're overwhelmed with the amount of crime and issues that they need to investigate. So anything that can be done to assist and bring the attention by other agencies that can assist them, it should be done.
For GHRA, we actually received material, as I mentioned earlier, from Attorney General Limchiaco at the time. When it first came into law, there was actual specific language and flyers that was really targeted towards like airline industry employees and then hotel employees. So the literature exists and the training programs exist. To me, it's kind of like sexual harassment back in the day where, you know, nobody really wanted to talk about it. Nobody really knew exactly what was sexual harassment. But then over the years, over the decades, it became an annual training, right? So if people wanted to, they could add this on top, like with sexual harassment. It's just an additional type of training that they give or a debriefing. But all of the literature is out there, especially when it became federal law. Now, GHRA does have access to free training programs through like American Hotel Lodging Association, National Restaurant Association. We are the official member for those national organizations, which have training programs like that for advocacy. And so we can easily get access to that. There are some brand companies like a Hilton or like a Hyatt where they actually have corporate training programs where we can encourage that they do that at least once a year. So there's different, and then there's also specific training programs for, let's say, housekeeping staff versus front desk reception staff. So it's also job specific. So we have done that, but it's been a while. So it'd be great to work with you, Vince and Sherm. We always try to find something to work with each other on. So that's something we could definitely take back. Sherm conference just ended a couple weeks ago, and this is something that we can definitely take back as an action item and make this a reality that we'll just add this on together with all the other annual requirements that just on a voluntary basis for now, but at least to get the ball rolling and let people understand that this is federal law and there are ways to see something, say something, and all those programs exist in the literature as well.
I think training is obviously needed, but I still believe that we need to go beyond training because at least from my perspective, there's a systemic absence on after training. What is the intake like? How is the treatment being handled? What is the program for survivors and how do you sustain that? And more importantly, what kind of data is being collected so that you actually can formulate the regulatory environment that can address it. So I think training is, to one's point, very important, but I think it goes deeper than just training.
Thank you so much. So as representatives of the private business community, generally speaking, how visible would you say human trafficking is in your realm? I mean, there is training, but I suppose I'm asking about the associations that people might make.
Yeah, I think it goes back to we don't hear a lot about it, except for probably, I know during Attorney General Alicia Limtiaco's time, her platform was a lot of human trafficking. And at that time, we had the Blue House issue. But since then, we don't hear a lot of that. We know it's going on, but I think it's on the enforcement side that that information needs to get out. The federal law requires all contractors, subcontractors, and anyone that receives federal money to ensure there's some kind of human trafficking policy that they follow. And that's what the law allows. But I mean, in just sort of thinking about a lot of my employer clients, I don't recall, but maybe twice, that the issue of, do I need a human trafficking policy in my human resource or my employee handbook issue ever arose. And it just could be the fact that, other than the hotel industry, other private industries are not cognizant of what's really going on. So I think this is where the law enforcement needs to come together with the private industry and start educating the employers and those in the industry that this exists here in Guam, and sort of highlight the areas in which they're seeing this happen, and sort of engage those employers to ensure that there's policies and procedures, and that they have the resources through the enforcement arm, through the federal agencies and local agencies, in order to enforce the human trafficking policy.
Yeah, I think the hotels and the airlines were targeted because there are obviously places where people are trafficked through, but there are other ones, as Vince mentioned, that to me, it really takes a much larger effort with all industries, because if you can think about, like, transportation is one, transportation, as well as like even the real estate association here can be better formed. We've had a problem with even short-term vacation rentals here on Guam, where at the height of short-term vacation rentals, we saw over 400 short-term Airbnbs that weren't even licensed on Guam. And so how do we even know what kind of activities, if they're not even given a fire occupancy permit to operate as a business, they're not paying a business license, they're not getting inspected. I mean, there's so many other illegal activity going on. It's just a gateway into so many other things. So I think that, as Jerry mentioned, it's much larger, and it can't just be about education and training. There has to be that intention to go after it. Every time we've tried to create even a safe environment for adult entertainment district, Jerry and I certainly tried at least 2 separate times at the legislature over the last 15 years, and it has been shot down. We've addressed it. We've identified locations. We've even gotten cooperation of the establishments, those businesses, to want to have a safer place. And it's been very challenging to even get anyone to want to move forward with that. The Allied Health Board has been challenging as well in making sure that they have policies or a process in place to ensure that massage parlors are properly licensed and their workers, their employees are more than just getting a health certificate. That's been very much a challenge, I just think, overall, because there are so many ways around the system, and the lack of enforcement is extremely important. Because even if we do all the education and training, who do they call? I can tell you, every time we have asked with whether it's police department, a crime has to be committed. And how do you prove a crime, especially when, they're short, they have been short-staffed, and I know that they're addressing that, but especially in Tumon precinct, they, sometimes rely on highway patrol to come and address certain concerns. And until a crime is committed, they're not really able to do anything about it. So again, you need to find ways in how to approach it, smarter ways, and we can take best practices of what has been done in the past to find ways to go and inspect these places that, we can at least report that illegal activity is possibly taking place, whether it's Crime Stoppers or there's a number with the immigration ICE team with Department of Labor for Wage and Hour, the police department, just to, we do have something called the Fusion Center, which is hardly talked about on Guam. It is meant to be a consolidation of all agencies reporting in criminal activity. And the Fusion Center was created with Homeland Security, Office of Civil Defense. And I can tell you, it's supposed to be our NSA, if you will, like a collection of all this so that they can figure out where the federal agencies need to pay attention. And it is a joint task force, a joint group that reports out of Guam Homeland Security and Office of Civil Defense. So maybe they should take that lead and get all agencies, local and federal, to come up with what process they need to put in place to start enforcing this.
Thank you for those points. We are kind of nearing the end, so I would like to give all of you the opportunity to make some closing remarks and make any final points that you'd really like. So, Mr. Benitez?
Yeah, I'll try to use it to answer the last question, as well as say I completely oppose the creation of a red zone in Guam. I understand that there's Democrats that want to say that sex work is work. I think in our culture, in our environment, with our tourism industry that we have, markets, I think it would be a huge mistake. So no, thank you. So no, number two, it's not very visible. When you look at businesses, they got to do an I-9. So you're going to have a document that's if they're being trafficked or is being held against their will, it's either be a legal document or might be a falsified document. You do it again on your W-2. So for bigger businesses, it's not going to be apparent when you're looking at it. It's more when you get deep into the weeds or getting to earn the trust of those individuals and knowledge. The problem with the T visa, my biggest problem with the T visa, which is what you're offering that person to put their life at risk in coming out and talking to law enforcement and admitting that they're being trafficked into this area, is that you're really not guaranteed you're going to get the visa until the U.S. attorney and the process goes through. And they said, yes, you cooperated enough and you were critical to the sentencing of that individual. Now I'm going to give you the visa. Well, a lot of people don't get it. And when they do, it takes years to go through it. So other victims feel, why would I go through that process? I might as well just stay here and continue to fake it the way that it's been done. Do I think I have a problem? Yes, I think it's more visible now than before because of all these ships or these boats coming in from Saipan. It appears that there's an organized group and that there's work for them that they're going to be doing here. Is Guam like the hub of human trafficking in our region? Probably not.
Mr. Camacho?
Yes, thank you. Just in closing, I mean, I have to echo Jerry and Mary's sentiment with regard to training and ensuring, because I think the private sector, that's one thing they're very good at, is they're very good at training and establishing policies. But I think that's the disconnect is we're not working at the same level with regard to law enforcement and enforcing human trafficking policies. And I don't think it's anyone's necessarily to blame. It's just, I don't think the policies work together because not everyone is working off the same definitions. And once we get together, and we have to come together, because once we get together and understand, it's sort of like a law thing, right? Every statute has a definition section. And those definitions specify what the definition means for this specific statute. So we have definitions in the private sector, we have definitions under the labor laws, we have definitions under immigration laws, and they may not all jive. And so working with employers and trying to understand that a definition of employee under Fair Labor Standards may not be the same definition of employee under immigration. And so someone needs to pull all of us together to sort of engage and ensure that we're talking at the same level and we're using the same definitions in order to enforce whatever we are trying to enforce today. But thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Perez?
Yes, I agree with Vince, but from my perspective, talk is cheap, and we can talk all we want about it, but unless we have the institutional infrastructure and the regulatory cohesion to address this problem, we have a long road to hoe.
Yeah, I think it all ties together. I mean, we've given some examples of how some things have taken a long time, similar to what Vince is talking about. And one actually regarding Saipan, right, is we're already starting to see this. And it took them a while to figure out even who's in charge and what the process is and and they still don't have services for them. So it's just, I think that it's really more of a government issue at this point with regards to the policies, procedures, and enforcement. And then when they need to engage private sector, we can at least have the systems in place so we know that there's going to be follow through on it. Right now, all we can do is just report it. We can't do anything about it unless the government does something about it.
Thank you all so much for your fantastic insights. And with that, we are wrapping up the private business panel. So thank you again, Attorney Camacho, Attorney Benitez, Dr. Perez, and Ms. Rhodes. Thank you so much. So if we could just have one more moment of your time, we would like to close this conference and thank everyone who attended for your incredible contributions and all of the incredible expertise that you all brought to the table. We want to thank our fantastic sponsors who are with us every step of the way, offering so much support and insight. Our wonderful volunteers who spent the day with us, and our UOG GLE team who have dealt with far too many late night texts and panic from both of us.
Yes, very much. Yes, as Attorney General Ishalim Diako, thank you again for your inspiration. And after a decade of just being an advocate in this space, again, it truly started for both of us here in Guam. So it's incredible for Erica and I, who are both in our doctoral programs off island, to be back here at home to be able to spread this awareness, to include Guam in conversations regarding human trafficking. The United Nations does have incredible protocols to help unify those definitions and the language set forth for not only the private business, but our communities, whether in the government, public, private sector. So please check those out with regards, even with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. That is our hope with the Guam Human Rights Initiative, to establish as a 501c3 nonprofit here in Guam to address human trafficking or human rights issues impacting Guam and the region. We are so grateful for our sponsors today. Again, the Project Management Institute, University of Guam, Office of the Senior Vice President and Provost, Regional Center for Public Policy, the Hoover Institution, Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence, Security Title, University of Guam, Guam Green Growth, University of Nottingham, Rotary E-Club of Pago Bay, the Rotary Club of Tumon Bay, and the Rotary Club of Guam Sunrise Pacific Basin Group District 2750. Many of you have offline asked us sort of what is next. And one of the things that we really want to do is ask for a call to action for all of you to take this information back to wherever you work and to your families and to communities, and identify the existing laws and policies in your area. If there's a lack of resources, volunteer your time. You heard from the incredible victim advocacy groups today, support either through funding, donations, or even through your time. Your time is so valuable, and that's sometimes all it takes, especially for Eric and I, us millennials. Get out there, exercise your right to vote, pay attention to leaders that you're putting in what seats, and make sure you take part of your rights as citizens, and take part in the conversations regarding human trafficking, and go beyond just words in implementing training. So with that being said, just know that it doesn't cost anything to give of your time and spreading this information. So again, we thank you, Suzu Usmasi, and as long as we continue to fight for freedom, we are going to do all that we can to end modern day slavery as a community and as in the island of Guam and the people of Guam. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take care.